It's all about the lineage, baby. It's all about the lineage, baby. Yeah. Now what y'all wanna be? FBA, ADOS, freedmen, indigenous. We got shot callers, we got activists, we got politicians, we got lawyers for ya. But don't knock us for being great. Delineate, and now we're singing, hey. It's all about the lineage, baby. 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 Can't nobody take our pride. Can't nobody hold us down, no. We gotta keep on moving. They keep on moving the goalposts. Oh no, no. Broken alliance everywhere. Broken arrows in every spirit. Let's be very clear. We ain't letting up. We ain't getting up. It's our throne. We built it. It's our home. Take your shoes off. It's all about the lineage, baby. Oh no, it's all about the lineage, baby. It's all about the lineage, baby. Oh no, it's all about the lineage, baby. Now what y'all wanna be? FBA, ADOS, freedmen, indigenous. We got shot callers, we got activists, we got politicians, we got lawyers for ya. But don't knock us for being great. Delete it. Now we're seeing, hey, yeah. Can't nobody take a pride. Can't nobody hold us down, no. We gotta keep on moving. We keep on moving the goals. Oh no. Broken alliance everywhere. Broken arrows in every spear. Let's be very clear. We ain't letting up. We ain't getting up. It's our throne. We built it. It's our home. Take your shoes off. It's all about the lineage, baby. Oh no. It's all about the lineage, baby. It's all about the lineage, baby. Oh no. It's all about the lineage, baby.
But freedom is not enough. You do not wipe away the scars of centuries by saying now, you are free to go where you want and do as you desire and choose the leaders you please. You do not take a person who for years has been hobbled by chains and liberate him, bring him up to the starting line of a race, and then say, you are free to compete with all the others, and still justly believe that you have been completely fair. Thus, it is not enough just to open the gates of opportunity. All our citizens must have the ability to walk through those gates. And this is the next and the more profound stage of the battle for civil rights. We seek not just freedom, but opportunity. We seek not just legal equity, but human ability. Not just equality as a right and a theory, but equality as a fact and equality as a result.
Sweat and tears and all that, you fought in every war, okay? So this is my country here. So I don't want to be called African American. I'm an American. My people have died and done everything for this country. If you accept the handle of African American, that says that you don't accept being an American. You don't accept being born in Chicago or New York or Detroit or wherever you were born. For generations your family's been here, built this country too.
African Americans built this nation. We built this nation. You know, you're just starting to get real credit for that, okay? I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to get, you built the nation.
I'm always going to be known as a black American. I can't call myself an African American because
I am not an African American. I'm an American. I am a black American. I am definitely black. And yes, so
Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't. We're not from the motherland. We're from we're from America. So I'd rather say I'm a black American. So I consider myself a black American. I don't consider myself African American. And shout out that. Because Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't.
I don't mind the term African American. I don't want to be called African American. Why is that? I'm not African.
I want to get the language so right that everybody here will cry out, yes, I'm black, I'm proud of it, I'm black and beautiful.
Is Barack Obama black?
No, he's not. In the American political context, black means the son of West African, the descendant of West African slaves brought here to labor in the United States. It's not a put down. It's not to say that he hasn't suffered. It's not to say that he doesn't have a glorious lineage of his own. It's just to say that he and I, who am descended from West African slaves brought to America, we are not the same.
Obama will announce his candidacy this weekend at the old state capitol in Springfield, Illinois, where Abraham Lincoln made his stirring House Divided speech. How historic. At a building made famous by the man who freed the slaves, Obama isn't the descendant of slaves.
So, you know how African Americans will say, oh, black writer, black creator, black artist, black lawyer, black doctor, black woman in STEM? No, when we come to this country, it's immigrant or nationality, maybe our careers next, and then whatever else comes after that. So immigrant, Jamaican, marketer, whatever else comes after that. The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you.
Let me say that again. I am not black, okay? Hear me out. Growing up, my mom absolutely hated when we refer to ourselves as black. She's like, you're not black, you're Nigerian, you're African. I feel like the term someone is black obviously comes from the slave era, but it also just describes displaced people that don't know their heritage. So I feel like people that do know their heritage, to try and curb racism in some way, people are going to be racist. Ignorance is ignorance. You can't, but just curb racism in a small way. Stop referring to yourself as black. You know, if you know where you're from, you're raised in a certain household. You know, Somalians are Somalians, Ethiopians are Ethiopians, Nigerians are Nigerians. Like, if you know where you're from, as black, you know, if you know where you're from, you're raised in a certain household. You know, Somalians are Somalians, Ethiopians are Ethiopians, Nigerians are Nigerians. Like, if you know where you're from, why refer to yourself as a color? I feel like when we say black, it just sounds so harsh and like, this is black, I'm brown, you know, I'm Nigerian at the end of the day. Like, that's who I am.
The African Day Parade, you don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn. The band festival, the African festival, where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force. You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse you because somebody got on some printed cloth that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite, eat on and play down, because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us.
Explaining what Foundation of Black American is and tell them I'm both. Is explaining what Foundation of Black American is and tell them I'm both.
Our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race and then we have an ethnic place. Ethnically, we African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation.
There's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation.
Racially, we are together. But
economically, we may well be enemies.
Well, but any race can produce albinos, all right?
Can produce what?
Albinos.
No.
Right, you got
no. Show me a white albino. You can't. Albinoism comes from a void of melanin. Only from black people. Only from us.
Only from black people?
Yeah. Show me a Chinese
It said, okay, I looked up, I said, can every race produce albinos? And it says, yes, people from every racial or ethnic background can have albinism. Albinism is a genetic condition, not a race.
There you go.
I mean, but if it's not a race.
No, albino, bro, only black people doing that. Show me a white albino. They're going to say his hair and eyes, but he's still white. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm for real. Look up white albino.
It's a lack of melanin pigment, resulting in very pale skin, all that shit. But I literally typed in. I'm just showing you. I'm just saying what I typed in. I typed in, show me a white albino, and that's what it showed me. I seen a lot of albinos like low key look the same to me. They all look the same to me. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Black people.
You said what?
Because it's a genetic. It's how I say this. It's like genetic differentials that assist in that. But you ain't never seen because I ain't never seen. You ain't never seen a true white albino. The motherfuckers just look white. It's like some motherfucking white person.
It said, okay, I looked up. I said, can every race produce albinos? And it says, yes, people from every racial or ethnic background can have albinism. Albinism is a genetic condition, not a race.
There you go. No, albino, bro, only black people doing that. Show me a white albino.
Well, but any race can produce albinos, or
can produce what?
Albinos.
No.
You got
No. Show me a white albino. You can't. Albinoism comes from a void of melanin. Only from black people. Only from us.
Only from black people?
Yeah.
What's going on with you, brother? All this clout chasing you doing, putting FBA in the title. Your last 15 videos have FBA in the titles. What's going on with you, bro? You're jealous of unbiased sports. And here you is clout chasing, FBA Ron, unbiased sports, whatever you want to label this channel, is getting more views than you, and you've been around for fucking 50 years. And you're jealous about it. So you put an FBA in your title every 15 videos to clout chase. Stop. Let it go. You will never be a conscious community celebrity.
Really good conversation and panel tonight. DJ Genesis and you, System, the part y'all got going tonight. I wanted to say that I think we really have to actually look at it. I know we like to, we do like our internet research and we like to read the blurbs and everything. But we really have to look at this black slavery ownership thing. Sister DJ Genesis, and I see somebody in the chat actually touched on it when they start to begin to talk about Anthony Johnson. I did a paper on that in my first year in law school. And one of the things about Anthony Johnson is if you read his story, he was a indentured servant, right? They didn't really have they had like voluntary servitude. That's how they listed slaves when they came over, if you really want to know. So they would work for a number of years, then you could actually buy your freedom. And that was sort of how it kind of worked. What happened is that when Anthony Johnson, who was from the Congo, bought his freedom from slavery, he actually purchased slaves. He had quite a few of them. I think he had maybe close to 100 slaves. And he was known for being very brutal to those slaves. Everybody knew that, right? This is documented history. You can research it if you actually do the deep dive on Anthony Johnson. What happened was one of his slaves escaped, right? One of his slaves escaped, and he ran into a white slave owner. The white slave owner, I forgot his name, Colonel something, took him in and wouldn't return him. And he said, look, he's on my plantation. Now he's working for me and everything's good. And the slave that escaped wanted to be there with the white servant because Anthony Johnson, the black slave owner, was so brutal. So Anthony Johnson, what he did was, I think the case is called case, and Sister DJ Genesis mentioned it. Y'all actually need to read that case, like in 1655. What he did was he took the white slave owner to court and said, listen, this guy has my slave. He's still indentured to me and he owes me. What happened after that is where shadow slavery begins in this country, because the white judge sided with the black slave owner and labeled him as his property.
Goddamn.
And when he labeled him as his property, this is where indentures, so this is where shadow slavery actually began in this country. Now, when you fast forward, there were slaves, still black slave owners, right? Two things happened. You had black slaves that was marrying white women. These white women and these black slave owners were making money. People didn't like that. Why? Because where the black man couldn't go, the white woman can go and bring that property back to the house. The second thing was that I think the brother Mulatto mentioned it, and Sister Napadi too, that there were black slave owners, people who had obtained their freedom, were going after and looking for their family members that were separated and paying for their freedom, or by purchasing them as slaves and bringing them back to their homes, right? But they still, as Sister Napadi said, they still were considered slave masters or slave owners, even though they were buying their family and friends back, right? Fast forward after that, and I'm summarizing it, fast forward after that, when you get to the 13th Amendment, they outlawed blacks being able to own property, which included slaves. So blacks could no longer purchase slaves because of the 13th Amendment, because they were considered property. And so what happens is, and I'm finna land about 1655, something like that.
And y'all, stay with me when you land, because I want to ask you a question. Go ahead.
Okay. And so what happened? So once whenever the 13th Amendment was ratified, blacks could no longer own property in this country. That means you could have no more black slave owners. And so when the brother kept asking Mulatto, how come we don't see black slave owners and nobody knows? Because it was outlawed in the 13th Amendment. So nobody going that far back would have a black slave owner being a black slave master who was black.
Okay, y'all right.
That's why you wouldn't see that historically. So,
and after he goes, I want to
respond. So my
listen. I'm sorry. I'm with Alice. I have to because there's 3 other people waiting in the back filter.
So the court case is not how the brother presented it. There is no historical record about Johnson being a harsh slave owner at all. The reason why Kaser, right, and Johnson went to court, right, was because Kaser felt as though he had served his time on Johnson's plantation. It had nothing to do with him from running away from being harsh and beaten or anything like that. This was a legal matter, dealing with the slave thinking that he served his time and Johnson thinking that he had him for a lifetime of a servant. That's what that dispute was about. It had nothing to do with Johnson.
Well, actually, you have to read the court case, sir, because he actually testified
that. Put that out there.
You have to actually read the court case because it is still on record, and he testified that he would not let him go. That's why he ran away. He would not let him go past his time of indentured servitude, and he was brutally beating him. You have to read the court case.
But one thing that you omitted.
I'll never give you up, I can never let you down. I'll never run from my homeland and desert you. I'll never lie to my people, I'll die for my people, but forever curve you. I'll never make you cry, I'll never say goodbye, or why would I ever hurt you? I'll never give you up, I can never let you down. I'll never run from my homeland and desert you. I'll never lie to my people, I'll die for my people, but forever curve you. I'll never make you cry, I'll never say goodbye, or why would I ever hurt you? I'll never give you up, I can never let you down. I'll never run from my homeland and desert you. I'll never lie to my people, I'll die for my people, but forever curve you. I'll never make you cry, I'll never say goodbye, or why would I ever hurt you? I'll never give you up, I can never let you down. I'll never run from my homeland and desert you. I'll never lie to my people, I'll die for my people, but forever curve you. I'll never make you cry, I'll never say goodbye, or why would I ever hurt you? Say goodbye, why would I ever hurt you?
The lineage is in my blood. It's nothing to join. There's no membership, we're FBA.
You're leaving money on the table. Not because your content isn't good, but because the tools you're using weren't built to help you.
All right. You dig? So this been coming up lately, right? So speaking of repeating white supremacist talking points, like you can't make this up. So when we, you know, talk about reparations, talk about chattel slavery, you'll hear inferior white supremacists say, yeah, you guys enslaved your own, which we know is a bold-faced lie. Okay. First of all, they say it in two ways. They say it in the African transatlantic slave way, and they also say it from a free black way, right? Oh, you guys had your own people out of slavery in America too. So they try to get us both ways. You guys sold yourself from Africa? Well, that's not us for one. That's no Genesis explaining that. And two, the latter part. When you guys became free in the 1800s before Emancipation Proclamation, you guys were buying each other out of slavery and you were just as brutal as the white man. Okay. So now that talking point has now been borrowed by some tethers and Pan-African booty scratchers. All right. So, and what they do is this, like they have this tactic where they ask you a question. Hey, did you guys, when you were freed or got out of slavery, born free, whatever, and you purchased, another enslaved black to your care, right? Was that true or false? You'd be like, it's true. Okay. So they move on to like their narrative, their agenda. Okay, so let me explain this. If your last name is Johnson and somebody got arrested for robbing Walmart, gunpoint, and their last name was Johnson, and I'm spreading a false rumor about you saying you robbed Walmart because your last name is Johnson, okay? Then I say, answer this question. Is your last name Johnson? You like, yeah. Then I say, okay, good enough. Okay, see, the person who robbed Walmart, that's similar to their argument with the slavery stuff. Okay, now, the problem is with these, now this is called a gotcha, where they want to do a gotcha moment. Okay, the problem is when you do gotchas with people who really study this, you don't last long because you will be exposed that you have no idea what was going on at that time. That's very important. Context is very important. Now, the person with the gotcha questions, they'll deflect and try to run from the gotcha. These are the Tether News. These are the Tether Dreams. All these people after the gotcha. Once you start to go in deep about the gotcha, okay, well, why were they buying enslaved blacks in the first place? What was that about? What was on their mind when you talk about buying enslaved blacks? That don't matter. Okay. Now, let's talk about the psyche of the African tethers who sold it to whites. What was on their mind? Now, it's clear that their mind was greed, hatred, like we were ops to them. Okay. So the two don't compare. For one, you had the elites, the people who were running Africa, parts of Africa, the Dahomey tribe, Queen Nzinga. You had the Benin, French and New people. You dig, ruling these areas. They were the major players. They were the bosses. Okay. So to us, were we the bosses? No. Okay, cool. How did our beginning start? In slavery. So even the ones who were buying or the ones who were being bought, our beginning started off in slavery. The African tethers, they were free. And even we, who they sold, we were free. We were raided. We were slave raided. That just means that's a fancy way of saying, or that's a fancy, aggressive way to say that Africans in Africa, they waged war against us. Like how the USA went over there and extracted the Venezuelan president and his wife. That's what happened to us. They, oh, look, they attacked us, snatched us up. Well, why did they snatch us up? To sell us to white people. Okay. So already you see a bunch of differences already. We were free. We were not free. We were captured, took, kidnapped by African tethers who, for the sole reason to sell us to white people. Okay. So just off that, we see there's no comparison. All right. So now let's go with their narrative. Let's go with free blacks. Why they call it free blacks? That's because they were once enslaved by those same white people who we were sold to by Africans. So the story does not disconnect. So the African tethers who slave raided us and sold us to whites, those same whites enslaved us and gave us some of us opportunity to be free, to become free. So, but all of this is because of African tethers selling us to white people to be enslaved by white people to be free 4 different ways. And there's a 5th one, right? 4 legal ways, a 5th illegal way, according to European law, right? During slavery. So the 4 ways: you had to be born free, you had to buy yourself from freedom, somebody bought you your freedom, or meritorious manumission. Your owner felt like you did a great job, great work, and merit granted you freedom. Or you told on a possible rebellion, right? Hey, you might do a rebellion. You might have got freed. That's meritorious manumission. The 5th way would be escape. To just escape slavery, get away. All right. But now, if you did it that way, you won't have those abilities to purchase land and thrive at all. You got to go into hiding. Okay. So some of those people went to Canada and different places. Okay. Let's go back. So we're all enslaved. So but you guys owned each other too. It started from you. You sold us to whites. The story never ended. You sold us to whites. Whites enslaved us and gave us 4 ways to become free. Okay, so one of the ways where I just said you can buy yourself your freedom, or you be bought your freedom. Now, every state didn't allow that. Every southern state didn't allow you to, or every state period didn't allow you to. Also, a 6th way to be free was that if your white handlers brought you to a free state, okay, then you were supposedly pronounced free that way. Okay, I'll be getting somewhere. So there's six ways. I'm just narrowing it down, but there's, as you see, there's different ways. But 6, I came up with 6 so far. The handlers took you to white handlers took you to a free state. Your freedom was supposed to be handed to you. Okay, based on that. So let's go back. So every state didn't allow enslaved blacks to purchase. I'm sorry. Every slave state didn't allow an enslaved person to be bought or freed from slavery by a freed black or anybody. Okay, any abolitionist, any Quaker, some states didn't allow that. And that's what these Pan-African booty scratchers don't know. So to get around that, because obviously, if I want to free my cousins, my sisters, and my brothers, I just buy their freedom. If I'm free and I had the capital. But if a state didn't allow you to buy your relatives or anyone out of slavery, buy their freedom, we did the next best thing. We will buy their custody. We will buy their enslavement. Okay. So already that's a big difference between an African tether selling us and these shit. Oh damn, white people here. Why they in school? Did my little coffee run. All right, give me a second. They loud as hell. Give me a second. Oh yeah, it's some bugged out black dude out there that they fucking with. All right, so already, excuse my language. Already we see that this was a finesse. We see that was part of a finesse to buy your relatives or loved ones out of slavery, but you couldn't buy their freedom, so you had to take custody, right? And you would take ownership. This is common sense. This is what's happening at the time. Okay. This is why when you press these Pan-African booty scratchers and these tethers on this history, they don't know that far. Because all they see, they're stuck at the gotcha. But when you get past that gotcha, okay, now the gimmick is over. And they don't know the real history. So of course they get intimidated. They start to foretee you. Twist, tiptoe, troll, and tap out. All right, those are the particulars that they don't understand, don't care to understand, and don't know. Okay. So hold on 1 second as I make my coffee. So already we see that there's no comparison between Foundation Black Americans and tethers. Tethers were in complete control, African tethers were in complete control of the African slave trade. Okay, they were the leaders who slave raided us and sold us to white people. All right, so they are the big dogs. They're not enslaved themselves. They're free to do this. Okay, and what motivated them? Greed. Our story that they want to compare us to them, it started in slavery. We're all enslaved because we were sold by these African tethers to white people. So when we got to America, we were already in chains and we came via boats. We were already enslaved. Okay, so the stories don't even match up. But this is the tether last dance, you dig? If you hear me pausing, that's because I'm making my coffee. So hopefully it's hot over here. But so far, as you see, like there's no comparison. And I'm gonna talk about certain names they like to bring up to compare this one person to all of the African elites, all of the chiefs and tribes in Africa who were doing a deal. They were in bed with the white elites. So the African elite tethers were in bed with the white elite, white supremacists. Okay, they were even. They were not enslaved. No, they were not being freed. They already had freedom. Okay, this is a disgusting way to make money. This is a disgusting. This is part of their culture Since folks want to talk culture, their culture, part of their culture was to sell us to white people, slave raiders, all right, or just bang on us. You dig? 1 second. We're gonna let this marinate a little bit. Hold on. Okay, so do we understand? Now, they claim that there were some black freedmen who enslaved, who bought some of us out of, they bought us, right? So we were beholden to them in slavery, indentured servants, whatever. That's the key thing. Like, I wonder how we were like status wise categorized when a free black bought us. Like, we were considered slaves or indentured servants. That's something I'm gonna look into. And that would matter a lot. So anyway, like these tethers and white supremacists, like they claim that the black enslavers were just as brutal as the white supremacists. All right. So now, and like they claim to do book reports and all type of stuff. Let me tell you, that's cat. That's cat. First of all, what is the percentage of enslaved free blacks at any one time? Like at that, so they're gonna give you Anthony Johnson, and I'm like, yo, y'all sure it ain't Anthony Joshua? the way y'all making up history, you might as well say it's Anthony Joshua, the slave owner. You made a whole story for Anthony Johnson. So they claim Anthony Johnson goes back to the 1600s, right? Now, this would work against him because then that means he came as a whole slave. Like, I mean, he came as a whole African. Tether, like he could have been one of them, you know, because at some point they started to enslave themselves to my African tethers in Africa when they was trying to get us, enslave us and send us over here. Sometimes they snatched up their own. So Anthony Johnson could have simply been one of their own coming over here, continuing the practices of the transatlantic slave trade. We don't know, but we know for a fact that he didn't go through the entire ethnogenesis, right? We ain't like he didn't make it to like the second, third, fourth, 200 years later. He's 1600s. Like this dude is, yeah, like I said, he's one of theirs. So don't give us one of yours. He's one of yours. All right. Then, but the whole lie that he was like brutal, just as bad as white people, white supremacists, slave owners, like that right there, that's not confirmed. That's speculative. Right. But when you got gotchas, you will repeat speculations during that time as a fact. Because the whole point is you're hoping to catch somebody off guard. But I got you. Okay. Okay, hold on. Coffee nice and hot. Like I said, already the story's not matching up. You got to make this make sense. But this is their clapback. This is the Tether's clapback. This is the Pan-African booty scratcher clapback. So we could say this, hey man, you for one, you're selling us. You're selling us into slavery. Our history starts off enslaved and we're buying each other out of slavery. You see? So that right there don't make any sense. You're selling us into slavery, but we're buying ourselves out of slavery. Even then, we're not the sellers. So you gotta let them know that when they bring, oh, you guys, wait, hold. We did the buying, you did the selling. As I said, like these retards don't know that every state didn't allow you to purchase someone's freedom out of enslavement. They don't know that. They got the gotchas, but they don't know that. So again, with me, it's kind of hard to gotcha me because a lot of stuff I know in advance. So I would get out of that really easily, and then ask them, hey, why were some of the reasons they were buying their relatives and loved ones into slavery, into their own, because you could say, oh, good, into their own care. Why were they buying their own relatives and their loved ones into their own care? Their wives, why were they buying into their own care? This is somebody's mother, grandmother, brother. Cause do you really expect us to believe that they was like, I can't wait to buy my brother, or I'm gonna do him worse than that white man? This is tether conjecture. This is tether projection. All right. Got my coffee. Before I leave, there's still anything I want out of here. Now that's it. Hold on. Okay, I'm trying to dodge this guy, this old ass homeless guy outside that I went to school with. Okay. All right, let's get cooking. Let's get cooking. Oh, shit, I'm spilling my damn coffee everywhere. Shit. Of course. Of course. Out of all places I spilled the coffee is on the phone. um,
that, but even if that was true, some black people own slaves. That doesn't change like the general narrative and the general situation, right?
Name them. Who are the black people who own slaves?
Over 3,000 of them. I can give you the names. Hold on.
Give me some of the names.
Okay.
Give me some of the names of these black people who owned these slaves, the 3,000 black people.
I'll give it to you. Hold on. So Antoine Duplet, William Ellison, these were some of the people that owned slaves, not to mention Anthony Johnson. So the first, this is actually interesting. You mentioned Angola. This is really interesting. The first slave owner in America was technically a black person from Angola named Anthony Johnson. He came here into the 1600s. And in the 1600s, there wasn't necessarily slavery. There was indentured servitude. So you would work only for like a certain period of time that you gain your freedom. Anthony Johnson was able to gain freedom, and then he made one of his black, indentured servants for life because they tried to escape, and he became the first slave owner in America. He was a black man.
That's not true.
Yeah, Anthony Johnson. Look up a story.
So that's been debunked.
I'm telling you, it's real history. We have the documents.
Okay. The first slave owner, technically, was Hugh Gwynn. All right. His slave was John Punch. That was before Anthony Johnson. Google what I just said.
So I just Googled it. So if you want me to read AI overview, I can. I mean, I can show you my screen. Hold on.
Google. Okay. Google what I just said. It was Hugh Gwynn. And it was
Okay, I
John
just Googled
Punch.
it. So it says here, yes, Anthony Johnson is widely considered to be one of the first, if not the first, black slave owners in the British American colonies. A black man who came as an enslaved servant in 1621, gained freedom, became a prosperous landowner, and in 1655 successfully sued for a black indentured servant, like I told you earlier, John Kaser, to become his slave for life. So I mean, maybe he wasn't the first, but he was at least one of the first.
Right. Okay.
Unless you can find me one prior to 1621.
Yeah. Hugh Gwynn, sir.
Hugh what?
Gwynn. Hugh Gwynn. He's a white man. Gwyn. Hugh Gwynn.
Okay.
He was before Anthony Johnson. People have been telling that Anthony Johnson lie for the longest. Hugh Gwynn was the first one. He had a slave named John Punch that was enslaved for life.
So hold on. Actually wrong. So let me show you. Yeah, I'm Hugh Goyen. You have it right here. In his case, with an African servant named John Punch in 1640 is a landmark in American slavery. This was 1640. What I read to you earlier here says 1621 is when this man had the indentured servant specifically.
Who?
Anthony Johnson. So yeah, he was the first slave owner. He came before Hugh Goyen. It's a fact. People don't know history, man. It's a fact. It's actually a rare fact that the first black man to have slaves in America was black.
No,
from Angola too.
Hugh Gwynn got here in 1621. He didn't have no slave in 1621.
No, that's not what I said.
What did you? Okay, you're bringing this.
So the landmark case.
Okay, no. What you just said 1621, sir. You just said 1621.
He
got here 1621.
That's Johnson. No, that's Johnson.
That's what I'm saying. Johnson did not have any slaves in 1621.
He did.
Just got here. No, he didn't.
No, so you're not understanding, sir. So
I'm understanding.
No, you're not.
Sir.
So he had an indentured servant in 1621.
No, he didn't.
He did.
John Castor. That case was 1653, sir. That case was in 1653.
I'm saying he already had it. The indentured servant that you're talking about, he already had him before Hugh Goyen had him.
How?
What do you mean? How?
Anthony Johnson was an indentured servant, sir.
Yes, but did he gain freedom?
Yeah, he didn't get no freedom in 1621 because he just got here.
I'm not talking about just getting here. Did he gain freedom and own slaves as a black man?
Yeah. Later on, he had some indentured servants.
Okay, great. He successfully sued for a black indentured servant, John Kaser, to become his slave for life.
In 1653.
Again, remember, your original argument...
No, because you're moving the envelope and you're moving the goal.
Nope.
Sir. Yeah. And this proves my point that Hugh Gwynn had the first slave for life before John Castor was enslaved. Sir, you're proving my point.
That's not, you're just wrong.
You keep lying about the dates to try to crowbar your point.
You said that you asked me a very simple question. You asked me, who was the black?
No, we hear you, sir. No, because what you're doing.
Oh, you're interrupting me now. Because you're wrong. You're debunked.
How am I wrong?
Okay, again, you asked me a very simple question. Your original question was, what was the name of the black person who owned slaves? I gave you the name. Listen, if you want to argue,
Okay, in regards to Anthony Johnson, this is why we say this is a white supremacist talking point that Tether's borrowed. I don't know how that's possible that Anthony Johnson can get here in 61 as an indentured servant and then own an indentured servant. Tariq effectively pointed that out. That's a contradiction, and old boy tried to deflect. Anthony Johnson arrived in Virginia around 1621 as an enslaved, indentured African, okay? He gained freedom after a term of service. So by the 1650s, he owned land and had at least one African servant, John Casser. So in 1655, he won a court case making Casser a servant for life. One of the early clear legal moves towards lifetime racial slavery in English Virginia. Tariq pointed out John Punch and Hugh Gwynn. That is 1640. That's 15 years before 1655, the court case, and that's 10 years before 1650s, where Johnson owned at least one person. Anyway, John Punch and Hugh Gwynn in 1640. John Punch, a servant belonging to Hugh Gwynn, attempted to escape. All right, this was an African servant. The Virginia court sentenced Punch to lifelong servitude, with his white co-escapees received only extended terms. This is often cited as the earliest documented case of lifetime servitude for an African in English Virginia. So Tariq was right.
Oh, no, sir. He was from your homeland. No.
That's where you're from.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
No, I'm not.
Don't do it to yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm not a continental African, sir. I'm not you.
I don't know why you keep using that term, because
you're a continental African. I'm not, sir.
Right. So be more specific. I don't know why you're even using the term continental African, because there's North Africans, there's East Africans, there's West Africans, there's many Africans.
Somebody who had to fill out paperwork to come.
You had to fill out paperwork in order to become a citizen. Yes.
No, I didn't.
It's simple.
No, I didn't. No. Foundation on Black Americans, we never cut a deal with the white supremacists here. We've never cut a deal with them. Y'all had to cut deals with them.
Quick question.
Sir.
Sure. Let me ask you a quick question.
No.
Okay.
We've never had to cut deals with them. And by the way, hold on one second. Family, is my mic good? Somebody said my mic is low.
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, okay, got it. Somebody was texting me saying my mic is slow. But yeah, we never cut a deal. Now, Angola, y'all cut deals with the Portuguese. Y'all cut deals with a whole bunch of people. Those tribes cut all types of deals. We never cut a paperwork deal to legitimize.
Let me ask you a question then. What was the American Colonization Society?
That was a whole bunch of white supremacists and a couple of their Sambos, sending a handful of people over there to Liberia.
In what year?
Most of us didn't go. Who gives a shit? Most of us didn't go over there.
That's not the question. You said you never cut a deal with the white supremacists. You did. In 1826, you did.
No, we didn't.
You did. So let me finish.
No.
See?
Oh, how? No, see, nothing. We didn't cut no deal.
I'll tell you how.
No. Most of us.
Why are you freaking out? I'll tell you how.
No. You're not going to lie. Most of us.
Finish, brother.
No, you're not. Let me put this shit in the right context before you start lying. Most foundational Black Americans were not with the American.
I didn't say most. I never said most. I never mentioned.
You cut a deal. No, we didn't.
Hold on. Let me finish. Thank you.
No, we didn't.
But brother, let me finish, man. Why are you getting so? Why are you?
No, you ain't going.
Why are you panicking? Just let me finish. Why are you panicking?
No. I'm not panicking. We didn't cut no.
Okay, but let me finish.
Most of us were against going over there.
I didn't say most. You said you never cut a deal. Let me finish. So in 1826, let me finish, brother. Okay, let me finish. Okay, if I'm wrong, just debunk me after I'm done. Let's have a cordial conversation.
So your lying is mute. Whatever lie.
It's not. So it's not a lie. It's objective reality. But just let me finish.
No, it's moot. It's moot.
Okay. Just let me finish. So in 1826. A bunch of foundational Black Americans went to the American Colonization Society that was headed by James Monroe and James Madison, and they asked for resources to go back to Africa and have a colony there. James Monroe and James Madison gave them the resources to go back to Africa, and they did. You guys were the original fleeing tethers, not to mention, you guys were the original fleeing tethers, the original ones.
Yeah, that's so ridiculous.
What's the capital of Liberia?
Yeah, most of us didn't.
Monrovia, because of James Monroe.
Yeah, most of us weren't with it. So yeah, you just lying. It's just you being a lying.
You're a fleeing.
Yeah, you're a fleeing lying.
You're the original.
Harriet Tubman wasn't with it. No. That's you trying to make us like you. We weren't with it. No, we didn't. That's why we're still here. We didn't go. No, we didn't. Most of us didn't go. Only yes, I'm muting you.
Plead.
You have to lie. No, we didn't. Why are we still
Plead.
here? Then why are so many of us here?
Right, because not every single one. Not every single one fled, but you still
Why
fled.
do we have damn near 45 million people?
Sure, really quickly.
Right? No. You're trying to make us like you.
I'll explain. Really.
No. Yeah, a handful of
Panicking,
people.
man.
Who panicking? I'm cool as a cucumber. You're the one having to lie. You're lying and projecting. You're lying and projecting your Angola fleeing mindset, sir. You're a failed tether. And a failed from.
So black leaders had complex and often opposing views on cooperation with the American Colonization Society, ACS, which was founded in 1816. Like, we can talk about Paul Cuff, which I talk about a lot on my channel. He initially supported immigration. I'm saying immigration with the E, not the IMM, okay? But he initially supported immigration, okay? Most prominent black figures in 1817, including James Forten, who else? Bishop Richard Allen, right? And Absalom Jones, right? They strongly rejected the ACS's plan to resettle free blacks in Africa. They weren't hearing that. No fleeing for them. They viewed it as a pro-slavery effort to remove them from America. Though some later, like Henry McNeill Turner, about like the 1870s, he briefly advocated immigration due to deteriorating conditions, okay? But the general consensus remained against colonization, aka fleeing, Matt. But yeah, nearly 3,000 Foundation Black Americans met with Philadelphia to denounce the ACS's proposal. So, you know, where Matt got that number from 3,000, because 3,000 denounced it. Again, Forten, Allen, and Jones, who initially, you know, seemed supportive. What happened? They seen the finesse, right? They seen the trick bag, and they ultimately described the meeting as a resounding rejection. So 3,000 men met with the ACS, not fled. All right, dudes be killing me with the reading. And they said this. This is a quote. They said, "Not one soul was in favor of going to Africa." That's a quote when they met in Philadelphia with the ACS. Okay, so why? That's because black leaders saw the ACS as a white-led, which they were, organization supported by slaveholders, white supremacy. Come on, man. You can't trick us with that. This is interesting. Okay, so we seen them as a white-led organization supported by slaveholders. So we like, nah, I'm good. But Marcus Garvey, when he met with the Klan, he thought that was okay. Not like us, right? We felt like they were aiming to remove us from America rather than genuinely uplift us. And they wanted to build lives in the U.S., okay, the USA, America. Now, later, as Reconstruction failed, right, due to the Klan and systemic racism, and Jim Crow laws rose, some black leaders, notably who? Reverend Henry McNeill Turner, right? He revived interest in immigration to Liberia. And this is what that Tether was talking about. I wasn't aware of this. The revived, you know, of the ACS. Okay. Anyway, he tried to revive interest in immigration to Liberia. And why? Why? That's important because he's seen it as the only escape from severe oppression. Okay, so yeah, the pressure got to him. He was thinking of fleeing. Okay, but this was more of a desperate strategy. This wasn't like ideal. This wasn't the A plan, the go-to plan. This was desperate. A desperate, let's say, strategic shift. This was not a unified endorsement, all right? And the ACS, right? They did send thousands to Liberia. Some say around 12,000. But the majority of Foundation Black Americans still rejected the idea of leaving the U.S. So when Garvey came with his crap, we're like, yo, what are you doing, bro? We already been there and done that. So Paul Cuff, early 1800s, was a wealthy black businessman and abolitionist. Okay, he sponsored voyages to Sierra Leone. He used to create ships. He was very wealthy, free black man. I think he was born free. But yeah, man, he sponsored voyages to Sierra Leone. He didn't work with the ACS, but he laid the groundwork for the ACS. Okay. The ACS was like, oh, yeah, we know that's a good idea. Let's get some of these FBAs over there to Liberia, out of Africa. This is the real out of Africa theory. You did? Y'all talking about out of Africa. This is the real out of Africa theory. Okay. Let's start with the transatlantic slave trade. Okay, but in essence, in all seriousness, black cooperation with the ACS was minimal and deeply contentious. Okay, while some individuals, a handful, saw temporary benefit in immigration, the organized black community overwhelmingly opposed the ACS goals, and that was Tariq Nasheed's major point. They preferred to fight for civil rights within the U.S. And you'll hear me in many dialogues with Tethers and Pan-African booty scratchers. I always say these same folks who y'all say were the first Pan-Africanists. Interesting, because when they left America, they came back when they knew they could fight for their citizenship via civil war, and all of them died proud Americans. So Matt is either providing these arguments for Tethers and Pan-Africans, or the Tethers and Pan-African booty scratchers lies are reaching main society, dominant society, and people like Matt is taking them hook, line, and sinker. But doesn't matter, Matt or Ubuntu, anybody can get it.
Slavery is a set of laws.
Right. Convict leasing, set of laws.
Robs a certain people of the fruits of their labor.
That sounds like convict leasing. Right. That sounds like convict leasing.
It sounds very, like I said, it sounds very similar. But
yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Okay.
The same thing.
All right, go ahead. Explain.
Okay,
because
cool.
There were white convicts. There were white people who were convict leased, and there were white sharecroppers.
Okay.
So I want you to go ahead and dive on this too.
Cool. So I'm gonna slow you down. This is what I'm saying, bro. You have not researched more than me with the history. So now let me give you some background of myself.
I will explain how white folks
Wait. You got to relax. We got to start one at a time. For one, you have not researched history, and definitely not Black history more than me in America. For one, brother, I'm gonna give you some background. I researched the history of immigrant. Wait. Just
educate me, Sam.
No. Okay, so just listen. No. This is not just for you, brother. Okay, hold on. This is not for you. This is a live view, right? Because I get thousands of people to check out my live. 10,000 in one view, 4,000.
Single question.
I got it, but this is for the chat. No. You move the goalpost. So you move the goalpost.
American citizens.
I already answered that. I already said Black. Yes. Nobody. Wait. No. You can't just stuff food in my mouth or a sock in my mouth and have me shut up. Let me elaborate, like I let you elaborate on things. So now this is
answer.
Okay, I answered it, and now I'm gonna go further. Listen, just brother, we have to have a respectful dialogue where you can talk until you're ready to stop, and then I respect that.
I mean, you are a little long-winded, bro.
No, okay, yeah, because I didn't.
Go ahead.
Just give me, just
we'll
time
play
me.
It back.
Okay, just time me for 2 minutes max. Okay, so the white folks you're speaking about, brother, that's why I asked you. Those white people weren't they immigrants? And you didn't answer. because you don't know. But I study immigration, the history of immigration in this country. I know they were immigrants. They were from Great Britain, and those immigrants had made a choice. They didn't have to come here. Those immigrants were criminals in Great Britain, right? And they could either serve their sentence in Great Britain, or they could come to America to serve as an indentured servitude, not a slave, my boy. They got paid and they got rights after they served their sentence. So you're talking to the right one right now.
That's what I just said.
Okay, so they were not slaves. Okay,
that makes it
right.
different from slavery. That's
Okay,
what I said.
okay, cool. Now watch this. Okay,
that
now,
makes it different. That makes convict leasing and sharecropping very much different.
No. That's okay. You just said
made my point for me.
No, I didn't make your point. You just said slavery.
You literally
made
my point.
Bro, when you watch this back, you're gonna kill yourself. Okay, you just said slavery was a system where you did not reap the benefits of your fruits and labor. Those indentured servants did. Okay, so again, I'm gonna go back for you. What is your definition?
That's why it's not the same as slavery. That's why it's not the same as slavery. That's literally what I've been saying.
Okay, so hold on.
About, man?
All right. Yeah, you're the one mixed up, not me. I'm saying
that's not what I said.
Okay, I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, so we can like get on one accord.
Hold up. Did you not say that slavery and sharecropping and convict leasing is the same thing?
It's all slavery.
And I said that it's not. I said
Okay.
it's not. But you just explained that that slaves were robbed of the fruits of their labor, and you conceded to that. And then you turn around and say that the indentured servant and the sharecropper and the convict leaser at least is able to be free. After they serve their sentence or pay back their debt.
No, you're okay. So you want to step in? You're not listening, my boy. Listening is a real skill.
All right.
Listening is a real skill.
How many times I gotta hear you say it, man?
Okay, I got it, but it's not for you right now. It's for the chat. It's for the chat. Just hold on for 1 minute.
Keep saying the same thing again.
Okay, got it. I'm not saying the same thing. Hey, chat, listen. Don't listen to him. Listen to me. Slavery. Let me give you a modern example. If me and this brother, recognized game, both work at Walmart, if he's getting paid and I'm not, I'm enslaved and he's not, although we're both working for Walmart. So just because white people are doing the same labor as Black Americans, foundation Black Americans, does not mean they're both slaves. If one party is being compensated and they have certain rights if they complete the sentence and the other ones don't, one party is still enslaved and the other party is not. That's what I'm saying, my boy. I don't know what you got out of that.
Damn.
Doing the same labor as Black Americans.
I mean, that's what I said. Hold on, my bad.
Nah, you good.
I mean, that's what I said. I don't know what you missing because you double talking, but we don't have to belabor this point. But
I bet you don't want to recap. Yeah. Now I do this, bro.
All I can do is say that I already said, and I've been consistent with saying. I mean, it's only been a minute that I was.
So what is your contention?
Just a minute ago.
All right. So let's just get to the what is your contention?
There's no comparison to somebody who's being convict leased and somebody who's a sharecropper and a slave. I would never compare those. Okay, listen, you're the only person who does not compare that. Every scholar who studied convict leasing, sharecropping, and all that type of stuff, the peonage system, they definitely it's called slavery after slavery. It's literally a book called Slavery After Slavery. It's not the same.
That's
free. Being free and not being free is not the same.
How are you? Wait. Oh no. We're not gonna move on.
It's not
how
the
was
same
the person?
Thing, man.
Okay. Watch this. How did that Black man get into a convict leasing system? Give me an example.
He's not enslaved. He got falsely accused a lot of the times, and he was arrested and brought into the judicial system.
Then what happened? So what happened after that?
Same thing that happens today.
No. Not today. Not today. No.
Same thing that happens today.
This guy. Hey, chat. This is how none of these guys can fuck with me. We're talking about 1880, 1890, 1910. Okay. He's talking about 2025, brother.
Let's stick to the past. Let's stick to 1890.
All right, let me
I'm asking you. Okay, I'm asking you.
Yeah, I was trying
What's
to
the
answer.
process of convict
I'm trying to
leasing?
answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, like I was saying, so what they would do is they would charge you with some type of crime, and they would make you work for nothing.
Make you work?
Like they
So
do
say,
today.
okay. No. Not today. Not today.
It's not a
Not
different
today.
system?
Hey, chat. This is the disingenuous of these folks that look, they can't listen. That's why I'm saying I need to have an honest discussion about history and the present and maybe the future. Just honestly. He
You
can't
the
have
one
an
that
honest
said
discussion.
slaves.
Hey, bro, why are you
the one that
bringing
said slaves
Okay, now look,
and
now you just
convict
went
leasing is the
hey,
same
bro.
thing.
Hey, bro,
It's
you
not the
just went.
same thing.
Yes, it's the same thing. So if you're for, you
It's
just said.
similar. It's
All right, look,
similar,
why,
but it's not the
bro,
same.
why are
because
you talking over me, man?
They're parts of being not. They're
Hey,
parts
bro,
of being.
when you spoke just now, I let you go. I didn't cut you off until you stopped. Why when I go talk and you start
did
cutting
cut
in? I
me
know,
off.
no, I let you
You've been
finish,
cutting
bro.
me off every time
No,
I start talking.
no, I actually let you finish.
You talk
No,
the whole
because
time.
okay, well look who's talking now, right? So two
All
wrongs
right,
don't make it right.
Go ahead.
All right.
Explain how
All right.
convict leasing
Okay,
and
so
slavery
he
is
just
the
said.
exact same thing.
I said, Chad, I'm gonna run it back from what he just said. He just said that they would charge you illegally or something you did not do, right? They'll charge you with vagrancy. He don't even know the charges. They would charge you with vagrancy, okay? Lock you up without a fair trial or lawyer, nothing like that. Everybody's against you. And then you owe the judge a fee. You owe the county clerk, the sheriff a fee, the county clerk a fee. You owe everybody a fee. And of course, if you're charged for vagrancy, which is not working, how the hell am I pay my court fees in court? So what they would do is they would let a company like a steel mill or coal mine buy you, rent you from, pay your debt. So they'll pay your debt, your court costs, and they will rent you from that point on. They would take you from the court system. So now what he just said earlier, he slipped up. He said they will force you to work. Brother, forcing somebody to work and without a pay is literally slavery.
Okay, can I respond?
Go ahead.
All right, so you just again explained how it is different. You said they can rent you because you've been arrested and brought through the judicial system, but you didn't say that they own you. So there is a difference. Now, I don't want to argue semantics, but this is clear cut. This is not the exact same thing as you tried to say. So we can move on, because my original question for you, I think you've done a good job of explaining where you stand on this, but I don't want to belabor the point. So moving forward, I do want you to actually in rewind, I want you to actually talk about what FBA actually is. Is it a group, like Tariq just said on his own video? He said it was FBA as a group. I believe what I read, and I know at the Library of Congress, Tariq also said that FBA is a T-shirt company. So I know that it's a T-shirt company, but you call it a lineage. And maybe you want to define lineage because it has everything to do with your progenitors that you've come through. It doesn't have anything to do with your circumstances or the socioeconomic issues that you and your people of like phenotype actually have experienced, like experiences. It's nothing that you can choose or can be chosen for you. Your lineage is simply one sentence. You are a person who have come through the bloodline of these people. Now, you can try to change the meaning, but every time you do, you actually explain culture and groups and nationality and things of that nature. And that's a double entendre that you do there as an FBA. And I just want to compartmentalize. So when you say that there were American citizens who were slaves in America, I want you to show me evidence of somebody who was not a person who was convict leased, not a person who was an indentured servant, not a person who was a sharecropper, because obviously those things are distinctly different, or they wouldn't have different names. They're very similar, but they are not the same. Now, show me when slavery, where there were slaves who were also American citizens, because the people who were enslaved here were either indigenous to Turtle Island, not to America or the United States, because they had no human rights and they were not recognized as people who were chattelized slaves. They were not recognized as citizens or even people or humans. So please make the distinction and be honest. Were there slaves who were American citizens ever in this country?
All right. Now, you were very long-winded, right? I stayed quiet because I like to lead by example. That's why I'm who I am and you are who you are. All right. So now, you made a big mistake. You said convict lease, they were not owned, so they were not slaves. This is why I say, bro, you don't know more Black history than myself. Now, are you familiar with a term called hired out?
I do want you to answer my question.
Okay,
and then
I am. Wait, no, I am answering your question. I'm asking. You ask. We're both asking questions.
You're asking me questions.
Hey, bro, it just because I don't want to speak. I got you. I got you. And I'm answering, brother. I'm answering it, but I don't want to speak over you. Are you familiar with a process or a system called hired out? Yes or no?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay, so now were they owned?
There was a contingency in the way that you could become free.
No, wait, no.
Slave,
You don't know what hired. I could tell you don't know what hired out is. Hey, brother, one more time. Do you know what hired out is? Yo, anybody can Google hired out right now, please. Hey, brother, let me tell you what hired out is. Hired out was the first part of convict leasing. So, yes, okay, stop. So convict leasing was post Emancipation Proclamation. Hired out was pre-Emancipation Proclamation. They were both a system where the slaves were leased. They were leased out to other people to use Black men for work, for services. The difference is hired out was
slaves.
Yeah. Listen what I'm saying.
Slaves.
Okay, but the people who bought them. No. Listen what I'm saying, bro. The people who rented these. Okay, dude. You know, you just talk for like, and then I go downstairs. You gotta go downstairs. Okay.
I'll talk for 1 minute, man. I know
okay. No. That was no. That was not 1 minute. That was not 1 minute. I was very patient.
Go ahead. Hired out.
Okay.
Hired out.
Yeah. So hired out.
Who were citizens in America?
Okay, hold on. You don't know what hired out.
Remember, I said citizens.
Slow down.
Slow down.
I got it. But you got to slow down. But you're still talking over me though. You're still talking over me though. Okay.
American citizens. Let's go, brother.
You still talk, brother. Listen, when you talk, you can say what you want to say, and I'll wait till you're done, like I just did, and then I will come behind you and talk. Okay. Now it's my turn to talk.
American citizens
respond.
who were slaves.
No. Okay, dude, you got to relax, because I'm debunking your bullshit from earlier. You just said that you had
American citizens who were enslaved.
Now I don't want to mute you. Now, brother, I will mute you. You're not going to talk over me on my own show where I can't talk. Okay, that's not going to happen. That's never going to happen. So now I'm asking you politely to let me go, like you just went without me interrupting. Okay, so let me go without you interrupting. I don't need to ask that. That's common sense to just let me go. I'm responding to what you're saying, right? So I'm saying you don't know what hired out is. Hired out is when people rented a labor man, just like convict leasing. That's what convict leasing was. They rented a labor man they didn't own him. They didn't own him. So according to you, since you don't own him, he's not a slave. So back when slavery was legal, you had a renting system called hired out. After slavery was illegal, you had a renting system called convict leasing. Both were renting systems. legal or illegal, they were both renting. You were renting free labor. You were forcing a foundation black American to do labor against his will, where he didn't get paid one penny. That's called slavery.
Okay, you ready for
Okay.
me to respond?
Yeah. Go ahead and respond.
Okay. So my question, and I know this is I don't.
Okay, go.
And this is why I want to move on, because my question has always been: point to a time in history when there were American citizens who were enslaved
Convict leasing.
here in America. Please,
Okay, convict leasing.
those people were not Americans.
Wait.
They weren't
In convict
Americans.
leasing,
They were,
hold on. In convict leasing,
hold on.
Chris. Okay,
They
we're
were
talking over each other.
citizens? You said they weren't citizens until when? When were we citizens?
Wait. No, wait.
It was slavery when we were citizens.
Bro, listen, I'm asking you a
Why
question.
you keep on saying this, man? We can move on.
Yeah, you want to move on when you're in trouble. I'm asking you a question. I'm saying.
I mean, you're not showing me American citizens.
Okay, is it okay? Can you keep talking over me? Right. Just relax. Bro, during convict leasing, it's real simple, bro. During convict leasing, are you telling me they were not American citizens?
Are you telling me that there were slaves?
Yeah, they were slaves.
I mean, I really don't want to belabor the point. I mean,
they were slaves.
In my opinion, still goes on today, man. It has never stopped. I think it's very similar. It's a way to bypass the laws that were put in place that outlawed slavery and slave holding, but it's not slavery. It's a totally different system. So I just want to move on from that point because I really want to just find out what you believe an FBA actually is and where y'all came from, and is it a group? But
you're all okay. I don't mind addressing that, but you're all over the place when it comes to slavery. That's why I gave you the 13.
I'm really not.
So I gave you the 13.
The point you're trying to make a different point that I'm just not making. I only asked you one question, and you don't want to answer it, I guess. But you said a lot, and there's almost 40 minutes, and I only asked you one question, and you really haven't answered.
And I answered the question.
About American citizens.
I got it, and I answered that.
Somebody being. All right, let me finish.
I'll let you go, but you got to shut up and let me go though. After you're done, don't cut me off.
That's what I did. Remember, I asked
No,
you.
you cut in like a thousand times.
I know. I asked you if I could respond.
Go ahead.
And you said yes. So I'm trying to tell you. I just want you to answer the only question that
which I did 1,000 times already.
But all right. So that's your answer, and that's why I'm saying I want to move on. I got your answer already.
Wait. But then, hold on.
Hold on, sir. If you believe
you can't. Wait. That's not how it works. Hold on. Well, hold on.
If you believe those people who were hired out were American
you can't listen. You can't. I never said that. For one, I never said that. And for two, you can't talk over me. Okay.
That's my point.
Yeah. I got it. Listen, bro.
That's my question, though.
Comprehension. I don't know where your comprehension is at. But bro,
I know, man. It's kind of crazy because I asked you one question and you're like,
I got it. I got it. So listen, I got it. You're talking a lot. You're not listening a lot, but you're talking a lot. And then when I actually respond and give you an answer, well, you still going. And when I respond and give you an answer,
I heard your answer.
Oh my, dude, I'm just doing I'm summarizing it. So when I come back and give you an answer, then it's my turn to ask a question. Like, well, wait, this ain't to ask unbiased Ron all the questions. It's you ask a question, I answer. I ask a question. What question I asked you?
Question, bro.
What question I asked you?
You asked me if I knew what hired out was, and I told you that it wasn't slavery.
You didn't know. So
now it's very similar to slavery.
Okay. So my question is, this is my question.
That wasn't really my question.
Wait, this is my question to you. But but I got you. But this is my question. Now remember we both asked
American citizens.
Wait, we both hey bro, we both asked 8, 11. Hey bro, we both asked questions, right? So my question is, what's the difference between hiring out and the convict leasing? What's the difference?
No, see, that's not See, I don't. You're compare it to slavery because that's the question I originally asked you.
Right.
Don't
You
just compare it to slavery. We're making a different argument, and I don't
bro,
want
no,
to stay
it's
on
the
this
same.
point.
Listen, bro.
I asked you if it's the
I
same
don't
as
think
slavery,
you.
and
Yeah,
now
I don't
you're
think
asking me
you.
to compare it
Yo,
to
bro. With
convict.
all due respect, I don't think you're ready to have a conversation with me.
Man.
I really don't.
So can you just answer the question that I asked about what is FBA? Because I don't want to go there for hours.
Okay, so before I answer that, I need you to answer my question first. What is the difference between you can a buster and try to Google it. What is the difference between hiring out and convict leasing? I need you to answer that for me, and then I can answer your next question. Go ahead.
I'm gonna just say I'm gonna just say I don't even know.
Okay.
All
right.
I know
All right.
is
So
that
what's
it's
your
not
next question?
slavery. All right.
So what's your next? All right. Cool. No problem. What's your next question?
So you're asking me again. So
all right. So
I'm
okay.
gonna just appease you and say I don't know, so that
all right.
you
Cool.
can answer
So what's your next
again,
question?
and then we'll have the official answer.
All
Because
right. So
I know it's
what's
not
your
the
next
same
question?
as slavery.
All right. So what's your next question then?
All right.
all right. There's levels to this, my boy.
The question is, these people who y'all claiming to be FBA, I'll preface my question since I already asked it. I'll preface my question for more clarity. The people who you claim to be FBA from back in the 1800s and the 1700s and even 1565 in colonial Florida, the first slaves that got here, or who were enslaved, maybe they were indigenous, who knows? But they were not American citizens, and they were not FBA.
No, nobody was American before
FBA
1865. So I'm gonna save you some time. Nobody was American until before.
No. See, this is what I'm saying. This is what you do, and then you claim that
I'm correcting you. Yeah, I'm giving you a fact. Until
no, I don't want you to
1865.
correct me. You're not correcting me. You're actually
he wants to be wrong.
Supporting what I just said. I said that there were no American citizens during that time, and all you're doing again is really supporting my claim by saying damn near word for word what I just said. There was no America. There were no American citizens. Exactly.
I'm saving you time because you're saying 1700, 1600, I'm saving you time. Before 1865, there was no American citizens. Yeah.
No, man. I said 1565 in colonial Florida, man.
Right. There's no Americans.
Keep up. There was no American.
Right. Okay.
Why are you having such a hard time hearing me? Which is you're literally.
I'm agreeing. It's got a hard time. I'm saving you time. Like, let's move forward. Like you said, let's move forward. Okay. So before 1865, there's no American. There's no Black Americans.
You disagree.
I disagree. Okay. All right. Yeah, you're right. All
Kinda,
right, but listen.
I don't want to insult you, man.
But we're agreeing. No, it's okay. We're agreeing now. So it don't matter. We're agreeing now. That 1860 before 1865, there was no American citizens. Okay, go forward. Make your point.
I didn't say that. I said there were no African enslaved people who were citizens before the end of slavery, before the Emancipation Proclamation. There were no.
What year was that?
After.
What year was that?
I don't recall.
1865. I'll tell you, man.
Okay, all right. So 1865, there were no. Right, you wrong. That's what I'm saying. You laughing at yourself because there were no American citizens enslaved after that. Were there any American citizens? But you want to call it convict leasing. You want to say that's the same as slavery. All right,
it is.
That's why I want to.
It is slavery. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so can we move on?
Yeah, sure.
Yo, that's your point. That's your point.
All right, let's move on.
I got it. All right, you believe it's the same. Why you keep saying that?
You a funny guy. Yeah.
I'm asking you again. Damn, bro. I'm asking you again because I mean this conversation really wasn't. I mean, there's only a couple questions I have for you.
Okay, I'm ready.
Really going off on a tangent. So
I'm really not. I'm saying okay. Let's move on. I'm agreeing.
All right, cool. So look. So how are you classifying the people who never knew what FBA was until Tariq Nasheed came up with the T-shirt company a couple years ago after he was ADOS, riding for about a year with the other people, Tone and Yvette. So obviously there were no FBA people, and you're trying to claim something. You're trying to usurp
Now look how long-winded he is,
African
family. He's going on and on and
dude.
on and
I mean,
on.
I've been talking for like 20 seconds, man. You need
Okay,
to stop
that's
this
20
childish
seconds, bro.
stuff,
Stop
man.
it. That's not 20
Hey,
seconds, my
I'm looking
boy.
at.
Stop
I
it.
mean, I literally have a time clock on my. I
Yeah,
see
and
it
that's
counting
not 20
down. We have
seconds.
43
That's not 20
minutes
seconds.
and 6 seconds. We have 43 minutes and
All right,
10
but just
seconds.
go ahead.
And
And
I'm
when you're
looking.
done, let me
That's
go without
something,
interrupting
man.
me. That's all. Go ahead. So Tariq Nasheed, FBA, Tone Talk, ADOS.
I've been
Go ahead.
asking you if you're ready for me to speak. All right. So the question is simply, what
The question? That's
is an
questions. That's
FBA?
plural. That's
All
plural.
right. What? No. What? All right. That's two. This is my first question.
Yeah,
But you
exactly.
answered. You
Plural.
was trying to answer the second one.
Because you wouldn't
Two.
stop.
Right. I said I got a few questions. All right. Right. I
Okay,
got
so
a
don't
few
say
questions.
question
Right.
then. You got questions.
This
Okay.
is the first one I
But let me
asked.
answer. But let me answer.
This is the
Yeah, okay,
first
can I
one I asked.
wait,
So
hold
let
on.
me
Hold on.
ask the question,
Can I
man,
answer
for the
them one
record,
by
so we
one?
can
Can I?
get
Because I don't want to remember 10 questions. Can I answer them one by one? Is that possible? Can I answer them one by one? Start with the first.
I mean, I've been trying to get you to answer
Okay.
this one question since we've
Oh,
been
then
on here.
stop then. Let me answer.
This is
Stop.
what I asked you originally. Every time you ask me what I'm asking, you start cutting me off again.
Brother, ask
What
the
is
first question and
FBA?
then
Is
stop.
it a group? What is? You told me earlier. I said.
Oh, so
what is
I answered
FBA?
already.
Is it a
Then.
group or
This
is it a
guy's
link?
crazy.
All right. Okay. I'll say it
So I already
again.
answered, right?
All right. I asked. All right. I asked you earlier.
Yeah.
I asked you what is FBA? Is it
Uh-huh.
a group or is it a lineage? You said it was both. Now,
Right. So I already
please
answered.
expound. All right. Expound on that.
Okay, so
Let's get
stop.
that
So
for
I
the
can
record.
expound. So stop. So I can do it again. This is exactly what I said earlier. Okay, when we say lineage, there's no one lineage. There's 43 million of us. That means there's 43 million lineages. But we call it a lineage because all you got to do is tie your lineage back to at least the 1870 census. That's it. And then you're a Foundation Black American, Tariq Nasheed, or you're ADOS, Tone Talks, or you are American Freedman Abraham Lincoln. However you want to put it, you traced your lineage back to slavery. Okay, now your second question is it a group? Yes, it's an ethnic group. I'm done.
All right. Okay, and that's just where we disagree. It's not an ethnic group because FBA, again, is a T-shirt company that was created by Tariq Nasheed about almost 3 years ago or something like that.
Okay,
so it's
prove
not
that.
an ethnic group.
Prove that. Prove it's a T-shirt company.
Because it's a federally registered trademark with
right.
the United States Patent and Trademark Office.
Yes.
You can just do
You know, I know,
trademark
I
search,
know that, but you don't know what a trademark
see
is.
That FBA is a T-shirt company.
No.
Trademarked by Tariq Nasheed.
No, you messed up. So you were right, then you were wrong. It's not a T-shirt company. It's trademark. The acronym FBA is trademark, which is smart, by the way. So now let me explain why.
Okay. What's a trademark as?
Okay, so you okay, brother, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. See, hey chat.
You are hilarious.
Hey chat. This guy asks questions and he thinks there's no answer. So when I provide an answer, he gets insecure. So let me explain this, my boy. So it is very wise. It is very wise when somebody come up with a term that they gonna believe is gonna blow up one day, sometime soon. That's why there's a such thing is called trademark. You trademark things you think is gonna blow up and be catchy and be common use. Okay, so FBA was FBA was trademarked so we can determine the definition and how it's used, so nobody like him can come behind and say it's something that is not. That's very now chat. You can lose your trademark when something becomes public use. So because the way right now, Foundation Black American, now everybody's using it, and the more it grows, you got big channels like Urban Politics, you got Phil Scott, you got big channels with 300,000 subscribers using this terminology, and more people getting hip to it. The more it grows, the more it grows and become familiar, you lose the trademark. So trademarks can be lost when it becomes common usage. He does not know that, but it's important to trademark it because you set the definition and you determine how it's used. Nobody can come behind you and undermine it. Go ahead, brother. I'm done.
All right. Well, I mean, I actually own 4 trademarks, man, and about a couple hundred copyrights, man. But thanks for the lesson. But I know
You're right.
that the
You're welcome.
United States, the United States copyright, what is it? The U.S. United States Patent and Trademark Office says that FBA was the foundational Black American trademark is for a T-shirt company, and I don't think African American is trademarked. I don't think African. I don't think indigenous people, whatever they call themselves, the names of a people is never trademarked. So that's just, that's kind of fishy right there. But y'all do y'all two-step, man, But again, you claim that FBA is
can I
an
respond?
ethnic group. And
wait. Can I respond to the trademark
FBA is not an ethnic group, man.
Okay. So,
all right, you're saying that basically, no, because I only talk for like 10 seconds.
yeah, but it's not about
let me
talking.
finish.
It's about getting to the
So,
point. It's not about talking long. It's about
all right,
answering the question, getting to the
but
point.
you just explained all about trademarks. Come on, man, just let me
Yeah.
talk. All right, because you just now said
So I can't respond to you.
that
So you get the last word.
FBA
That's
is
it.
an ethnic group. All right,
No,
you
but
said FBA
hey,
is
brother.
a,
What I'm saying is, hey,
you
brother.
don't
What I'm
want me
saying
to
is,
finish, man. This is
okay, no.
kind of
But
crazy.
listen. Okay, just listen. What I'm saying is, do you only get the
You
last
sure you
word?
want to do this, man?
Okay, yes, I do. What I'm saying is, listen. Just listen, real second. You gotta have some tolerance and patience. What I'm saying is, do you
You're
get to
not
have?
allowing me to speak.
Hey, bro. Listen, what I'm saying. Cause you want to move forward, and I'm asking you this: do you get the last word
No, I
all
want
the?
to.
Hey, bro, just listen for
You
10 seconds,
answer
and
it,
I'm
man.
done.
Come
10 seconds, I'm
on,
done.
man.
Yeah, but I'm saying something else now. I'm saying, do you always get the last word and we got to move on? Or do I have a chance to respond to
No.
what you said last?
The other thing, actually, was there was only one
Yeah,
other
these guys
topic,
be insecure.
and I said, okay, I accept your answer as what it is. We can agree to disagree and move on.
Yeah, but I don't
And
want to
now
move
we're
on just yet.
No, you agreed to move on from that first point.
Yeah, but not now.
I
That
said I
trademark
accept
stuff,
your
I don't want to
answer.
move on yet. Yeah, but the trademark,
Oh,
I don't want to move on
well,
just
we
yet.
can stay on the trademark.
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
Okay.
let's stay on it.
Okay.
All right, trademark. Let's stay on that.
Okay, cool.
If you really want to.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Because I know you don't understand. You claim you got
All right,
trademark.
go ahead.
I know you don't, but you claim you do.
FBA is
Yeah, because
owned by
you don't
Tariq.
understand trademarks. Well, it doesn't matter. Okay, so when
Okay,
Jesse
all
Jackson,
right.
okay, so watch this. So when Tone Talk said ADOS, what's the issue?
FBA is a T-shirt company. Go.
Oh no, I'm asking you, when Tone Talk said ADOS, what's the difference?
They also own a T-shirt company with ADOS.
Okay, so when Jesse
It's a
Jackson said
trademark, and it's
when
also
Jesse,
a T-shirt
okay,
company.
cool.
But
So
I
when
didn't
Jesse,
want to move the
wait, no,
goalposts,
wait.
but
So,
both
okay,
of them
wait.
own
I'm
trademarks.
still building. So when Jesse Jackson said African American, now what?
He never trademarked it.
Okay, but I'm asking you this though. We were
It's not a
called colored.
trademark.
Hey,
It's
wait,
not
hold
a
on.
trademark.
I got it. Listen, what I'm saying though. We were called colored and Negro. One guy came and said, "Hey, we're African Americans." Do you think that was right or wrong? One guy, not a committee, not a whole bunch of people. One guy said, "No, we're no longer colored and Negro. We're African American." Bro, what's the difference between him, Yvette, and Tariq Nasheed?
Oh, look, man, I'm not really trying to be named.
Okay,
by
there you
Jesse
go. Okay,
Jackson
all right,
or
continue. Go
Tariq
ahead. I know you
Nasheed.
lost that one. Go. Okay, go ahead. You're not
I
ready, bro. Okay,
I never agreed to
move
be
forward.
African American. I mean,
Okay.
I'm just letting you know that these facts are out there. You know,
So, what do you call
claiming that
yourself?
This is a lineage.
So, what do you call yourself?
Exactly what you call yourself before you got named by Tariq Nasheed and
Right. Okay. So what do you call yourself?
We the same thing, dog. We the same
Which
thing.
is what?
I'm not
Which is what?
choosing to be in no
Which
political
is no.
group that's
Chat,
fake
he won't answer.
reparations. And
Bro, I'm just asking you.
We still ain't
Bro,
get to
this
the
is
reparations because I'm gonna air you.
We will get there.
When
We will get there.
HR 40, I'm gonna
Okay.
air you.
Okay, bro. So
I'ma
far, you're
air
doing a
you
horrible
when we get on
job.
the
But I'm
HR
asking you
40.
right now, Harley. But I'm asking you right now, what do you call yourself? We can move forward. What do you call yourself?
I'm a plead the fifth. I just told you what I don't.
He calls him
call
a
myself.
white man.
I know that me and you got the
He calls
same
him a,
lineage.
you know, I doubt
Regardless
that,
of
my
what you
boy.
believe,
You
we got
come
the
from
same
Panama or some shit
lineage.
like that. I guarantee you from
I come
Sudan or
from North
Panama.
Philly. I come
Nah,
from
yeah,
North
I,
Philly,
oh,
man.
oh, the East. Oh, I know you Tether. You come from North Philly. Yeah, I know
Hey
you
man, let's
Ethiopian
get
some
into the
shit.
Tether talk.
No,
All right,
reparations
let's
first.
get into the Tether talk.
HR
But
40 first.
you
HR 40.
embarrassing yourself because the whole world know me. You don't know who you're talking to.
Hey,
Too many
brother.
people know me
Hey,
for
brother.
you to
You
say
better
something
read the
like that.
chat. The chat disagrees. But brother, let's
I
get to
don't know
HR
none of
40.
these chats.
Right.
I
Let's
don't
get
know none
to
of
HR
these
40.
chat bots.
Let's get to HR
But
40.
if they know me, they know I'm
Nah,
definitely
nobody.
not
Listen,
from
hey, brother.
Barbados and all that.
Hey, brother. Listen. HR 40. Go.
I want to
Go
know
ahead.
why y'all asking. I want to know why FBA, the political group that's going after reparations, so-called. First of all, y'all don't never talk about it no more too much. But why
Yes,
are
we do.
y'all not? Why are y'all asking for all of the things that are already in HR 40, but y'all claim y'all don't like HR 40?
Okay.
And
So
tell me
now.
what you don't like about HR 40. Tell me
Okay. So
what you want out of
wait.
reparations.
Are you done?
And then
All right.
I'll show you all of it in HR 40.
Okay. So who introduced HR 40? Let's start there.
What's my man name? Conyers.
Yeah, you're not ready. Okay.
Conyers.
So yeah, that's his name. That's his name. That's good.
Conyers.
That's his name. No, that's it. That's
All
his
right,
name.
man. Come on. Be an adult, man. Conyers.
Okay.
Let's go.
That's it. Okay, I'm cool with that. I'm satisfied with the answer. Now, what did he ask when he introduced
That's his
HR
name.
40?
That's his name.
Brother, is this dude crazy? I'm saying you satisfied me with that answer. I'm saying
all right,
I'm moving on
man.
now.
Let's go.
I'm saying what did he
Let's go.
ask when he introduced HR 40? What did he ask?
What do you mean? What he asked?
What did he ask
you a
Congress to
question, man.
do?
You keep
No,
doing
I
this.
got it. No.
You keep doing this, man.
Relax.
I don't
Dude,
have.
relax.
Look, man. Respectfully, man.
Dude,
I
I don't want to mute
have
you,
all
man.
night.
Look. We're having a good conversation.
I asked you a question.
I don't want to
Just
mute
answer
you.
my question.
Hey, bro.
What do you want out of
I'm
reparations?
addressing.
That's
I'm
not
addressing
in
you.
HR 40.
Okay, slow down. I'm addressing you right now.
What do you want, man?
Cool.
All right, let's
And
go. Let's go.
we're talking about Conyers. Wait, slow down. No, you already asked your question. It's my go. No. You already asked your question, so let me go now. Okay, so relax. You got look. Listen, I'm not a pinata. We just swing at, and I can't swing back. I'm asking you right now.
Just ask you a question, man.
When Conyers, I got it. So now I'm adding for more specificity. When he introduced Conyers, when he introduced HR 40, hey, bro, got it. What did he ask? Okay, what did he ask Congress to do with HR 40? Go.
He asked them to move it up through the House and move it up through the Senate and have it signed by the president.
Hey, bro, you are a fool. You are a fool. He asked them to just study. No. Okay. So let me respond to that. You're a fool. He asked them to just. He asked them to just study it. That's it. He never said make a ruling for. Okay. All right. This dude's lost.
That's not it. I can tell you. You want me to answer you? All right, I'm gonna answer you.
Good.
What he said is in the actual document. It says that to address the fundamental injustices, HR 40 is to address the fundamental injustices, cruelty, brutality, and inhumanity of slavery in the United States and the 13 American colonies between 1619 and 1865, and to establish a commission to study. Establish a commission is one thing.
To do what?
Study is two things.
To study. Exactly.
Sir, please. And consider a national apology. That's three things.
Yeah, to study. But not to pass money across.
Let me finish.
Right. He wasn't cutting no damn check with
you
that.
Acting like kind of feminine. And proposal for reparations for the institution of slavery. All right. Its subsequent de jure and de facto racial and economic discrimination against African Americans, and the impact of these forces on living African Americans, meaning the lingering effects, to make recommendations to Congress on appropriate remedies. to make recommendations, bring a proposal that
Yeah, he's
has
asking Congress
the
to do that,
appropriate
right?
hold on, let me finish.
This guy's weird.
Remedies. All right, appropriate remedies is what it's asking for. And you know what those remedies have to do? Those remedies that he's also asking for is to comport with international standards and protocol. I don't know, you can bring this up, you can pull it up if you want to.
I got it
those
right
ain't
here.
Even in the same.
I got it right
well,
here.
pull it up.
All right. Okay. So now, relax.
He asked for Congress to create a commission that is actually going to develop a proposal based upon their study, right?
Okay.
And what they're going to do with that proposal is going to
I got it right here.
comport.
All right. Okay. So
It's
now,
going to have to comport. Let me finish. It's going to have to comport with international standards and protocols. And we have only a handful of reparations
so let me read it.
internationally that have actually happened. Internationally, there are a handful of reparations programs,
The whole
and
chat
all
can
of
see
them
it.
include what? Cash payment?
No. Hold on.
Payment? All of them include what? Housing? All of them include what?
All right, I got it.
All of them include what? Education?
I got it. He just rambling. Hey, bro, you going on for 10, 20 minutes. Okay.
Got it.
So now,
All right,
I'm on
let's
Chat
go. Let's
GPT.
go.
I got it. Now, we don't know
I'ma
your source.
air you.
We don't know your source, but
Let's
I'm at
go.
Chat GPT. It says Representative
No, it's right here.
Conyers.
No,
Okay,
no,
yeah,
no,
right
not
here.
that.
What's your source, though?
Go to HR 40.
Okay, now I got it.
Look,
Go to No. You do that. I got mine, though.
Go to the text.
I do. Okay, I got to mute you. You talking on me. You had your chance. Shut up. All right, you're a guest. Be quiet. So represent that. Now I got to do it like that. I let them talk over me long enough. Now just shut up. Representative John Conyers introduced H.R. 40 titled The Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act. That's the first problem right here, calling us African American. That's the first problem, because we know anybody who immigrates to this country that comes from Africa is if they get citizenship here, they're African American. That's the first problem right here. He said, what's the problem? Right there. Okay, then it says, here's what he asked Congress to do with it. So he's asking Congress for solutions. We don't do that with ADOS and FBA. We don't ask Congress for solutions. We give them solutions and we say, hey, what we gonna do? So let's go. It says, what HR 40 called for? Not direct reparations payout. You hear that? This stupid ass line, nigga. It says not direct reparations payout. It says the creation of a federal commission to. So he wants Congress to create a federal commission, a bunch of white people who are non-FBA, non-ADOS, to come up with what's to remedy our harm from slavery. Okay, so he want white people to study the legacy of slavery. That's why I say it's a study. He want white people to study the legacy of slavery and racial discrimination in the U.S., right? He wants white people to examine the ongoing effects of systemic racism, which they deny on every leg they have, e.g. housing, education, wealth gap, mass incarceration. He wants white people to propose ways to address those harms, including reparations or other forms of redress. So he want white people, he gave it to white, he put the steering wheel in white people's hand for them to determine all these things. Okay, now the key purpose, to acknowledge the U.S. government's role in slavery and racial injustice and recommend remedies, whether financial or structural. Look, or structural, it could be just structural, right? It don't say and, it says financial or structural after deep study and public hearing. This is what he want white folks to do. It says when. He says first introduced by Conyers in 1989 and reintroduced almost every session of Congress until his retirement in 2017. Okay, so name HR 40 to honor the unfulfilled promise of 40 acres and a mule, which I cover on a regular basis. That's 1868. Why it mattered? Conyers knew that without serious study and public engagement, reparations would be dismissed out of hand. He saw it as a conversation starter backed by legislative research, not just slogans or headlines. There you go. So it was a study that he put in the hands of white folk to determine what's feasible, what's satisfactory for us. No, we reject that. And then it says African Americans, which we wholly against. No. So you want to know? There you go. You got to mute yourself. But there you go. No, we ain't falling for that bullshit. Yeah, you have every goddamn scammer in the country saying every black scammer in the country saying they're African American. Myron Gaines and Chaotic Truth and everybody else, Stu Pease and Haskell. coming over here talking about, hey, where's my check, nigga? No, sir. That's I get what he's trying to do. That was a starter. That's the best he can do as an individual. He had no push, by the way. We kept reintroducing HR 40. He had no public push behind him at all. This was an individual sole act. He had no movement behind him. I appreciate his, efforts, but and he was a starter kid. He reintroduced it. He got it back in our heads, and he inspired us today. But you got to go sit down. Okay, now we have a grassroots push behind it. We have slogans. We have, like he said, T-shirts. We got podcasts. We're pushing this big time. Like I said, Urban Politics and Phil Scott and all his other channels. And it's one other brother. I'm gonna get his name with glasses. He's a like a light-skinned brother. Somebody put his name in the chat. He's like a light-skinned brother with glasses, and he promotes reparations and FBA hard. He debated Jared Teller too, by the way. Like, it was a real short debate. But I'm gonna need one of y'all. What's up? I'm gonna need one of y'all to put his name in the chat. I come across his videos. Matter of fact, I'll find it for you right now. Bro, you can come off mute. You gotta press #9, whatever. But I'm not gonna allow you to keep talking over me and act like you about to run this shit right here. That ain't gonna happen. So let me see if I can find this dude. I'm gonna put Jared Teller debates, because he debated Jared Teller on the video I did not too long ago about the bell curve IQ test. Shit, come on, man. Jared Teller. Let me see if I can get the guy. Pull him up. Oh yeah, I got him. This is the brother I keep trying to get y'all to tell me his name. I found the channel though. And I'm subscribed to it. All right. This dude right here.
That we specifically face from white society.
This guy right here. Okay, this channel is Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie. Okay, so if I forget his name again, chat, I want y'all to tell me Dr. Rashad Ritchie. Okay, he got 1.2 million subscribers. Okay, you see that? And now I'm gonna go to Urban Politics channel. So this is how big our message is getting out there. Now, none of these guys are a Tariq Nasheedites like they want to claim we are. Okay, now this is another guy right here. You see, he got 364,000 subscribers. So this is him right here. Some of you guys, this right here, Urban Politics, right here. FBA, he promotes FBA all day. Then I'm gonna go to Phil Scott. So he got 300. Now, keep in mind, Dr. Rashad, he's a sociologist. He got 1.28 million subscribers. He's pushing FBA. We got Urban Politics right here. He got 360,000 subscribers. He's pushing FBA. And now I'm gonna do Phil Scott. Phil Scott got a bunch of shows. He got like 3, and they all like high numbers. Okay, right here it says his show, Phil Scott, got 441,000 subscribers. All right. So between those 3 channels, that's about 2 million subscribers total. And all of them are talking about FBA issues, and they're saying FBA by name. They're not like hinting, they're saying FBA. All right. So that's outside of Tariq. So they are reaching way more people than Tariq, Jason Black, and Professor Truth combined. They're 2 million. Tariq and those boys are probably like half, probably a quarter of them, 3/4 of a million. So that debunks the whole leadership, because these guys got way more online influence than Tariq Nasheed. All right. These guys. So Phil Scott, Dr. Rashad, and Urban Politics, all by name, says FBA, and they talk about FBA issues, and they hold us in high regard. So that debunks the whole notion that we're just following after Tariq Nasheed. We're just blind list followers. his little corny ass narrative, and I knew what he was going to do. Chat, listen, a lot of people in their mirror, they argue amongst themselves in the mirror, and they will be convinced their argument is sound, and they will have enough balls to call in a show like mine. And I warned the dude early before we even went live. I said, bro, listen, I'm well researched in Black history, not just Black history, immigration, right? So we talk about white people, Hispanics, the Chinese Exclusion Act, all that, Native Americans, whatever, Japanese. I'm well versed in immigration. So he tried to challenge me on slavery, and I asked him, what is slavery? He couldn't give a definition, bro. Slavery is just forced work. It ain't picking cotton. So you had folks who what did sugar, did rice. You dig? Sugar, rice, cotton is one more, and we did steel mine. Yeah, I mean the steel mills and the coal mines. That ain't cotton. That's still slavery. When you force somebody to do something against their will and they don't reap any benefit from it, that's slavery. He's trying to pin slavery just on a plantation or picking cotton. That's his personal subjective definition, anecdotal definition. But that's not the definition of slavery. When you look up slavery, it does not say a person that picks cotton. You dig? A person who works against their will and their force. You know, through coercion of, I mean, not coercion, but under duress of physical harm, whether a beating, your leg get chopped off, you know, something physical, something very painful. That's slavery. It's not limited to picking cotton, but I let him call up and make a fool of himself because he's been chasing me for a little while now. So he get on here and he want to keep moving forward. So I kept trying to say real peacefully, real civilly, like, bro, is it fair that you get the last word and you just tell us to move on? We can move on. I can't respond to what you said last. Like, that's how you want to have this conversation? You don't want to have an honest conversation before, like, let me say something last and we can move forward. But why you get to say the last words and we move forward when I disagree? And I know it's false. So he realized real quick, you dig, it wasn't gonna go the way he wanted to go. So he did what most trolls do. They just talk over you and talk over you. And like he asked me a question about what was the question he asked me? That he even recited what I said. So I'm like, so why are you asking me again if you already know the answer I gave you? He said, were there any American citizens, any Black American citizens that were slaves? I said, yeah. So I asked the brother, I said, you ever watched the documentary 13? He said, no. I'm like, yo, how you fucking with me? You can't watch basic documentaries. Like 13 was huge. How you study Black history but don't even know about 13? So I said, bro, you know slavery was abolished on a condition. It was contingent on you not committing a crime. So what white folks did was, okay, let's convict them of a crime and put them back in slavery. So convict leasing, the peonage system, sharecropping, yeah, that was slavery. You making people work against their will, that's slavery. Like, that's common sense with historians in the United States. They call it slavery after slavery, or they say, or there's books and letters and articles that says worse than slavery. So chat, they don't only consider peonage, sharecropping, and those things slavery. Scholars and historians consider that worse than slavery, because in slavery, the slave master would take care of you. Sharecropping, convict leasing, they didn't take care of you. They didn't house you. They worked you hard and long, and you had to sleep where you could sleep at. You had to eat what you can eat. Nobody cared for you. During slavery, your slave, the person who supposedly owned you, he protected you and cared for you from other potential owners. Well, not during convict leasing. Whoever gets you, they got you, and they can rent you out, to whoever. So that's what hired out, by the way, was. So hired out was that same process, but it was pre antebellum slavery, but I knew he didn't know that. That's why I said, bro, what's the difference between hired out and convict leasing? And he don't give answers. It's like, dude, you came over here to ask questions but don't answer any. No problem. But when I answer them, be prepared for the answer. Same day, peace. I see y'all in the chat. All right, man. So I ain't gonna beat your head too, you know what I mean, down too bad. The brother tried, he came up short. He didn't understand HR 40 was a proposal. Like I said, he was asking for white people to study what we could do for ourselves. But I don't knock him because he put the idea out there. He put, you know, for us to grasp, take hold on, and take it to another level, which we did. So he's bigging up HR 40, which was like nothing, a nothing burger, but he's condemning FBA and ADOS, which is a something burger. It's like, wait, we took HR 40 to another level and you're condemning us, but you're championing something that was incomplete. So, but I'll let him go. I'll let him go. He ain't let me go. Thank you, world's best braider. Let me mod you up real quick. All right, so chat, I appreciate y'all for showing up, popping out. All I ask at y'all, I'm gonna end it. I ain't gonna beat y'all down too much. Like the video. I got another debate I'm gonna post, but like this is live, so like the video. You know what I mean? Subscribe. You know, y'all know what to do. Like the video.
Hey man, peace. Who am I speaking with from the chat? Caller, you hear me? 347, where you at? Where you at? You just called in. Make sure my microphone works. 347, you called in. Okay, he hung up. All right. So maybe he thought I wasn't gonna answer the phone call. No, if I give the number, I'm gonna let you guys talk. We can have a small dialogue. All right. You don't gotta hang up because I actually allowed you on. You thought this wasn't live? Trivial parts of there. So sometimes you guys think this ain't live. Okay, this is actually live, as you just found out. Talk about something. No. Southern Europe, Eastern Europe. Residents in the United States. Those screaming. You cannot bring diseases over here. So you talking Booker T? Why? You talking Booker T? Then I see it. Give me a second. So.
Black people, anyone, no one is going to get anything.
Okay, why do you believe that? Why are you so pessimistic about what's owed to black people of the world?
Because it would have happened already if that was if it was going to happen, what's going to happen already.
Are you familiar with the civil rights struggle over here in America?
Yes.
Okay, so did civil rights happen already? Or do we have to fight for it for 100 years and finally get it?
Yeah, that's not the same thing.
Yes, the same thing. There was something else owed to us. We were not getting it. We fought for 100 years and we finally got it. What's different?
Well, that's not the same. Is there any measurement? Is there anything going on currently? I didn't even call for this reason. I'll call for my experience as a Jamaican that grew up in America.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about that. All right, no problem. Okay, so go ahead and explain your situation. Go ahead.
So basically, you know, I came to America when I was 13, right? I came to Brooklyn, New York. I immediately had problems with African American. I had no idea. I don't know anything that's going on.
Explain what happened. So you're 14. Were you like in high school or middle school? What grade?
No, 13.
Okay, so middle school. Okay, so junior high. So what happened? Like, what happened when you came over here?
No. So when I came over here, basically, you know, I don't know American culture that well. At the time when I came here, And so I saw gangs going on, and I thought it was like a normal thing until later got older, and I know it's a lot different. Now I got older, they was telling me that, oh, gangs just started coming into the community while the same time I got there. So I thought it was like a normal thing. So immediately come I have a problem with these gang members. I don't even did anything to them just because I'm Jamaican.
Yeah, but gang members bother everybody. Like, gang members wasn't cool with me. Gang members pretty much have a beef with anybody who's not part of their clique, part of the gang. So that wasn't your experience. That's most people experience with gangs. People don't really have positive experience with gang members.
Yeah, and so that's why I'm telling you my experience as someone older now. In telling you, if I took that as in like, I have a problem with all Americans because I have a problem with those gang members. The same thing goes towards Jamaicans.
That's not the same. No, that's not okay. No. That's not the same.
No, because you guys are saying like these random Jamaicans that say something bad about Americans.
Wait, so
I
you
don't
ever heard of,
say anything bad about Americans.
Wait, slow down. So that's not what we're saying. We're hearing from not just Jamaicans, but people of the Caribbean and Africans of the continent. We're hearing from you guys. There's something called diaspora wars that you guys do, and you guys say that your mothers taught you to hate us, and the other half of you guys say you got it from movies. So is there any truth to that? Is there any... Hold on, let me get the question out.
No, there's
hold on, let me get the...
Okay, sorry.
Okay. So basically the Jamaicans and Caribbean folks who said movies and their parents telling them bad stuff about Black Americans, FBAs, ADOS, that's false. So they were lying about that. And everybody on YouTube who are saying their parents and movies brought them their stereotypes against us over here in America, they're all lying.
I'm telling you, I never had any experience like that. My grandma.
I'm not saying you.
Grandma.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying
I never heard that before. I swear to God, I never heard that before.
Because you so your parents never gamed you on hating Black. Okay, that's good. So you're not one of those. But you can't speak for them. You can't say they're lying. If they're telling you an experience that happened with them and their parents, you can't say they're lying because it's not just the Caribbean. You got Nigerians and people from Ghana and Somalia. They're saying the same thing. They're saying their mothers told them bad stuff about FBAs and ADOS.
Like I told you, that's what I was referring to as if you heard something bad about someone. If I came and my experience was bad.
But that's different because you're an individual. So no, your one experience should not represent 43 million FBAs, right? Now, if you continuously, and you say gang members, that's a whole, we're not gang members. You met matter of fact, gang members is a mixed way. I got it. But listen, gang members, Haitians can be part of a Black. Okay, got it. Listen to what I'm saying. When you say gang members, that's not even all FBA. You got Haitians in those Black gangs like Kodak Black. You got Puerto Ricans in those Black gangs, and you have Jamaicans in those Black gangs and people from the Caribbean. So Black gangs aren't just members of FBAs. You got you guys in our gangs.
Yes, correct. But you wouldn't know if I came to America and that was all in my experience. Now I'm talking bad about Americans. But that's all I was saying.
But first of all, you were a kid. Okay, so now you're mixing up things right now. We're not giving you kid experiences about Caribbean people of the diaspora and Black Africans of the continent. We're not giving you kid experiences, bro. We're not talking about when we were 13. I'm 47. We're talking about experiences right now in 2025. We're saying people like DJ Academics, who's a grown man, who did a whole documentary on Chicago that was not needed. So he resurrected a bloodbath in Chicago. This is who we would call a Tether. This is a Jamaican man who made his fame of disrespecting and degenerizing. Well, he just degenerating our culture as a whole. Like he giving a bad representation on FBA code. That's one. Hold on. But that's one. Let me go another one. Q.
I was going to talk about academics.
Okay, wait. Before you do that, let me get you one more, and you can go. So that's one guy who's making Black Americans look like shit. And then you have Q from World Star Hip Hop. He's an Haitian. Now he had the World Star, where he showed again Black people in a negative light before the world. So these two people are showing the image, not just nationally but internationally, a negative, poor representation of Black Americans. So these are these are a Haitian and a Jamaican. And I could keep going on, but I'll stop right there. Go ahead.
So DJ Academics, for example, is not like, he's a different Jamaican. Like, so basically DJ Academics is from a good family. I wasn't grew up the same way he grew up. You know, he came to America, yeah. It's like, if you from a different country, you come to America, you have to understand that people from a different country that legally come to America, they have to have money in order to come to America. So usually those people are the upper class in whatever country they come from. So when they come to America, they look down on Americans as a group because everyone's combined, you know. So they look down on African Americans. So I don't know if they don't understand that you're speaking of African Americans as a whole, but they just looking at them as they're lazy and stuff like that. When I don't, you know, because it's not logical, it's not, you know, you could say the same thing about Jamaicans in Jamaica, you know, about the other being lazy. But because they're from an upper class, they have that feeling. So that's the reason why I'm saying you're trying to divide people when this goes on for even in America. People in America, upper class, they look down on people that are like poor the same way. So if you're from a different country now, you have the same, but you think it's like it's because they're from a different country when it's really people in general think that way. You understand what I'm saying? Hello?
Yeah. Okay. So now let me ask you this. All right. So bottom line. Do you have a problem?
You're breaking up a little bit.
Okay. So let's get to the bottom line. Do you have a problem with Black Americans, who we call FBAs and some say ADOS? Do you have a problem with us asking our government for reparations for reparative damages that was caused by this government towards us?
No, because like other race, the J people, they got it, and they never happened in America. So that's the reason why I don't understand why the fighting over something.
Wait, hold on. Stop. You see, you're trying to fast forward. I'm starting from a position so we can go towards the future or the current, the present. I'm just thinking of one thing. Okay. So you said, no, you don't have a problem with us. Do you have a problem with us delineating or saying we're Black, but we're different Black than the Jamaicans or the Caribbeans and the Africans? Do you have a problem with us saying we're different? We're Black like them, but we're different.
I get it, but like African, you compared Africans to Jamaican or African to people in the Caribbean, but they were never slaves. So all you comparing those people.
No, we're not.
You
flexing.
Understand the difference?
No, I think you're just being extreme and everything. So you keep okay. Are you divisive?
Say it again.
Are you divisive?
As in what?
Do you like to divide and cause problems? Divide and cause problems, cause trouble.
No.
Okay, well, stop doing it. Now, I'm just asking simple questions. Okay, so now, do you believe Jamaicans have stake in our reparations claim here in the United States? Do you believe that you should get some of our money if it was ever afforded to us?
I don't really care.
That's not the question. That's not the question. Whether you care or not.
No.
Okay, cool. Do you care? Okay, cool. Do you care about Jamaicans receiving reparations from their claim that they had with CARICOM? Do you care about that?
No.
So do you believe that the Jamaicans were done wrong by the British government when they were colonized and forced to do slave labor?
Yes.
So
but
you don't think?
in the same sense.
So wait, hold on. So you don't? I just know, but it's yes or no. You say yes. So you don't think that the British government owed them for the free labor they had them do, and British became a superpower as a result of the free labor of Jamaicans and other Caribbeans and other Caribbean people. So they get to just ride off in the sunset, and Jamaica, as a result, is a third world country still now. So now, are you saying the British? You're fine with the British never repairing Jamaica with some money? You're fine with that? No, yeah, well, no, I know basic history.
You asking me questions without no detail. It's like asking someone yes or no with no detail.
Okay, so
you believe you know. So you
right,
follow history, right?
Sure.
You know, in history, you know, there's many people been slaves.
Brother,
so you
I'm
think they
talking
should
about
go back through history? You see, that's what I'm saying
what
to you.
What are you talking about, bro? I'm talking about Jamaican. I'm not talking about slavery. I'm saying Jamaican slavery, bro. I'm talking about your people, your homeland, your lineage. This dude don't even care about himself. Dude, you do want to hold them responsible, right? You think that was good? You think that was a good thing for the British to take Africans from Africa, bring them to the Caribbean, enslave them, make them do free labor, then colonize them for another 130 years to get up into their third world country fleeing?
Could I ask you a question? Do you think it was right for Africans to catch, you know, to sell their own people?
No.
Well, are you going to punish them? Are you going to do something about it?
We're working backwards. Well, we're starting from the present. We work backwards. So we're not going to spread ourselves thin. That's stupid. We're going to focus on one government first, and then we'll go backwards and eventually get everybody involved, including UK. But we're going to start what's in front of us. You work a problem by dealing with what's in front of you. Then you go back to the root cause, but you got to deal with what's in front of you. So, for example, if you got a toothache, you got to deal with the pain right now, and then you go back to the root cause of the pain.
Okay, so I get your mindset. Yeah, I get that.
Okay, so
I mean, but Jamaicans are not fighting for any reparation from Britain. So
yes, they are. There's something that you don't know. You don't know your history. There's something called CARICOM in Jamaica.
I'm fully American now.
So that's fighting that's fighting for reparations. What are you talking about? They're literally fighting for reparations.
I grew up. I've been in America for over 30 years.
Okay.
I live in America I've never been back to Jamaica.
Okay. Well, why? Why you don't want to go back?
I tell anyone, if I thought Jamaica was better to live in than America, I would be in Jamaica.
Yeah, but it could be better if you go back and help build it up. It's never going to be better if y'all keep coming over here.
What do you mean we coming over here? I've been here. You know, do you know how the government works? You know you need immigration. No matter, we don't produce enough people, so you need immigration. You know that's normal, right?
One more time, say that again. Go ahead.
Do you know immigration is normal? We need people to come to America. It doesn't matter, but you need them to come legally.
But that's our problem. I'm talking about Jamaica problem. Jamaica has a problem with.
No, but what I'm saying is, I came to America legally.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, a lot of Jamaicans come here legally.
So you tell me to go back to Jamaica.
That's not what I said. Only
I'm came here illegally.
No, that's not what I said. Only I said your country need your. Don't you think you're smart? You're smart.
Yes, but
okay.
You see, Jamaica needs Jamaica is the same.
Bro, listen. I asked a question. Let me go. You asked a question. I answered very quickly, and I was quiet. So you're smart. So Jamaica needs more smart people. The smart people of Jamaica are leaving, and it's leaving Jamaica
just will put the degenerates there to run the country. That's why your government is in a sham. Now, how many jackets do you have? Do you have any?
Well, you talking about? I don't have many jackets. Were you talking about kids? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, I have 2 kids, but they're not jacket. Jacket referred to.
I know.
If you didn't know, that was your kids.
Well, no, jackets is a woman deliberately lying, saying the kid is yours and it isn't. So it's a scam. It's a scam system.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the worst in the world.
Yeah. But I have literally my kids that I divorce and, I take full-time custody. I mean, not full 50-50.
Yeah, I got what you're
but
saying.
normally a lot of guys that they say they're fathers, but they don't, they see their kids at once. No, I see their kids like 4 times a week.
All right. That's great. Great to hear that. Now, yeah, but you don't want to see Jamaica built up to a great country?
Yes, but Jamaica have similar problems like America. They're being controlled right now by.
No, like there's no
like
job.
Jamaica. What do you mean?
Okay, so the homes in Jamaica look like they put together woods and sticks together, like, and built a home. Like the homes out there are terrible. And like I said, Jamaica would love to see you back over there building up Jamaica, man.
You see what's the crazy thing about TV? It lets you think like the places, it's like
no.
You remember we grew up growing up, right?
Wait, that's not my reference.
No, you remember growing up, we see all those videos on Ethiopia and all those kids. It's kind of like that.
I got you, but you can't lie on my reference. My reference wasn't TV. My reference was Jamaicans themselves and the country. The country complains about the brain drain issue. You don't know what that is, but the country.
I'm saying.
Yeah, but the country is complaining. So it ain't just me. The country. My reference ain't TV. My reference is the country officials and the residents saying it's terrible. Like so many guys get deported from the UK to Jamaica and they be crying. Oh, like they say it's a hellhole. Okay, don't make me show a video. So there are deportees from
Jamaica,
the UK, and they come back to Jamaica
pretty corrupt.
Not just corrupt.
Right?
Oh yeah, it's corrupt because the smart people leave. And you're left with the degenerates, and they run your government and your police force, and they're corrupt because you guys keep leaving. So why don't you fight corruption? Go back there, be a policeman, be a politician, and help make Jamaica great.
The police officers is the most corrupt one. So all
right,
that
because all the smart
it doesn't. It's a system thing.
So he's not getting it, brother.
I know what you're saying, but I'm not in Jamaican. I grew up in America. You understand this, right?
I need you back in Jamaica, helping make your country great again, bro. That shouldn't be a hard favor.
Right now, my brother was like the same thing like me, and he hasn't been back in like 20 years. And for the past like 7 years, he's been back. And he's like building his own houses and stuff like that, but you cannot change the system.
No, you can change the system. See, now that weak mentality, like, see, if we thought like that, we'll still be in Jim Crow. See, that's not FBA's think. We don't think like that. We don't think. And keep in mind, your fight is easier because you're fighting yourselves over there. We're fighting a whole different people. The Europeans. We're fighting Europeans, and we're the minority. We don't have that mindset that you can't change the system. We say F that. We ain't living in this current system as it is. We're gonna fight like hell to make changes, and we so far been victorious.
Well, all right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You don't think like when you could see, say you have a villain, you could see the evil. Is it easier to fight someone that you could see, but when you cannot see?
Bro, we can't see white systematics. Bro, we can't see white supremacy. White supremacy is invisible. So we got a similar invisible force like you. We just not afraid. We go out there and we go look for it and find it anyway. We put on infrared goggles and get out there and find it. We identify it and we ask for the fade. And y'all should do the same. It's easier and it's not invisible. They look just like you, and they're in government and they're in the police force. You can go over there and really go out there.
But I'm telling you, in America, at least if someone gets killed, they could pretend or lie. In Jamaica, they don't even need to lie. That's the difference. They don't even need to lie that, you know, the cop killed someone. They don't even need to lie. And they won't do anything about it.
Who won't do anything about it?
Oh, the government won't do anything about it.
No, you won't do anything about it because you could be part of the government. So you're not doing anything about it as well. You're just as bad as them. None of y'all doing anything about it. That's the problem. We need somebody to care. We need y'all to care about what's going on. Those are your lineage people being shot down, and they don't need an excuse. They don't need to say, hey, man, he was reaching. That's terrible what you're telling me. So I need you to love your people like we love our people, man. Get over there and make a difference.
But where does the people? Let me ask you a question. Where does the people start at? Is all black people the same people?
It started at the grassroots.
No,
I mean with you.
So where did the line get cut off? All right, say, you know, we say slavery happened, and, you know, same people, they decided to stop in Jamaica. Some decided to go to America. So the line cut off right there, right? Is that what you're telling me?
No, what I'm saying is Jamaica got their independence in what year? Do you know?
I think it was, I mean, there was gays given, so it's not really.
No, well,
it's not really.
Bro, they got
it's like a pretend thing. It's like a pretend. It's a pretend thing.
Bro, they have. Well, you got a flag. Well, then throw that flag in the trash if that's not your independent flag. Your independent flag. Why y'all cosplaying as an independent country? Y'all don't believe in it. See, I don't like that. So y'all should go ahead and
a lot of people are fighting. Have you ever? There's a guy on YouTube called Surfy, right? You won't understand because he's Jamaican, but like he's fighting against the system. He's fighting against that.
So why are you not helping him?
What do you mean I'm not helping him?
Why are you not helping him fight against the system?
He's doing it right now, and people are supporting him. What do you mean? You don't know what I'm doing.
Are you supporting him? Yes or no?
Oh, I support him.
Okay, and where is he at, by the way?
Oh, this is so, like, it's not, that's what I'm telling you. I don't know where you're getting the Jamaican information
from. I'm getting it from you right now.
I'm telling you, it's so, it's so bad that you cannot tell his location because they will go kill him. You understand? So he's doing it anonymous.
So they got the Jamaican clan over there. The Jamaican KKK.
No, he's doing it anonymous. This is how stuff goes. Like he looks, because you don't experience it, you don't understand it.
Right. So I'm asking you about the experience. I could try to empathize. I could try to sympathize. So I'm asking questions, brother. It's okay. Now, is he in the country? Is what I was asking.
Yes.
Okay. So how are you helping him? Do you plan on joining him?
Oh, you support him because first what he's trying to do, he's trying to save people mindset, like the black people in Jamaica. He's trying to change their mindset of thinking. Right. You know, the way that in America, like people, you know, hip hop, rap and stuff, people celebrate being like who's the toughest, who's the gangster. People celebrate that the same way in Jamaica. That's why we don't
celebrate that over there. Hell no, there's a few.
Oh, I mean, your group doesn't, but majority of people do. That's the reason why rap is so popular.
No. Stop. The majority of Black Americans, we don't do what rappers do. We don't buy that.
No, do what rappers do.
But we don't believe
do what rappers, but you celebrate them. You look up to them.
Stop. No, we don't. It's called entertainment, bro. We enjoy the lyrics, the beat, the flow. But ain't none of us looking up to them. And none of us got quotes Yo,
I was in New York City when 50 Cent came out.
yeah, so he's a celebrity.
You ain't no way you gonna tell me that people didn't believe that. Ain't no way.
Y'all
was
y'all
there.
got it mixed up. Y'all worship Vibes Cartel, but ain't not. Yo, for example, if 50 Cent touched a kid, well, hold on, just listen real fast to let you know that you're lying. If 50 Cent touched a kid or did something illegal to somebody, hurt somebody in a violent way, we're going to call the cops on that fool and get him locked up. All right. Look how much we love, let's say Diddy, but look what happened to him. We left. We loved R. Kelly. So you're lying. We loved R. Kelly. Wait. Just stop talking.
R. Kelly, this video came out. I was in high school when that video came out, and no one did anything about that video.
I gotta mute you, bro. You're not listening because you're talking, and we're not like y'all. Y'all definitely not like us. When no matter how much we love R. Kelly and even Michael Jackson to a degree, we fell back from him. So when our celebrities get that stain in the media for doing something like horrendous, heinous, we for the most part back off and we let them hold their own nuts. So Diddy right now, we love Diddy, but right now he's in jail rotting. We love whoever else, but once they get to that trouble, we back off for the most part and we look at them a little differently. Y'all look at Vibes Cartel as a goddamn superhero. This guy is alleged to did the most heinous things in the world of mankind. And y'all look at y'all entertainers as heroes. That's not us. Once we'll like you, but once you do something dumb like John Morant, we be like, dude, the hell you doing? We'll like you till you fuck up. So no, bro, you got that totally wrong. And now you're telling me I can't speak for Jamaicans, but you're trying to speak for FBAs, which is hypocritical. That's not.
I never said anything.
Yeah,
can I talk?
But you're telling us. Yeah, but you're telling us how we look at entertainers. We don't look at them like that, bro. They look at them as, you know, and for the most part, we never meet them. By the way, we never ever meet them. You know, they just be TV figures that we just, hey, oh, my guy's lifestyle is cool, or her, look how beautiful she is. That's as far as it goes.
Yeah, can I talk?
Go ahead.
That's my whole point with you, with what you're saying and what you're doing. You don't understand anything. You will say people look up to Vice Cartel, but we look at Vice Cartel the same way we look at Diddy and all of that. But you were saying this, and you have no idea.
That was cheering like hell when he got free.
Oh, because certain people did that. The way that if he didn't come out, certain people are going to cheer for that. Those people don't represent everyone, so that's the same thing I'm telling you. You
so
do the same thing you're accusing me of doing.
Okay, so don't use that on us. Then you see how that works. You said don't use that crowd for everyone, but you're using that crowd for everyone over here. See, so you got to take.
I didn't say FBA. I didn't say you. I was talking about African American in general. Don't you believe?
No, we don't.
You believe that all African Americans are the same? The same group? Because you don't know us enough. Johnson, he believes in something different.
But you don't know us enough, bro. You don't know us enough to make that assessment. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, just by your accent alone.
I go more than 30 years in America. You never spent a day in Jamaica.
Right, but here's the difference, though. Bro, your accent alone would not get you to certain doors of conversation within a Black American family. Your accent alone, we won't say certain things in front of you. You do know that, right? Your accent alone reminds us you're not one of us. So we're not going to tell you, we're not going to give our political views around you. We're not going to give you.
What I was telling you about division. This is exactly, you're proving my point.
How?
What does that get you? We say that your action alone is not going to get you. We're not going to say stuff in front of you.
I don't know how you took that, what I just said, but it might be wrong.
What you just said. What?
Brother.
And I was telling you that I support you guys. You're telling me that my action alone, you're not with us.
No, I said your action, brother. Come on. I got Spanish friends, right? But I'm not Spanish, so they're not going to say everything how they feel in front of me because I'm not like them. I'm not offended. I kind of expect that. There's some white guys in the gym that I'm cool with in the gym. But if they invite me to, their pizzeria or whatever, there's certain conversations they're gonna have with me, and certain ones they're not. And they damn sure ain't gonna talk about their political ideas in front of me. So that's all. So what I'm saying is, like, there's a filtering system. There's all you're claiming you're in this country with us, so you know us. I'm saying you don't. You only know what we show you. Just like I only know what my Spanish friends show me. I only know what my Caribbean friends show me, but I don't really know. I'm from New Jersey, bro. You got a New York number, so yeah, you already know there's a lot of.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. So if you say you were like me and you spent 30 years in Jamaica, you don't think you would know what's going on there? You think it would be the same thing?
That's a big difference. I would know what's going on.
You really think so?
So let me answer the question, because you're mixing and mingling. I would know what's going on a little bit, but I won't know the mindset of Jamaicans because I'm not Jamaican. So I would never know how they really feel about certain things.
If you live there for that time, you don't think. So okay. What would be the difference between if I was born in America?
All right, let me ask you this.
And I spent the same time in America. I don't understand. What's the difference?
No, it won't be no difference if you was born in America. The difference would be if you came to America before 1965 in the South. That would be the difference. See, you guys are not Southern experience, right? And that's what we can see through that right away. You're not Southern experience at all, none of y'all. Because when y'all came here, y'all came to the North for the most part, New York. Okay, y'all didn't come to Mississippi, Alabama, the Carolinas, Virginia. You got so without that experience, you would never know what it is to live like a Black American. Just like if I was in some part of Jamaica, but I never experienced Kingston, you guys can say, yeah, but you really ain't experienced Jamaica. Same thing. So it don't matter if you was born here. The fact that you're not, you don't have that lineage that came from the South at the most violent time in America, that alone would shape your mind differently. That's why you don't really have too many like you could say like rebellious Tupac type of Jamaicans over here. Like y'all be happy as hell. Like I never see a Jamaican person or a Caribbean person or African person talks about how much they hate white supremacy. Like show me that YouTube channel so I could see one. But that's how we normally talk. Like the Dr. Khalid Muhammad's and people like that. That's how we normally talk. That's not how y'all talk. Y'all be happy as hell and happy-go-lucky. So like we have this anger.
No, they're not happy-go-lucky, but I know what you mean because they can't speak that way because they have to say right now. Because if I come to you, you will tell me I'm not part of you. So how can I speak that way when you're telling me I'm not part of this way? If I say, all right, no, we're all Black. Okay. So we all need to come together. If I say that, you're saying I'm just happy to be.
Okay, but you gotta stop mixing messages. We are all Black, and at some point we should come together. Nothing wrong with that. But right now ain't the time. Right now we need to get our eggs together, and we need to organize ourselves first. This ain't the time to be all inclusive. All right, we need to get our stuff straight amongst ourselves. Like you just said, we worship celebrities. Exactly. That's the exact reason why we need to kick everybody out and come amongst ourselves, huddle up and get it together. And then we can go out there and be a better ally to you and the rest of the world. So you guys have no issue with us saying, yo, let's delineate, let's get ourselves together so we could be a better ally to our Black family across the world. Because right now, our minds aren't right. We're easily manipulated by people like DJ Academics and Q from World Star.
So why you point to them only? Why are they the figure that you point to the most when you have tons of Americans that does the same thing?
That does what?
Destroy the culture. What do you mean? Promote violence, promote.
Hey, bro,
nonsense.
Listen. I don't know too many Black Americans who got rich and famous off exploiting Black Americans. I don't know too many, but I know dozens of Caribbean and Africans who came to this country and got rich by exploiting Black Americans. That's the difference right there. That's one big difference between mindsets, how we feel about ourselves and what we're not going to do, and how you guys feel about us and what you actually do when you get over here.
Like I said, if you look at one person and you say all people are like that, I don't know what else to tell you. You know, as DJ African represent all Jamaicans, I don't know what else to tell you.
Hey, bro, the word all didn't come out my mouth, by the way. And I just said, it's real simple. It's not even a beef with us. This is what we're saying for the most part, okay? Generally. We're saying, stay out of our business when we talk about reparations. Keep your opinions to yourself. Okay, keep it to yourself. Or you can have your own opinion, no problem. Just don't try to represent our stance on reparations. And don't put your hand out in our cookie jar, in our reparation cookie jar. That's one. Secondly, we're saying be proud to be Caribbean. Be proud to be African. Stop cosplaying as a Black American, as an FBA. Be yourself. Nothing wrong with that. If I go to Jamaica,
my key question was to you. So you say 1950, whatever it is that you said, that's the cutoff point. So no one after that could say they're African American. Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, y'all can say that all day. We don't care about that. You can't say you can't say you're ADOS or Foundation of Black American. That would be historically incorrect and by biologically incorrect. So you couldn't make those two claims. You couldn't say you're ADOS or FBA, but you could say you're African American. You could say you're Black American. We don't got a problem with that. See, you're like mixing up what we don't have a mind. What we don't mind and what we mind. We don't mind you guys saying you're African American or Black American. Now you can't say you foundational. You can't say you're ADOS. You can't say you're a free person because that would be a lie. Right?
I just represent that we're Black. That's all I say.
Yeah, we are Black. There's nothing wrong with that. Be Black and proud, and also aren't outside of being Black. Aren't you a proud Jamaican?
Jamaican. Well, there's no problem with that. Well,
now I'm asking you: are you a proud Black man?
Yes, I'm proud to be Black.
Okay. Are you proud to be Jamaican?
But do you understand that Jamaicans have many different races there, right?
I got you, but I'm asking you, are you proud to be Jamaican?
I am Jamaican.
Are you proud to be Jamaican? You could say no. I'm not making you say yes. Are you proud to be Jamaican?
Yeah, I'm proud to have whatever experience I have right now. So whatever I am, I'm proud to be that.
I'm saying, but your lineage goes back to Jamaica, right? Maybe you're not proud. I'm sorry. I kind of thought you guys were proud to be Jamaican.
Yes, I'm proud to be Jamaican if that's what you want to say, but I know what you're
that's what you want to say.
That.
No, I'm saying, if you're not
I know
proud,
what you're trying to get at.
Why? When I ask them questions, they're always saying, "What are you trying to get at?" I don't. When you ask me questions, I don't say.
No, I know what you're trying to get at because I've heard it before. Come on, I know.
Okay,
but it's not because I want someone to explain to me like.
Okay, just hold on one second. Just give me 2 minutes to say something. Just 2 minutes. Chat.
Okay.
He said he was proud to be Black. He did not want to say he was proud to be Jamaican. And look, I'm not trying to force him to say he's proud to be Jamaican. Bro, you might not be proud to be Jamaican. And I can really believe that based on the research I got. I can really believe you're not really proud to be Jamaican. And that's okay. But I'm proud to be Foundation of Black American. And if I lived in Jamaica, like you said, for 30 years, guess what? I would still be proud to be Foundation of Black American. I would never say I'm Jamaican. I would say, I respect you guys for being Jamaican, but I'm not that. I'm not like y'all in that sense. I'm FBA. I got a different lineage, different history, different experiences, and the world looks at me differently than a Jamaican, okay?
Would you ever live in a different country?
Hell no. I have no passport.
And why is that the
I'm
case?
never getting one. I have no passport. I'm never getting one. I will never leave this great country. Just like you don't want to leave. You don't want to leave either.
But people trying to be, people act like all race does this. They come to America and they compare America to like their other country, but they only do it in one aspect. They like comparing it with Canada, they like, oh, you get free healthcare, you know. Or if it's somewhere else, they only do one aspect. But you know, totally like I don't. If I thought another country was better, I would live in that country, wouldn't I?
I wouldn't. I would.
I don't know why anyone would come here complain.
I wouldn't. I would help build my country up where we're just as good or even better. I would not flee.
You can't. It's like saying something that's not possible. You understand how small Jamaica is, right?
Yeah, and Japan is small too, right?
Not even the same realm. Japan is like so much bigger. You understand? Jamaica is tiny.
So what does that got to do with anything? Jamaica's tiny. Okay, what's your point?
Jamaica has no resources to be built up that way.
Bro, you got petroleum. Stop. You got petroleum. And
They don't have any resource. Come on, be honest. You were saying this, but if we're in realistic aspect,
if you got no resources, if you have no resources, then what the hell the British was extracting from your homeland? If you got no resources, then what were the British extracting from Jamaica?
Your British was using like a connection point. They was using Jamaica as.
No, but they were extracting.
That's where all the shit stuff at.
Yeah, but they were extracting actually stuff from the land. Are you not aware of that?
But you know, it's like me saying which country in Africa have all
no, not the same. You just said you have no resources. Jamaica got plenty of resources.
If they don't have it anymore, they don't have it. You understand?
Okay, so where do resources go?
Say it again.
Where did the resources go?
All Jamaica produces sugar. You know that's it.
Say that again.
All they produce is sugar.
Bro, do y'all have petroleum?
Like they don't have any resources. Come on, they can't compete. It's like you telling me to go back to, like you telling me something that's fictional.
Bro, there's nothing fictional about you going back to your homeland and help building it. Bro, there's so many countries
that
got
fictional that you would think it would be.
Yeah, Europe don't have no resources, but Europe knows how to build their stuff up and then go import, export. See, y'all thing is y'all got to stop making excuses to flee. Y'all got to really.
Let me ask you a question. In like 100 years from now, what do you think Europe is going to do? What do you think they're gonna go down?
Oh my God! Now we wish bad on my homeland, brother. I'm wishing your homeland does great and builds itself up. You're hoping my homeland fails.
Let me ask you a question.
That ain't cool, bro.
Say it again.
Why we gotta go down? Why you wish my homeland go down?
No, I didn't say America. What are you talking about?
Okay, who should go down? Who?
Oh, I said Europe. I said not America.
Okay, so Europe gonna go down how?
They don't have any resources. England is doing terrible right now. Do you guys know? They doing really bad.
Europe is doing bad?
Yes.
Okay. That sucks for them if that's the truth.
Yeah, because they can't take advantage of people anymore. That's all the British used. That's all they did.
Well, I don't know, because when they were at World War II, right, and when they reached out to the Caribbean to help build their country back up, they didn't force you guys. You guys fled over there so fast to help build up Britain back to a superpower. So they didn't take advantage of nobody. You guys felt like that was the opportunity to level up. You guys ran in droves to help
I
build
don't think
the
you,
European nation back up.
this. All right, so this is why I say Jamaican is like a fake independent. British still control them. Oh, did you talk about Vice Cartel earlier? Oh, did Vice Cartel get us?
Hey, brother. What? Okay, so if it's fake independence, is that flag BS?
If you want, people use it to represent the country, but Vice Cartel
No, they
got
use it to
the
represent
British government.
No, wait, they use it to represent the independence of the country, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if it's not really independent, then the flag is a false representation of independence, right?
Hey, if you want to put it that way, I guess you
No,
could.
I'm asking. No, I'm all right. Well, no, this is based on what you're saying because the flag represents the independent state of Jamaica, and you're saying Jamaica's not really independent. So I'm saying that I'm asking the obvious question. Okay, then the flag is a false representation of the independent state of Jamaica, right?
You could put it that way. I'm just telling you what happened.
Wait, so is that
no
flag,
other countries?
okay.
If you
One more question.
have a logical conversation. You ask me a question. Let me ask you a question.
Wait. One more
If
question.
you're independent,
do you have a
can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can. Right after this, do you have a Jamaican flag in your home?
I don't think so, but
all right, yeah, you my man. But go ahead, ask me the question. Yo, you stand on business. You say I ain't going back. I ain't thinking about them. They can hold their own mess. All right. So, what's your question?
I said, is someone independent if another country could come in and tell you what to do?
Now, I agree with you. But what's your question with me?
No, that was the question. Like that's what I'm telling you. They told them like, oh, Vice Cartel, the trial wasn't fair. You know, so give him a new one. That's what they did. They did that. The British government did that. That wasn't Jamaica that did that. You know that, right?
Yeah, but what was your question for me? What was your question for me? You had.
No, that was the question. Like, you're not independent if another country could. I was asking you. That was the question.
Okay, well, I was going with what you guys say about the country. You guys, I heard some proud Jamaicans talk about how prideful they are and that they're independent. And, you know, now I'm hearing you're not really truly independent. Y'all just was cosplaying as an independent country. That's interesting.
Because people are not realistic. A lot of times people tend not to be realistic.
So why don't you guys fight for true independence?
They don't have the power.
You don't need power, bro. You need numbers, bro. But you got the power, bro. You outnumber white folks 20-1. Stop it. You would trample all over.
Say it again.
You outnumber white people in that country like probably 40-1 now, because 20-1 back in like the.
No, against Britain, not the white people. I'm talking about against Britain.
No, but you don't need white people. You could just take over your own country. You can do what you want to do in your country. You can build stuff in your country. You don't need Britain help at all. You could just build your own country.
All right. So you know the government, you know, like America does this a lot, right? Say for example, you know, they like, all right, you know, if you gonna, you know, not gonna listen to what we say, we're gonna take this thing that we gave you guys. So they would have, you know, these little deals that they have, and they would take it away if you don't actually listen. That's how the system goes.
So it sounds like to me you're playing the victim, where you're like just victim, where you don't want any accountability, bro.
So what do you think? So what would you do as a nation if you run Jamaica? What would you do?
Well, the first thing I would do is kick out all the degenerates, and I will stop allowing the brains of the country to leave. I'll say no more. We're banning the brain drain. But you can have these degenerates, though. You can take, like, you know, just like British did with their illegals and criminal element. Like, they flood them into America in, like, the, what was that, early 1800s. They fled them into America. They say, hey, you could take our degenerates, but you ain't taking our best. So they let their criminals come to America. If I was Jamaica, I'd do that. I'll say, listen, Cuba does the same thing. Cuba sends their criminals over here, not their smartest. So if I was Jamaica, I will do the reverse action. I'll stop sending my best to America and Canada and the UK, and I will send our worst over there.
Okay. But let me ask you a question. What if the people in the country prefer the worst people?
Then that's a serious problem, boy. That's a serious
the reason why
problem.
I told you that but that's what I was telling you. The guy on, that I was talking about therapy, he's fighting to change the mindset of the people. Because that's what you need to do first. You remember earlier it said,
hey, brother, you had Garvey, right? Garvey changed our mindset way back in 1930 sometime when he came back to Jamaica. Bro, y'all mindset already been changed. Okay, you guys like to be, I don't know, mistreated or whatever. You guys like to be dependent on other people to feed you and clothe you and give you work. I don't know, bro, but that's not cool. It's 2025. The internet is everywhere, even in Jamaica. Y'all should not have that mindset, bro. There's something going on.
What mindset? What did I say, though? Because I said, what if people prefer people, because that's the culture. That's what culture is. If you know anything about Jamaica, if you haven't killed 2 persons, people say you are a punk.
But hold on. So y'all culture is wanting the worst people in charge of the country.
That's why I'm telling you, they also do this thing. When I was like, I think when I was like 20, 21, 22, they're like, you haven't having a kid yet? What the hell is wrong with you?
Bro, that's crazy. So what y'all should do, so now let me give a solution. So what y'all should do is this. If y'all have that going on, y'all should, when y'all come over here, y'all should be more on code with us. Y'all should be sitting back there and saying, FBAs, we support y'all, we rock with y'all, we're an ally. Instead of dividing yourselves with us, dividing our communities, y'all should be assimilating to our communities and trying to help us when we do stuff. Like when we have our rallies or riots or protests, y'all should be out there.
Isn't that what I've been telling you?
Yeah, but y'all haven't been doing that. So y'all should have been doing that, and y'all should brought our flags out there with y'all to let America know and the other countries know that, hey, Jamaica is standing behind Black Americans, FBAs. But you guys don't do that. You come over here and you feel like, whoa, I'm gone. The boogeyman is in Jamaica. I'm safe. Now let me take that degenerate behavior mindset here and let me start talking bad about FBAs. Let me start telling them to get up. You need to walk. And y'all lazy. And that's how y'all be talking when y'all come over here.
People talk bad about people in general. People just do this on the regular.
No, nobody comes to somebody's home and talks trash about them, bro. That's not regular. People respect. We have something called Southern hospitality. No, we don't do that. We have something called Southern hospitality that prevents stuff like that. So no, we don't do that. Wrong.
You say you go up in New Jersey, right?
Yeah.
In New Jersey, I'm on the West Coast right now, right? Yeah. In New York, for sure, people are more upfront with you. I prefer when people are upfront and let me know that they don't like me instead of when
why don't they like you? What are you doing that they don't like you?
No, I'm just telling you. You say Southern hospitality.
I don't have that. No, but I don't have.
I don't want people to pretend.
That's not what Southern hospitality is, bro. You know what hospitable means? That means that's genuinely in you. Like you just love your neighbor. It's not fake. Fake is at your job when that white woman smile at you and wave. That's fake. Or Bill shakes your hand and say, "Hey man, how's it going?" That's fake. But there's nothing fake about Southern hospitality. It's straight genuine.
I know
like
what you're saying, but
people will literally try to pick you up as you're walking. They'll try to pull over and pick you up. That ain't fake.
What I'm saying is when we in Jamaica, or when I noticed in Jamaica, they talk bad about other Jamaicans. When Americans, they talk bad about other Americans. But what you were saying is that because I'm Jamaican and I come to this country, I can't talk bad about Americans. I get what you were saying. And
Yeah.
at the same time, people tend to like whatever about something about someone, they use that against them. That's what humans. We all humans. That's what people do. So people are gonna do these things. But because we're from a different country now, you use that as in like, oh, Jamaicans don't like Americans or vice versa. That's what usually tend to be, you know. Because my earlier story is telling you, like, I immediately have a problem with Americans. Later on, I lived there for around like 10 years later. We like best friends now.
All right, so this is what I want you to do, right, to make this call productive, right? So I want you to leave this phone call knowing that FBAs don't think about Caribbeans like that in a negative way. We don't think about Africans in a negative way. We're just proud of who we are, and we would like it if you guys just stay out the way. If you guys want to help us, kudos. But if you wanted to just not help us but stay out the way, we're fine with that too. But we don't want you guys cosplaying, pretending you guys are one of us, and getting in a position of power to, again, portray us as this primitive people that white supremacy once tried to do during scientific racism. And this is the DJ Academics, this is the Qs, the Shade Rooms, all these different people out there. I think it's Kendra G. Is she FBA? I don't know, but she kind of do the same thing. Yeah, so as long as y'all stop doing stuff like that, you know, everything will be all good. So I don't want you to leave this phone call feeling like we think about you a certain way. We don't think about you at all, actually. There's not enough of y'all in America.
But this is I have a different mindset than people. If I had a bad experience with you on this call right now, I wouldn't
we don't have
take
a
that
bad
in like, no, I'm just saying, I'm speaking in general.
But that's a bad analogy because we don't have a bad experience with you guys. We don't.
No, I know what I'm saying. What I'm saying, I'm just giving you in general speaking, as in if I did. I'm not saying you did or not. I'm saying if I did, I wouldn't take that into my next.
No. A bad experience. No, sir. You ain't gonna trick me with that one. If I'm being profiled by police officers in my city, and it's not just one. It's more than enough. At some point, I gotta say, yo, the whole police force corrupt. Even though every cop might not be corrupt, but it's enough to create a system of police brutality or racial profiling. So sometimes enough could be a certain number of them. So again, if DJ Academics is out here shining the light on Black Americans, always in a negative light. Look at his stuff now. All this stuff is drama, never anything good.
Oh, you went somewhere else. That's not where I was going at, but
yeah, but that's where I was going, because that's where your analogy was pointing at. So I just
no. That's not what I was going at. I'm just saying that even if I had a bad experience talking to you right now, I wouldn't take that into my next person with someone in the same group as you.
Saying that, but why?
I wouldn't do that.
So maybe I'm lost, because why are you saying that? What's the point behind that? Are you just saying something random? What does that got to do with our conversation?
No, I'm saying I didn't have a bad conversation talking.
Oh, bro, okay, cool. You're not supposed to, but I won't grab a bunch of King Cobras and try to wrap them around my neck. Like, I just can't say something random what I won't do. It's like, bro, let's talk about what we're talking about. Like, make sure everything you say is relevant to our discussion, because I'm like lost where you're going, and then you're not going where I think you're going, and then you blame me like I'm not going there. Well, let's stick to things that we can relate to based on this phone conversation, okay? Because what you just said about the bad experience, I'm trying to see how that relates to our phone conversation. And you
earlier said, you said, if we're gonna leave this conversation with a positive, and you go on and you speak. And I was saying, even if I didn't, I wouldn't take that into my next relationship with someone affiliated with your group. That's what I would say.
Okay. So when you see these channels, these Jamaican channels, disrespecting FBA's aid of Black Americans, are you gonna call in and voice
your opinion to them and say, hey, I disagree. Like what you're doing is wrong. You know, that's wrong to just.
Literally, I don't even know. Oh, you pop up on my thing. I don't even know. I normally don't see that.
Bro, I popped
But if
up.
I did, yes.
Look, I popped up because this was due, right? You had to have this experience, and this was the right time. This was the right time. So now, the things that I showed on my live podcast, do you agree with anything or disagree?
There was a lot going on, so you know.
Right. So what stuck out?
When the Jamaican guy came in, and I know he was the last one in. I heard. I think he was speaking similar thing to what I'm saying, but he's just.
No, he wasn't.
He's doing it on a negative level, as in like everyone is bad.
Isn't that different though? If he's saying from a negative level, it ain't the same that what you're doing. Because if you're being positive, then that means he's being negative. Therefore, it's not the same.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, if I say I love everyone, that's kind of meaning.
Nobody's gonna say that. You know, don't forget. Let's talk about things that's relevant to the conversation. So I won't, you know, be confused where you're going. So yes, the Jamaican guy that called in, right? What did you agree that he was saying?
That we all do the same thing.
Like what?
But what I don't, you know.
No, explain. We all do what? That's the same thing. But what is that?
No, we already had the discussion already about it, so I don't want to go.
Okay, well, don't say it again.
Into it.
Yeah, but if you say it again, I'm going to ask you again. Like, what is this thing we're all doing? Because maybe I disagree.
No, criticize. You know, talk bad about each other. That's what you know.
Don't talk bad about each other. Wait, how is? Okay, what did I say that was bad? Everything I played and everything I talked about from an African or Caribbean stance was actual history. When I went over your history, we said jackets. You agree? I said, you got any jackets? You said no. And we agreed what a jacket was. That's Jamaican culture, right? So when I talked about the homeland not being good, you agreed. You said there's no resources. You said that land mass is inhabitable. So you agree with me that nobody should be there. That's why you said you're not going back, and it's bad. Then you said the mindset of people are terrible. Their mindset's got to change. I agree. I said the brains of the country left and the degenerates are left there. So we agree with everything I said so far. You agree with everything I said about Jamaica. So I don't get when you say we are doing something negative.
You were thinking I'm talking about you. That's why I'm so lost.
But who are you talking about?
I'm not talking.
All this indirect.
You know, when he was speaking, he was speaking about not you. He wasn't speaking in people in general.
Okay. So what was he doing?
So that's the reason why I didn't even want to go into what he was like discussing, because it's like going around the same thing.
Why you bring it up?
But when I'm speaking, I'm not speaking that you were saying these things, because you never said any of these things. Okay, but you're responsible for what everyone else is saying. I can't say that you said what everyone else is saying. So when you said, "Oh, I have a bad experience with someone," and
that was your
like what? I can't say that you did that.
Yeah, but that was your analogy about bad experiences. I'm happy. I'm over here. I'm happy. I'm chilling. I'm happy. So that's why I asked you, so what did you agree with that I said?
You just said all the stuff we agree with. So
say that again. What'd you say?
Oh, you just repeat all the stuff we agree with. So
Officially, the Republic of the Sudan is a country in Northeast Africa. It borders the Central African Republic to the southwest, Chad to the west, Libya to the northwest, Egypt. Just click the Wikipedia.
So what are you saying is not?
You saying that the word Sudan for the country Sudan don't have nothing to do with the people being black?
When you say black, you're talking about see, here we go. Big B a
If
little bit. You say
if it's a Arabic term, Balad
right,
as Sudan,
right.
meaning
Color
yeah,
black. That means color.
exactly.
Right. But
Right.
that's
So
different then
you're
because we
saying
don't
that
call
the
ourselves black as a
modern
color.
right. So but you're saying
Yeah.
that the word Sudan for the Republic of the Sudan don't have no connection with
No,
the Arabic term black
no, that's not what I'm
that was
saying.
talking about the people.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're using black as a descriptive term, you're out. Bro, I'm light as hell. I'm not black because I'm dark skinned. I'm not black because of a color, bro. I'm black because of experience. We didn't use black as a color in America. We use black as an experience. So that's why it's a proper noun in America. And they wrote it's an adjective. Adjectives are not capitalized. Proper nouns are. So that's the distinction. Proper nouns are not adjectives, and adjectives are not proper nouns. Adjectives describe, proper nouns are people, places, and things. Right. But that's like a capital of a city, a name. That's why it's a proper noun. It's more important than a regular noun. You gotta give it its capitalization. It demands that. So we don't use black as a descriptor. They did. Well, somebody else did when they called them that.
Okay, go ahead, make your point. What
Yeah,
you about to
that is. So what I'm going to tell you is that Black Americans are the only people who use black as an ethnonym.
Okay.
Everybody else uses it as a descriptor, and it's a temporary name before they name themselves something else.
But so the black didn't have nothing to do with the descriptor at first.
Yeah. So when it comes to us, white folks, and look, thank you, because we're the only people on earth to turn an exonym into an ethnonym. There's nobody else that did that. Everybody's rejected. When the Arabs called Sudanese black, they rejected that. When white folks call other people black, they rejected that.
But why is their country named the Sudan now?
We're looking at it.
Right. Like
look at it.
I think it's the same thing that you just explained about African Americans. Go ahead.
Because you're talking about a land. Okay, you just said a country is called Sudan. That's a geographical area and land. And people call themselves after that land. So they said, that's Sudan, I'm Sudanese.
Right, but what does the Sudan mean?
Okay, that's where we're going. Okay, etymology, here we go. Okay, so North Sudan redirects, okay, blah, blah, blah. The country's name Sudan is a name given historically to the large Sahel region of West Africa to the immediate west of modern-day Sudan. Historically, Sudan referred to both the geographical region, stretching from Senegal, says a place, bro, it's no damn color. And so stretching from Senegal on the Atlantic coast to Northeast Africa and the modern Sudan. Okay, so now watch this. The name derives from the Arabic, so okay, watch this. The name derives from the Arabic Balad as Sudan, as I said earlier, or the land of blacks.
Right.
Color, descriptive, right, color, descriptive. They're done.
How? It's saying the same thing. I'm biased.
No, they're calling themselves the color. We didn't call ourselves. Okay, listen. White folks called us black. We didn't call ourselves black as a color. We called ourselves black as an ethnonym. I think you keep missing that. When they were called black. Cool.
I'm missing that. I think the same thing was happening, but go ahead.
Nah. Yeah, because whatever. All right, look. Now I'm trying to explain it. I can go to some tools for you where it can be articulated for both of us. So let me do that for you right now. I got you. Let's go to the tiebreaker. I'm explaining it. You claim you're not getting it. Okay, cool.
Let's go to the tiebreaker. If black was put on them, black was put on us.
Yeah, but we changed. Okay,
hold on. As a descriptor.
Hold on. First. Yeah, but we didn't receive it. Okay, they received it as a descriptor. We didn't receive. Okay, family. I don't know. I'm doing this guy. They were called black as a color. They accepted the term as a color. We never accepted black as a color. We rejected it. Then we started to call ourselves black during the 1950s and 60s, but it wasn't based on the color. We called ourselves black as an experience. We were first called black in the 1800s, 1700s. We were called black around that time. I think the British, whatever, was calling us black as a disgrace to try to play us out like did most black people, most people of color throughout the world. But we never embraced it. Most people rejected it. So they embraced it as a color. We rejected the color. We then took it some 100, 200 years later and said we're black. We were called Negro in color, but when we named ourselves, we didn't name ourselves Negro. We didn't name ourselves color. When we finally named ourselves, it was black, and it wasn't based on color. Like they call themselves black on color. We called ourselves black through experiences, a unique, distinctive experience throughout America, throughout the world. So we didn't say we're black because we're dark skinned, broad nose, thick lips. That's not what we said while we were black. It still don't make sense.
I mean, it does, but
Okay.
I'd rather not even go down that. I think you can argue that either way you want to.
No, you can't.
Take your way. If that's how you like, because if it started for me, if all of them was the script.
Well, you're not understanding language. Okay, I got it. But you don't, obviously you don't know what an endonym, like that's something you got to look into. Take what I'm saying right now. Take this, go type it in. After you get off, go type it in, whatever tools you got, and then come back to me and tell me what you got. That's all. Like, so now you haven't studied it. I got it. This is the language, it's a grammar thing. Go do that and then come back and talk to me. And they say, I'm biased, you right. I kind of, that's all you gotta do. But yeah. So we're the only black people in the world. Everybody else is what they say they are. They're Sudanese. That's what they are. I'm black. Nice to meet you. This guy's Jamaican. This guy's Moroccan. This guy's Libyan. That's how that works. We're black. BLACK. They're Sudanese. And black is used as a race in America, like outside of how we use it. So when they're black, it's still not something called themselves. That's the group they're thrown into when they come to America. They're still Sudanese people under the racial term black. We're just black. There's no something else there. So we're black as a race. We're black as an ethnonym. So they're what? Black as a race, but Sudanese as an ethnonym? How does that work? So we're black as both race and ethnonym. They're not. They're done.
That's crazy.
Yeah, get them up out of here. Yeah, so now, and at one point, everybody rejected it anyway. And that's why I say we're repoing black. We're gatekeeping black. Y'all gonna be exactly what you said you were in the world's history. So Sudan means the land of blacks. Okay? And that's who you are. We're not the land of blacks. You agree with that? We're not the land. We don't call ourselves the land of blacks.
No, we not the land of blacks.
Yeah.
That would, but it, yeah, that's
so
that's
we call
wild.
ourselves black for different reasons, right?
Not originally, like, so it's
No. Okay, you're
hairs.
mixing up. So wait. They were called black by Arabs. We were called black by Europeans. So yeah.
Exactly.
So right.
As a
Okay. So
descriptor.
all right. No, I'm saying you missed what I just said. I said we called ourselves and they called themselves. We called ourselves black. Now it's we. There's no longer him or them or they.
Mm-hmm.
We call ourselves black, different from why Sudanese people call themselves black. That was the question.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. I say that. I say that.
I got you. A family. They call themselves black because they was black as hell, color. That's why they call themselves black. We didn't call ourselves black until 1960, my boy. They call themselves black after a color. Yeah, I guess we are black. And that's an exonym. We're not exonym. We're ethnonym, bro. They were exonym. Sudan is an exonym. Somebody else called you that. and you agreed that that was good. We don't
So
call
then
ourselves.
for the African Americans, somebody called them that, and then they agreed to it.
Well, I don't know what an African American is, but for
Come
black
on
people,
now,
no, yeah, no, I don't know what African. You made that shit up because again, that's a racialized term. That I know a lot of y'all Pan-Africanists. Now look, it's Black Power, it's Black Wall Street, it's a Black self-defense, it's Black City Plan, it's Black everything, Black crime rate. But you guys want to call us Africa something? Everything, all of their language is Black. But when it comes to identifying, they deliberately and intentionally don't say Black. They say African American all the time. Okay, that's
so
intentional.
when did you stop calling yourself African American?
I never call myself African American. That's something we filled out. That's why I don't know if you're from this country. Like you're saying you are, but listen, I got aunts that's 75, 70, 68. I can put on three-way. Auntie, what did you call yourself growing up? You think you're gonna say African American? I got my mom, bro. I got access to my mom. I got access to uncles, older cousins. Nobody's saying we already.
No,
I did that.
I said you.
Yeah, no, I never call myself African American, bro.
Oh, okay.
Black. I mean, but none of us did. Ain't nobody call himself African American. Yo, when somebody said, "Hey, how we look?" African American. Give me a description. Okay, well, he had locks, right? He was African American. No, bro, it's Black. Black Wall Street, Black this, Black Panther. Ain't no African nothing.
So people walking around calling themselves African American, you're saying you never seen that other than online with Pan Africans.
Okay. Say that again.
So you're saying in real life you never witnessed Black people calling themselves African American. Like this some made up online stuff, African American. Hello?
Okay, I don't know how hard this is to understand, but ethnonym is your name. Two ways names are given normally. The most common way is obviously you name yourself and you define yourself. Okay? And that's called an endonym. Okay, the other unfamiliar way is that somebody else name you something and you take on their name and their definition. That's an exonym. Okay, so people were being called Black by outsiders. They're ops, either Arabs or white people. Okay, you took on their name and the definition that came with it, and it was usually disrespectful. It was a derogatory term. All right, cool. Exonym. We did not do that. Once we became free, once we became able and available to name ourselves, we named ourselves after the word Black. But it was not used as a descriptor as it normally was in history. We named ourselves Black and we made that adjective, that descriptor, a proper noun. That's never happened before. Okay, we put a capital B on a word that would normally have a lowercase b. We said put some respect on this name, this word. Then that's Black. We then defined Black, and it wasn't a color, my guy, like the outsiders name or call people Black. They didn't even name them Black. They called them Black, but it was a descriptive term. For us, Black was not a color. It was an experience, a lived experience. Okay? The Black experience. So that's an endonym. And we put the definition to it, proper noun. Nobody's done that. Nobody took a color, adjective, called themselves after it, defined it, and made it a proper noun. Put some respect on it, made the color be capitalized, taking it from the adjective sense to a proper noun. We did that. Everybody else were called and named by their ops, and they took on the definition of their ops. Exonym. right? Are we clear now? That's an exonym. These same people that took on names from outsiders and their definitions, a lot of them end up renaming themselves anyway, and that's it. But we're the only people to take on black or a color, but black. We're focused on black and take it for ourselves. We're exclusive to us. It's defining our lived experience in America. Is called the black experience, starting from U.S. chattel slavery all the way down to 2025, going into 2026. Endonym. Everybody else who so-called were called black by their ops, that was a nickname, because the first time they got a chance to name themselves, like the Haitians, they said 1804, they said we're Haitians. Other folks said we're Ghanaians, we're from Ghana. Other folks said we are Congolese, Sudanese, Eritrean, not black. Okay, so all those names I mentioned, those are not nicknames. Those are not buffers. Those are their real names that they named themselves. When we named ourselves, it was black. 1960s and in the 1970s, the government made it a racial term or whatever they did. So it was on the books. Black. We're the only black people in that sense. Took a word like black, made it an ethnonym, capital B, proper noun, no adjective, and defined it ourselves. It's nothing to join. It's nothing to later on come behind us and be that as well. It's no black Brit. Those people are from West Africa, and they're Nigerian, and others are from the island, the Caribbean, right? So that's a term they took on later, cosplaying us.
So in America, my race is black African American, but it's a race. You're too dumb to know that. That's why I put the link down there. That's a race, but that's not exclusive to just black Americans. That's everybody African descent that comes to this country. They're putting down. So, but that's not, you are not your race. The guy who said that, so you're not clicking that link. You are not your race. You are your ethnonym. You are your tribe, or where your country is. The man of your country. You're the countryman. You're not your race, my guy. One time that's called successful. That's called, you found something out. You know what you're doing. But I just invested in thumbnails, better topics, be more consistent on my times. It's simple shit, and business stuff, and that's what helped it grow. And I focus right, and I just focus more on me rather than everybody and their mother. Right. All right. So now, but all that being said, so when people start to see, and then I'm talking, I took a position. I'm FBA, Foundation Black American. I'm ADOS. I'm an American descendant of slavery, and I'm a descendant of a freedman. These are all facts, right? This ain't something that I joined or this was inherited. Like I have a lineage that goes back to 1700 sometime. So these are facts. Now I know this. I know that we were using wrong language. Like there's no disaggregated term for us. When we're called African American and Black American, we're grouped with everybody who's African descent. Now the difference is that they can peel that off and be considered the most successful immigrant group in the country. That's called Nigerians.
Now,
so you see,
Sheffrin be in that very discord, he be arguing that very point that you about to say right now. Sheffrin be in there arguing. He be the only one in there arguing the very point that you finna say, that is no delineation. Like when they fill out an application, like a guy from Nigeria can come here and he fill out an application, he gonna check African American. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like this is the argument that Sheffrin be having. So like that's what I'm saying. Like for you to be here saying like Sheffrin is Pan-African and you've been beating him up for years and whoop-de-whoop, it's kind of wild to me because like
hold on.
I fight this guy every day. On
so before we go backwards, right? So let me just tell you how, because I was watching and this is for everybody who holds this position. So now what I'm saying is like, so I'm saying anybody can call and debate me on this, not some random talking point or defend or the Indians. Yeah, I made that up on that channel, talking about I was siding with. First of all, y'all don't even know the reason for my channel. And speaking of channel changes, Unc shit went from pseudo killer to this and that to Amara Squad to now it's community skip.
Believe me, I'm biased. You know who you talking to, bro? The guy who didn't argue to the cows came home. Well, on all kinds of different topics, bro.
Right, now I get it, but what I'm saying is so if Chef is arguing that, and he's actually arguing
so to bring up Unc wouldn't do any good in this conversation. Like, it's whether Unc is a wild ass nigga or not, we probably all agree on that, right? So, okay, to bring that up, that ain't gonna do any justice. You know what I'm saying?
See, that's the thing though. But when y'all bringing me up, you're bringing up Sanchez, you're bringing up this person, that person. So it's like, well, they only talk about me. They don't bring nobody else up. Same energy. But look. So if that's Chef's argument and that's his position, I'm like, well, what could the pushback be? Because either he's wrong or he's correct. So if people are pushing back on that, I want to talk to those people. I want them to come over here, and I want to hear what they got what rebuttal they got against that.
So those people are the ones that push back usually. Usually they Pan-African. Usually they have
yeah, but some of them ain't though.
Yeah, some of them ain't, but and a lot of them. So when I hear the conversation, most of the time I hear like kind of like divisiveness. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a little divisiveness. That's the argument that they have. Like it's divisive or whatever. That like ADOS and FBA is kind of a divisive thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right now,
whereas, you know, and I don't know that. To me personally, I don't know that like some, you know, Nigerian immigrant is my biggest challenge. You know, I run into a lot of challenges in my 40 years here in America. Some Nigerian ain't never been one of them. But,
I got it. See, but again, right, because that's how you phrase it. But I do know this. Maybe I'll know a little more. I know this. I know that some Nigerian come here with white supremacist viewpoints. They say they got it from their parents, and then they find themselves in politics, right? They find themselves mayors of a city, and they find themselves in a school board, and they find themselves in a position of power to allocate money, fundings, and resources. So to me, that's problemsome. You come to this country, look like me. That means you can misrepresent me. You can speak for me, and you can deny stuff and say, no, we don't need that. We're good. And you came over here totally different than how I got over here. And and one of us have a legacy.
Well, how would Black Americans get in a position for some, like, how wouldn't that be? So if somebody came and got in a position to speak for me, and then deny me and control my circumstances, wouldn't that be a fuck up on my part?
No, because we know that this country is ran by white supremacists, and they use their systemic racism, and that's a real power. And that shit got us at 0.0%, of the wealth. So that's a real power. And I'm not going to act that doesn't exist. That shit is real. No. And these people,
white supremacy definitely does exist.
Right. Yeah, and then, like I said, people come over here and they align themselves up with white supremacists, and they call themselves conservatives, right? And they, again, it ain't like they coming as Jamaican conservatives.
Because they diluted, because of somebody comes over here and dilutes.
But I wasn't done though. No, I wasn't.
Go ahead.
That's my point. My point is, I know what you guys do. You guys act like they're powerless people. They just fucking third class citizens no,
they actually getting power, but I'm talking about diluting meaning mentally, because they could dilute themselves mentally. Go ahead.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is Black Americans, we're the only people who were subjected to another people for as long as we live, right? So we've been deprived, not like nobody else, neglected, benign neglect, all that. We got a whole history, a whole everything that happened to us. And matter of fact, we didn't gain riches and we're literally taken from us, some Debo shit, right? Urban renewal. We know about all this stuff, right? So now, all the way until 1968, at least on paper, where it was taken off the books, right? And then we know that our efforts allowed everybody who couldn't come in, even white people who could not come in this country, who had quotas. We know that. We know that our fight, our plight, end up benefiting everybody who couldn't come here before 1965. They're here now. And these same people who Dr. King looked out for and Dr. King made sure that they were protected by civil rights. Dr. King made sure that they could move around and get to resources, and not just him, his whole organization. So making sure these immigrants come over here and we're good. These same people, their lineage, their descendants, same people had the nerve to, even white people, like I said, they also benefit from our plight, can look back at us and say, you guys are lazy. You guys are this, you guys are that. When these guys are being, like Tariq said, she said, allowed to be progressive in this country. They're being allowed to be progressive, right? They're not targeted. These guys got flags in their car. So they keep saying, if a police officer pulls us over, they can. No, they can, because you got a damn Trinidadian flag in your car. You didn't even get pulled. They already know who you are before they pull you over. And you got a Jamaican flag. And this guy got this flag. No, they know it. The Barbadian flag. No, they know exactly who the hell's in that car. And
some racist white cop in Kentucky gives a damn about a Trinidadian.
Yeah.
Like he gonna respect the Trinidad guy more than me.
Yeah.
I don't think he give a fuck about neither one of us. Both of us niggas. He's not seeing that nuance that you seeing. All of the nuance that you see. Like that white police officer that jump out that car. He's not seeing none of that shit.
Yeah,
now, I'm not saying what
disagree.
You're not saying is not valid. What I'm saying is when the police officer get out the car, all he see is nigga. That's it.
But I don't believe that. And let me, because again, like, I don't know if, I don't know if you even know what they were doing. Okay, do you know what they were doing when they came to Ellis Island to separate themselves from me? So we're talking about Afro-Caribbeans and West Africans. Do you know how they were differentiating themselves from us so that white folks could give them a pass and allow them in there?
They were deluded, but yeah, go ahead. I hear you. They tried to do something that was deluded. This delusion.
They were showing their paperwork. Certain organizations they were down that only they were part of and we weren't, and they were using their accents when a police officer talked to them, they would speak with an accent, and guess what? And they were left alone. So white Americans, they know that Black Americans, we deleted backspace their ancestors, their relatives in the Civil War. We have that history, and that's something that they never gonna forgive us for. We fought and we ended their money. Not the people coming over today. All right. So they have just like many people say when they take their ass to South Africa, they say those people in South Africa do not look at Black Americans with the same hatred they have for the South Africans over there, because they understand that we're not tied to anything over there. So they don't have the same strong feelings, and that's everywhere.
Right. But they would have the same strong. Yeah. Once you do figure out the delineation, right? I guess they will. But I'm saying, like, at face value, I don't think they really, like, some cop is really trying to make that difference. Whatever.
So let me give a case in point then. Okay, let me not say anybody random. Let me point to an actual individual who African descent, Caribbean descent, that he's not Black American, and who set us back some hundreds of years. You ready for this one?
Oh, I'm definitely sure you can give some examples of some wild guy or whatever. Go ahead, though.
No, he ain't wild. It's Marcus Garvey. It's like he's one of the first leaders of Pan-Africanism. He came over here.
Wild guy, in my opinion. Scam artist, snake oil. If you ask me, but go ahead.
He definitely was. Yeah, but he came over here from another country. He disrespected everything we were fighting for, everything we always fought for, our wins, our L's. He didn't give a fuck about none of that. He said, I got the answer, follow me. Forget about which answers you already accomplished here and what you're building on, adding to. This is the answer, and the answer is leaving the country. And that was never an answer for nobody. That was never an answer for no Black American in this country, leaving the country. We fought for rights. We fought equality. We fought for all type of shit. That was not on our mind
That's
to
part
leave
of
the
the
country.
uniqueness. Yeah, we built this, so why would we leave it? You know what I'm saying?
Right. So what I'm saying is that energy is constant. So when they come over here, they like to feel entitled, like they have the answer, but they fled from a country that they didn't have answers for, and they're the majority. It's like, hold on, so you're gonna come over here as a minority amongst the strongest white people on human known history, and you're gonna have this the answer for us, and you just fled your country with no, and you're the majority.
Why? That's kind of the case. Like, you know what I'm saying? No,
You know,
it's not.
no, it's
just Jamaicans or Islanders or whatever. Like worldwide, folks want to come to America for financial gain or whatever.
Yeah, but people don't come to give us. Yeah, but people don't come to give us answers though. Like people just mind their business normally.
When they say when Marcus Garvey came and said he had the answers, but like black people should have shot him. But go ahead.
Yeah, well they tried to, but he was speaking. See, but here's the snake oil. He was speaking to the poor, and the Red Summer just happened where the KKK had to. Yeah. So we know that he studied us. Like we know that he was over in Jamaica studying our plight, and he knew exactly where to come. He didn't take his bum ass to the South. He came to the safe.
Yeah, to run his scam, right?
Yeah, he came to the north, but north.
They wouldn't have had that kind of money to fund his scam in Jamaica. But go ahead.
Got it. So we couldn't fund it either. And then you're selling stocks. Like, yo, what the fuck? Stocks? We looking like, what the? So our leaders are like, what? What's he selling? Stocks? Oh, get this guy the fuck out of here, man. So like they already like was on him from day one. Like, yo, okay, look, watch this guy. And then he just proved them right over and over and over where we had to do the Garvey Must Go campaign. But what I'm saying is that they had, now this is one, remember you said,
the government did that for us. I think the government put out for us in that case.
No,
go ahead.
No, that ain't. Do you know that's actually false? Yeah, that's actually.
Did they ship his ass out of here?
Yeah, but why? Why?
Because of mail fraud.
No. We put them on them. It was our leaders who contacted, that's known as FBI now. We contacted the FBI and said, get this guy there. He's scamming us. Right. No.
The how they prosecuted him was through mail fraud.
Yeah, of course. Because he's scamming us. They don't care about that. He's scamming us. Okay. But the minute he started to commit mail fraud, that's when he said, okay, we got him. Now we got something legit. Because
you thought I was being serious about the white folks looked out for. That was hyperbole.
I don't know. I'm just speaking factual. But what I'm saying is, you said there's one guy. You said the one immigrant can't do much, and I'm showing you one immigrant did a lot.
Yeah. So I'm saying like I'm sure it's what I was saying is I'm sure is a guy that you could point to that was doing some wild shit. Yeah, absolutely. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So we deserve to have
what I'm saying in general.
But we don't know. We don't know. We're trying to stop the next Garvey. So what I'm saying is, brother, we have a right to have a never again moment. So now the Jewish community, anything that's remotely smells like anti-Semitism, they're on it. They're knocking it out. And it might not even be that, but because they really stand by that never again chant. Okay, right. So we got one. So we got one too, and we saying anything that smells like it. So when these folks come over here and say that they've been trained by their mothers to stay away from us, we're lazy, all that shit, that smells like a Garvey shit. So we are on them immediately. We ain't giving no lace to that shit.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if your mama told you to stay away from niggas, you probably should listen to your mama. I don't know what to tell them.
Yeah, but we know that there's a lot of people who give these guys excuses. Oh, just ignore them. No, sir.
White folks told their kids, their daughters to stay away from
Right. So that's why we don't see them that's why we don't see them as no different. Like when people say the enemy, I always ask them, who's the enemy? Because I recall the largest human trafficking event in history was the transatlantic slave trade. I'm asking people, who's the enemy, the buyer or the seller?
The seller.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? Who's the enemy, the buyer or seller? Yeah, so we don't look at people because they're skin folk, they're automatically kinfolk. We look at actions, right? We see consistency, and we see what they do when they actually come here. what effort they're giving. They're here. They are our minority. They're here in the small millions. We're 43 million deep. You would think that you come to another country with other melanated people. You know what? Let's rock with them. Like they're the larger body politic. That's like common sense. That's not what's happening. Like let's join their fights and their plights and let's see how we can get some shit snuck in there.
They didn't come over here for that. They came over here for financial gain.
Right,
They
and that's
didn't be a part of.
I know, but that's what we thought they okay. What I'm saying is that's why I say we and them got two different worldviews. We looked at it as is us against white supremacy. Like when I say us, all melanated people. That's how we looked at this. And when they came over here, we see that's not how they seen it. And we were kind of confused because we're trying to join them in our organization, some join and whatever. But we thinking that they have the same worldview as us. Like we got to stop white supremacy, global white supremacy. And like you're saying, when they came over here and we see that's not on their brain, we're like, what the fuck happened here? You know, that caused some confusion. And then we watched them. And here comes some undermining. Here comes some sabotaging. And then the reparations thing pop up. And we see a lot of these guys running it and purposely losing. Well, that's my opinion, but they gotta be, because you cannot claim no race-based reparations, and they all did. As a matter of fact, there's a reparation case right now in New Jersey, and is led by a goddamn Tether who's arguing for race-based. So now look, we already exposed you cannot do race-based. That's like clearly known now. So they probably didn't know at that time, and maybe they did, but we know now you can't do it. There's a guy right now in New Jersey arguing for race-based reparations. So it's like, at some point,
he's doing something within.
But you can't do a race-based nothing. Like that's at this point, it's common sense because Adolf said FBA already exposed that back in 2016, and we're like 9 years later, and these are big movements with big noise. You know, we the ones that Adolf is the reason why California had changed the reparations stance from race. From race to lineage, and matter of fact, they did a vote, and we won 4-5. They voted for lineage-based reparations because it's common sense and legally you can't do nothing race-based. That's an L right away. So what I'm saying is like we have a loud roar. So for this guy, for this Tether to come over here and argue for reparations, I don't know how he even doing that as an immigrant, but then he making it race-based in 2025. That's the problem. We're like, okay, dude, you can't say ignorance today now. You got ChatGPT, you got Grok, AI, and come on, dude. Like, what are we doing? So at some point, it becomes intentional. And we call that undermining, sabotaging, and that's a huge issue for us.
Well, I definitely hear you. I mean, I ain't really mad at much you said there. You know what I mean? Ain't really got objections to much you said there, but you know, I just came on just to let you know that I was never.
Okay, so now let me explain why I said what I said about you. All right. Well, why I called you a coon and whatever I did. What's going on, bro? Yeah. So let me explain that. All right, Stu Pease in high school. They got a long history. Like X had a full debate that I played like 20 times through all my 3 channels. You can find it right now. Just any channel, FBA Defense Unit, Unbiased Ron, or FBA News and Updates. Just go to search and type in Stu Pease or X Architect. You're gonna see them debate for like 40 minutes. X cooked the
good debate. I can see that being a good discussion.
But it wasn't. It was one-sided, and then Stu Pease. I mean, it was not even close at all. And all Stu Pease did was disrespect Black Americans to try to win a debate versus like what they were talking about. So we're lazy. Being bad faith arguments like this. Well, the Nigerians are doing better, you guys. Okay, so X articulate. He says, Stu Pease, are you dumb? Nigerians are an immigrant group. They are only compared to other immigrant groups. You can't compare a small group to a whole populace of people. You compare population with population, and you compare groups with groups. He made that very clear to this guy. But because he'd be stuck in his emotions, he still argued that point. And he said other hateful things that was towards Black Americans. And Haskell did the same thing. And they always have done that on my channels.
So you call me a coon because of stupid.
Yeah. Right. Because you got a guy on it. Matter of fact, Chief X called him out. This guy was the title's FBA, but he's lying about ADOS. He's lying about. I mean, like to me, I'm gonna be real. If somebody can't see that Stu Pease is a fucking hater of the Black Americans, I'm good with them. Like, I'm gonna just be real. If somebody can't see that this dude has straight hatred.
Conversations with Stu Pease though. I
didn't hear you.
I don't think we don't really have like that discussion. But when we do have that discussion, like he ain't never said nothing like kind of off the wall, like it's I've heard. You know what I'm saying?
Well, ask him some questions. You'll see, because he can't hold it in. Like, I didn't even know he's like that. And then I said the origins before you guys can ever say I'm grifting. You out your goddamn mind. It was Stu Pease and Haskell kept bringing up ADOS and FBA on my panels when we were not talking about it. I was ignoring them. I kept saying, get back to topic. Get back to topic. So you guys got to know. You don't know that. But all the stuff is live recorded. I know where they all are at. And I should tell them, hey, man, get back on topic, because I knew where it was going to go. So, okay, so then finally I'm like, all right, let's talk about it.
I've had some discussion, but I never heard like that discussion on your panel before, like the AD.
Oh, yeah.
The ADOS. Usually you talk about something else when I was.
Yeah, exactly. And they kept bringing, like we're talking about rappers, who the best rapper. We're talking about boxing. We're talking about everything, and maybe some Dwight York, and then Stu Pease and Haskell, because they be having these conversations amongst themselves. On my panel, they would bring up Tariq Nasheed, Yvette Carnell. Oh, they divisive. And then I'll say, I'm like, ho, bro, we're not doing that. We're talking about this. And then when they kept doing it, I finally was like, all right, look, what y'all want to talk about? Now, you even said it. You said divisive. Okay, then y'all want to jump the gun and like be disingenuous. The division came when they would come into, I recall them calling Tariq Nasheed spaces and trolling and debating and arguing, roasting. And he's roasting back. He's a funny guy. He's a comedian. And so people would clip the roasting part, not the serious. He also had serious conversations with them. When they call and say, hey, what is it about, blah, blah, blah. He would be straight up real with them, no jokes. But they would come with the jokes or the disingenuous or the bad faith arguments undermining us, and then it goes there. But when they initially call, it'd be a legit conversation about our talking points, reparations, delineation, self-identification. These be serious conversations with some of them. And then some come with the trolling shit. Then he gave them nicknames. Okay, so what people do is they clip that. They clip the roasting session, not how it started, and say, hey, look, they're being divisive. So if anybody fall for that, they're an idiot. Because I know me. I need context. You give me 3 seconds. You give me a 30-second clip. Let me click where's the rest of it? And anybody serious won't even do a video. We'll clip it. See, when you clip something and play it, there's the option to listen to the whole thing. Like, all my shit are clips. I don't make videos. I don't make short videos for Movie Maker. All of my stuff are clips where if I send it, you guys can click it and see the whole context. These guys are making videos. So you can't even click to see where this original conversation stemmed from. So like that's just bad research, bad faith, everything right there. You made a video. You didn't even clip it. And the clip feature is free. It's there.
I don't know that everybody all savvy with that. I mean, I know how to do it.
Then stay off the internet. Then, if people are lacking, and they trying to come in these spaces, and people like me know this shit, and then that's why they get cooked. You come over here lacking. You know what happens when you lacking. It'll end up good for you. When anybody got beef and they're lacking, it never ends up well for them.
But yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I think you did a little bit of an evolution yourself, though.
Go ahead, start. Let's go.
I don't know that you always seen things the way that Tariq Nasheed, see things.
Like what?
Well, it was a time where I can remember a time where you thought that like maybe Tariq Nasheed was maybe like some type of scam artist or something.
No, never said that. So now let me tell you what I said, because I know
there's nobody on earth I agree with fully. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So Tariq, I'm fully jabbed up. He's not. All right. Right. So I disagree there. All right. So there.
Oh, you talking about the
Yeah. I'm fully jabbed up. Okay. That's what we're trying to tell people, man. We can have differences and still be brotherly and sisterly. We don't have to agree with. I'm not into UFOs. Okay, wait. Let me say this for the chat, because we're talking to a chat, and the video will be replayed. Like, you know, they replay my videos even if they don't catch it live. So this is for them. I always maintain that we're 43 million. There's some Tariq might like the Lakers. I'm gonna like the Knicks. All right, and we're gonna argue and disagree. That's okay. He's going to be into UFOs. I'm not UFO at all. Tariq is into some type of spirituality. I'm not. Okay. So, but these are good disagreements. It shows that we're not yes men towards each other. All right. Even me and ex-architect debate all the time. We differ on the school system. We differ on what is the problem. He says the teachers, I say outdated information. All right. So, but that means that we don't get along now, and we not. No. So I'm a real guy. My name is Unbiased for a reason. I'm going to let you know when I disagree, and I'm never going to agree with certain things I don't disagree with. But when you say something that I think is brilliant, I'm going to give you flowers. Because I know the conversation in 2001. You don't, when Obama was running for president, and they was naming him the first black president or the first African American. I know for a fact. I got clips, and I know that time, because DJ Focus, Dad's Nation of Islam. All right. And as soon as he ran for candidacy, he did lectures. I got video lectures in 2003, 2002. DJ Focus' dad said Obama's not black. He's from another country. Okay. And I know that was the argument at the time. Many people standing up saying he's not black. And then they actually said the acronym DOS. Of course, they said it. They said he's not a descendant of slaves. Not just him. You had white people say Obama is not a descendant of slaves. So they were saying DOS, and we just ain't put it together. We didn't even have a word for it. The sister Dickerson, she was saying this. Like, they was laughing at her because they were kind of confused what she was saying. She said he's not black. See, but at that time he was black, because black just means somebody to the average idiot, somebody who's just dark skinned or of African descent. But she clarified, but there was no real term for that. So she said, well, he's not a descendant of slaves. So immediately when she had to think of something real fast to show how he's not black like us, she said descendant of slaves. And everybody stopped laughing, and they understood what she meant. Mm-hmm. So all Yvette Carno did was have a light one day, a genius moment where they said, okay, I got it. I got the terminology. Since people were already using DOS way back in 2001, let's stay right there. And let's just throw the A on there, because there's many descendants of slaves all across the world. Let's throw that A there. Now, that A is American. American is a demonym. I got to teach people this shit. A demonym is the shortcut name of the nickname of the country. The country is called the United States of America. So you cannot lump up the Americas when we say American. So when you say American descendants of slaves, that's a demonym for the United States of America. Now, when somebody say, nah, Americans is all the Americas, I know that's an idiot. They don't understand. We use it as a demonym. Okay, we don't use it as that. We're talking about all the Americas. All right, so we know that when it's said American, we don't gotta clarify that a demonym is a real word, and Americans are demonym, and Nigeria is their demonym. It's called the Congo, some other shit, the real name. And there's many demonyms for many countries. So she threw the American there because she knows it's a demonym that only leaves it to us, this country and this government, in chattel slavery. So U.S., United States of America, descendant of slaves.
Mm-hmm.
And so all she does is put the A there, so the confusion won't be like, well, there's many people from different Americas, and that's why the A was there as a demonym to specify and target. No, we're talking about U.S. chattels, U.S. United States of America. That's all. USA, basically. Right. That's also a nickname, right? Abbreviation, because that's a long ass title. So we just made it short. But yeah, so she said that. Tariq Nasheed came behind that, and he felt like that term wasn't all exclusive. Like, it wasn't airtight as they think it is. He thought he sees some loopholes how somebody could come, immigrant could come and tag on to that. And he said, okay, look, Because again, they kept saying we all been slaves somewhere. Because that I know the arguments that was going on at that time. I watched all those fucking podcasts, unbeknownst to Stu Pease and Haskell. They thought they was going to do an ambush on me. But let me say, he's okay. The foundational will eliminate the whole argument. We've been slaves somewhere too. Okay, well, you haven't been foundational here. And matter of fact, we all say, you know what? We like that term better because we don't want to be associated all the time with something old like slavery. So we say, yeah, and because that's seen as something shame, we know that people from other countries would use that to shame us. So, all right, look, we're black, we're American, and foundational is our contributions are free labor, cheap labor, you know, all that convict leasing, sharecropping, all that stuff, what we did for this country. And I want to say this lastly, because you got people like the Italians and the Chinese who expanded the railroads west. You have the Irish who was in the steel mills and they were in the coal mines, right? But the difference is they were just there. We did all of that. So we did what they did and more. We did tobacco, sugar, cotton. We did all that shit. Railroad tracks, steel mines, and the what's the last one? The coal mines and the steel mills and the coal. So we did all that. They didn't. None of those groups did all of it. They did one thing or two. We did all of it. So they say, hey, we're foundational too. Yeah, I guess you could say, you know, you contributed, but you're not foundation in that you were involved in every aspect of making this country great.
Right.
That's all. So now, just off that, I don't think there should be pushback from there. Oh, Tariq made it up. Oh, okay, so what? And then I see Unc and Chief. Somebody got him. So now we got him because it was Thunder. I think Thunder did a good job actually. Thunder did what X-Architect did. See, Unc. I just can't believe that people still be following Unc, knowing that he's Mr. Confirmation bias. So X did what Thunder did. He showed him the definition of FBA. It's the first paragraph on the website. What Unc does is skip that and go to something else that's different from the definition. The definition is laid out. That's the first thing laid out, what a foundation of Black American is. Now Unc is so crazy, I was going to say something else, that X knew he didn't read that part. He skipped somewhere where that's confirmation bias, that's cherry picking. He went where he wanted to go. So X read the definition off. He didn't tell Unc where he got it from. He said, Unc, does this definition describe you? That fool said yes. And he was reading Tariq Nasheed's definition of FBA. So be like, oh, so you got a problem with just Tariq's acronym. Right, not the definition, it's the acronym. Then you run to 3 strikes, he run to 3 stars somewhere. The 3 stars is separate. That's not the definition.
I don't, because see, well, at least even me, well, I'll speak for myself. I can't speak for all these other folks. But what I'll say is, so you can, I mean, when you define the FBA, you know, I could identify as that myself. But when you, a lot of times there's baggage that comes along with certain names, the way the way things are in a group. So
explain the baggage that comes with FBA.
Yeah, so like with the FBA, right? Fine. When you read I guess if you define it in the way that, I don't know what the definition was, but I'm sure you can find a way to where I could definitely agree with it. You know what I mean? And then, but
what's the baggage?
So it's baggage that comes with that, though, right?
Like what?
So like there's an ideology that comes with the way Tariq Nasheed. It's an ideology with his group or the FBA, I guess, you know what I'm saying? And so FBA is associated with Tariq Nasheed. He got a certain type of rhetoric, you know what I mean, that comes along with that. And sometimes, people don't identify with that part of it, you know what I'm saying?
They got to make up something. Okay, first of all, there's no ideology. Tariq gave the definition. Now, anything outside of that, that's personal. So if he says, hey, man, some people were here before, that's personal. That's not a requirement, bro. That's not a requirement to be FBA or ADOS. The requirement is the ethnogenesis. So for people that believe they were here, people who believe they came on slave ships, that's your origin story. But that's not the requirement to be FBA. So if you only was here before the slave ships, if you only came by way of slave ships and you never underwent the U.S. child slavery, you're not FBA. So there's a specific requirement to be FBA, and coming on slave ships ain't the only requirement. And or being here all time. That's not enough. You have to go through U.S. chattel slavery before we even have a conversation.
No, so you said, say again. I misheard. You said,
okay, cool.
You only came through the slave ships. You're not FBA. Are you still there?
Yeah, my mic is just like, oh, I think my son destroyed it. Okay, so it might be me. It might be me because he's 4, but it might be me though because I keep it in. Like, you don't take the best care of it. You dig? I throw it in the bag, so it's probably me. Just blaming his little ass. But so let me just make it more simpler. A requirement to be FBA is U.S. chattel slavery. If you didn't go through that, however you got here is meaningless. You have to go through U.S. chattel slavery. There's people who got here and got shipped right to the Caribbean. They're not FBA. And if you
I think a lot of the people, I think it's a lot of mixture. Like, so, some people were born over here, I guess, after a while within slavery, but those people were brought over here too from the Caribbean.
Right, and they're FBA, right. See, we already covered that. See, like, there's no confusion with us. See, people like to talk about us, but they don't like to talk to us because talking to us, some answers are finally delivered. Yeah, those people were brought over here. That don't matter if they stayed here the whole way and had descendants. They're FBA. It's that simple. You have to stay here, go through the ethnogenesis, complete ethnogenesis, and be known as an American citizen your entire life. You're FBA. But chattel slavery starts the conversation.
Okay, but what does that have to do with the slave? I ain't getting the slave shit part, though.
Okay. No, I just summed it up. I was talking to 2 different audiences. Okay. So I just without adding too much confusion, because I was talking to people because there's people who say I came on slave ships. I was not here before slave ships. So I was talking to them. And then there's people saying I never came on slave ships. I was already here. So I was talking to 2 different groups at the same time, trying to address both of them. And that's why I say, so to be more clear.
Was here?
No. I'm saying for people who, okay, listen, bro. You can't gaslight me. I'm saying for people that believe that I were talking to them. So I'm saying those stories.
I'm trying to get clarity.
Right. So but you got to listen. I'm giving you clarity right now. I'm clarifying. I'm saying.
No, I'm asking clarification questions,
right.
Bro.
Okay, cool. And I'm trying to answer it. You're cutting in.
I don't like when people be like, "Oh, you gaslighting." It's like, bro.
But you are though, because I know what you're doing. All right, but check it out. It ain't gonna work. So let me say this. People came on. Right. I got you. I know. But people came over on slave ships, right? That don't mean they went through chattel slavery, right? Like we agree, some of those people got shipped off somewhere else, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I got you.
Right.
I got you.
Right.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
So they're not FBA. Now, for those who like to say they were already here, they're not necessarily FBA either. If they didn't go, so I'm saying bragging about that ain't good enough. You got to now prove your ass went through chattel slavery. Because you was always here, you ain't go through that. You're not FBA.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, how would you have went through chattel slavery if you wasn't on the slave ships? It's kind of
because, but if you're already here, okay, watch this. Watch how easy that is. If you're already here, you didn't come on slave ships, and you look like us, and they throw you in the midst of us, you're doing slavery.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's all of that. That's what I'm saying. Like all of that baggage, like that's to me.
That's history. That's light work. All right, cool. I mean, but
to me.
Yeah, but
so
okay, cool. Well, you know, worst baggage.
Saying like that's was like
worst baggage is saying you're African American.
Identified. That's why you.
Yeah, but okay,
ahead,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Worst baggage is saying, are you African American?
Yeah.
That's worst baggage. So you're a race, but what is your ethnonym?
I don't have a. I don't know. I don't know what the ethnic.
Yeah. See. Okay. All right. So what is your ethnic label? So outside of being part of a race and outside of being part of the descendants of African race. Okay. So let me give you an example. A Nigerian is considered African American. That's his race, but his ethnic standing on label is Nigerian or Yoruba, right? A Jamaican is considered African American as a race.
Black
so now I'm asking. Say that again.
Black African American.
Black. So, wait, hold on. So African American. I mean, you said the same thing. You just added black there. So African American is your race, and your ethnonym is a Black African American. You just said the same thing.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what to say, bro. I'm a Black African American. That's
so,
what I
okay. I got you. And look, I don't tell people, like, what I don't do is make people, you know, I don't do like a religion where you gotta say FBA. Hey man, call it what you want to call it. That's not important to me. The only thing that's important to me is, are you of the lineage? And when I say important, I'm saying important that what we're trying to do, like we're trying to galvanize on a simple commonality. That's not ideology based. That's not religion based or political based. None of that stuff. Just simply because you were born a certain way.
FBA got an ideology. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, no. Okay, dude, nah, that's weak. You just said this. You just said to don't mention Unc when I'm speaking to you because Unc sometimes could be wild. I said, okay. Now, you just did that to me. You're saying because a couple FBAs are saying some wild stuff.
With Unc though, I don't have it.
I got you, but I'm just saying. I got you. I'm just saying back what you said to me. I'm saying, why would you have me to speak?
You can't say the same thing to me though, like because you have Tariq's ideology. I don't have ideology.
No, I don't. Wait. Okay, prove out now. See, this is where they tiptoe and twist and tap out. Hey, bro, prove one ideology I got from Tariq. Prove one. You said it. Now you got to prove it. Source up.
We're gonna say what?
Source up. Prove. Give me the ideology I bought from Tariq Nasheed. I just said that he's against jab. I'm jabbed up. Okay.
So you have Tariq. So what comes with an ideology is like language and different.
Okay.
Things.
So go ahead. So tell me.
Who's a tether and who's not a tether? That's an ideology that.
Okay. Hold on.
Rhetoric.
Okay. Hold on. All right. I see why they're crying now. Actually, are you familiar with Melvin Charles, the one that created the Black American Heritage flag?
No, I'm familiar with the Black.
See, yeah. See, here's the thing. He had wording too that we agreed with, and we even adopted the flag. So yes, so we agree right now. Yeah, in people's homes that don't consider themselves FBA at all, they have the Black American Heritage flag. That's 1967. That shit been popping, and that shit was used in public phones for certain cities and states. They was using that flag to represent Black Americans, delineating. All right, and he has certain terms and phrases that he used that we borrowed. That's okay. So if Tariq says something, we got Yvette say things I borrowed from. When she say disaggregate, I like that word. I use that. See, we're Black American. When we say something fly, we borrow it. Look at cap. I say no cap, right? No cap. That's a fly word somebody came up with. And he might be a gangbanger. He might be this, it might be that. But that's a fly terminology to say somebody's lying. So yeah, that's part of AAVE, man. Like we borrow language. Look at your dig.
That's
like some. But hey, look at yo. Chef say yo, I say yo, and I'm from Jersey, from Baltimore. We're both saying yo. Okay, so I'm saying like that. That's part of FBA culture. Certain words hit and some words don't. When Tariq Nasheed decided to label those people who fight against that's obviously immigrants or immigrant born, who fight against our talking points, tooth and nail like a stew peas. He had a clever name for them that he got from a movie. These little tethers. Now, some stuff he say we don't adopt. See, that's the thing. He's a human being. He's a loud voice. He has a microphone, and so does Roland Martin, and so does Umar Johnson. When he says that's bunny, but that's no bunny shit. People borrow that. Hey man, and even Seti, when he said that's Negro pink psychosis. People actually borrowed that, even though they don't subscribe to the whole the Hotep stuff. People don't subscribe to Umar's Pan-African stuff, but they agree with the Snow Bunny stuff. So I'm saying that's normal. If somebody say some fly shit and you feel like it fits better than any other option, you borrow it. She from the streets, that's Future. Everybody been saying that ever since. She for the streets. That was some fly shit, and the way he had the swag to go with it. Nigga chilling in the back of a Maybach, whatever he's in, and he talking about some women. He like, yo, she's for the streets. That went viral. So what about the?
So let's take so you familiar with the Nation of Islam, right?
Yeah, yes.
So when you're a part of the Nation of Islam, right? Mm-hmm. Nation of Islam has a certain ideology. They got certain rhetoric that comes with that and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So like one would say, just because you Islam don't mean, and there's a lot of similar things in Islam that the Nation of Islam practice, right? You know, of course you wouldn't say just because you practice Islam, you down with the Nation of Islam. But once you start adopting certain certain rhetoric and certain ideology, then that kind of identifies you or kind of puts you in the realm of that Nation of Islam thing. You know what I'm saying?
No,
it's
I don't.
Like you can identify people through the rhetoric. You know, you're like, oh, okay, that's the Nation of Islam guy. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but it's false though, because you got so many people.
There's a lot of shit that old boy say that that the Nation of Islam would say that I would agree with. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't say that. Because I agree with one or two things that now I'm the Nation of Islam. You know what I'm saying?
Nah. That's a false argument, because Dr. Malachi York used to say non-ether, right? 5% say non-cipher. People use that verbiage and don't even know where that comes from. It just sounds fly to them. And matter of fact, it ain't even non-cipher, it's now cipher. But they say non-cipher because they think that's what we're saying. It's actually now cipher. It's part of the supreme alphabet. It's now cipher, but they say non-cipher. But they get a pass because we know they're trying. But it just sounds fly to them. They have no idea where that comes from. People say non-ether. They have no idea where it comes from. It just sounds fly. Certain people that say fly shit, it just be more lit.
None of that shit before, but
but all right. I mean, but yeah, you're not from the East Coast, so yeah, okay, I got it. But you're not from the North.
Oh yeah, they see. So that's what I'm saying. So especially on the East Coast, right? You'll hear a lot of that lingo because of that ideology, because of that. You know what I mean?
It's because of the net. No, it's
that black power, like, you know what I'm saying? Like the lingo, it's an ideology that comes with that lingo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a false equivalent. If I put that shit in AI right now, it's gonna cook you. Like that. I mean, like you guys be saying shit and making that shit absolute. If I put that, I know. We know because we hear the arguments. Like, yo, that shit sound crazy. We listen. This is what you guys. This is
with other human beings, bro.
Look, this is what you guys want to believe. All right, but
it's not a belief of mine. I'm just having an opinion. I'm just having.
All right, okay, then go ahead. All right, everybody got an opinion, and we got one too. It's all right.
A belief, bro.
Okay, all right. So we got it. All right, so we got it. Your race is African American. Your standalone ethnonym is Black African American. We got it. So when you fill out forms, you put Black African American on there.
And I check Black African American. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but that's a race, though. I'm saying, like, when you were able to identify yourself somewhere, like your ethnonym, what do you put down?
I just put American. What do you mean? Like, what are you saying, bro? Like,
American's your nationality.
there's a box. There's two boxes. Whether you're American citizen, I check that one, right? Are you black or black/African American? I check that one.
Right, that's your race. But then, like, if you were to try to separate yourself,
nationality and a race. That's all I need.
Right. No, because Nigerians they have an ethnonym tied to that, right? Everybody in the world has an ethnonym. How are you? Yeah, you see. Okay, so you got it, and that's the issue, and that's why we say you're Pan-African. That is the Pan. Now, I don't give a damn about it. Yeah, you just said that we borrow the idea. You just said that we take a word here and there or thought from Tariq Nasheed. We're part of him. But now you're borrowing arguments and parts of the ideology of Pan-Africans, but you're not a Pan-African. There's baggage that comes with. Wait, hold on. Let me say this.
Pan-Africans they had a whole kind of
but part of their ideology.
So I don't.
I got you.
Baggage.
No, but you're saying that. But when you say that you're good with
that's
a racial
government thing, that ain't a Pan-African thing.
What's the government name?
When I talked about the boxes I checked, that was about a government thing. I wasn't talking about a Pan-African thing.
Okay, okay, I got it. I just asked you personally. I said every human being has an ethnonym, a standalone ethnonym to differentiate or show distinction from them and other people in the world. I just said, what's yours? You said, I ain't worried about that, I don't need it. I'm saying that is part of Pan-African ideology. Right, and I'm saying that's part. Got it. And I'm saying your answer is part of the Pan-African ideology. That's how all of them answer. And because you hang around them, you don't know you're being influenced around them. Yeah, but that's exactly their stance.
Okay, I got you.
Okay, so you're saying so.
Go by anything, but
like, so
listen,
I got it.
When I'm filling out my official government records, bro, that's the way I go, bro. Like,
got you, and I mean,
I don't have any.
Most people do too, right?
So the difference between me and you is what you saying I got baggage, but I'm not having any baggage because I don't claim Pan-Africanism. You see what I'm saying? You said you are FBA or whatever.
And what else? And what else? And what else? I said I stated a fact. I'm a Black American. The F stands for foundation. That's credit. Okay. Right. So that's not baggage.
I never would have asked you that question.
No, I'm saying that's not baggage though. That's being real. So if somebody say, "Hey man, are you a Black American?" Yes. They say, "Hey man, are you a descendant of slavery?" Yes. Are you also descendants of freedmen? Yes. These are simple historical answers. Like, there's no baggage coming with that. That's a reality. And did your people lay the foundation for this country? Yes. And also the foundational part, family, we kind of leave in the 1860s, but the foundational part is even in the 1950s because these folks couldn't be here without our fight. So we even laid a new foundation for those folks to come over here in the 1960s. So we laid two foundations. We physically built the country or helped build it, a significant portion of it. And then in 1950, we laid the foundation for other people to have a foundation. We like double foundational Black Americans.
You're against that. I'm biased for 1 second.
All right. So now I would just the reason why I asked you those questions about No,
I'm saying, do you think I would have argued against that for 1 second though?
Hey, I don't think you should. But the reason why I brought up African American, it wasn't a gotcha. I was showing you that you're saying that we're borrowing something from a man. Now we're tied to baggage.
No, I'm saying like that the FBA comes with baggage.
Okay, and
you borrowed
no. Yeah, but how? Okay, so watch this. Watch this. What I'm saying is, how do you know they accept FBA? Okay, this person, you don't know at all. They just heard the terminology, foundational, Black American, like so many people had. Like the brother on the phone, or the brother on the channel right now, he said he just subscribed to Tariq Nasheed. Matter of fact, Donnie is ADOS. So you got people, see again, y'all know the person of my channel. I had one of the first channels that was inclusive to everybody of the lineage. At that point, people who were claiming ADOS.
any of
No,
that.
no, listen. No, just listen. So when y'all have your private conversations, you can say this, because you guys didn't understand the purpose of my channel. You guys were giving me grifting reasons, and I'm saying my channel was one of the first channels that was welcoming people of the lineage who called themselves FBA and ADOS. At that point, there was like a little rift. You were ADOS, you wasn't really accept FBA, FBA, you want to accept ADOS. It's like a little rift, like a little civil war, a slight small one. So what I did was I nipped that in the bud. I said, I'm going to create a channel that's going to be all inclusive to everybody that's called themselves ADOS, FBA, descendants of freedmen. That's exactly what I said for my page. I think it's still there. Right. So that was my purpose. I was one of the first people to do
like
that.
The abos and stuff, they don't be, they deny slavery and stuff like that. And that's why I came on. So let's rewind. Let's rewind. This is why I came on anyway in the first place the other day, right? I was trying to get here to this part where we at now, like where you had this. Well, I guess it was a little bit earlier in the conversation where you kind of discuss how you the people who thought they were already here and how you felt about that, and then kind of where we at now, right? I wasn't coming on for like beef or nothing like that, because I was like, damn, I remember Bias used to go. We used to go at the abos and shit like that. Like me and Unbiased. Me and you used to go at the abos a lot. On your channel, I think you used to.
Hey, bro, I ain't never. Hey, bro, I ain't never
ever have a discussion about.
Hey, dude, if y'all did, that's on y'all. I ain't never direct my attention to abos, bro. I have no arguments for an abo.
Okay, so I might be mistaken, but anyway,
never. That was Sean and them thing.
So my point was, so I might be mistaken then. My bad. But my point was that, a lot of them, that's what I was coming on to discuss. A lot of them be like, yo, slavery didn't exist. We was already here and we didn't, you know what I'm saying? So I was just confused by that. That was all. That was my whole thing.
All right.
You know what
so let me straighten that out.
Like, you got the right to have your channel and say what you want to say on your channel. Who am I?
Yeah, so,
you know
right. So let me address that then. Let me address that. Because I heard people say, hey, this guy's on your channel, that guy's on your channel, and they trying to like.
I don't even know that. I don't know the different the abo guys, so I wouldn't know any of that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, because I believe I'm pretty witty, and yes, I'm very good at chess, and chess is about planning and solving problems. I'm very good at solving problems. So I thought about what language, because I feel like people are calling themselves things, and people that might be a roadblock from people to come together of the same lineage. So my channel, bro, I say I'm FBA ALs, descendant of freedmen, but I really just use the term the lineage. So over here, the lineage supersedes these acronyms, okay? Because all those acronyms are doing, they are names attempted to describe the lineage. So even if somebody came over here as an African American, right? And that's the terminology they want to use. I wouldn't even trip. The fact that they're still galvanizing on one commonality, that they are of the same lineage, I'm cool, because that's my pitch. It's the lineage. Now, I thought about abos. That's okay. So an abo is going to believe, and when we say abo, to my people, aboriginals, right, who believe they were already here, and then no slaves. I say that's not an issue for me, because I will ask you this. Do you believe that those people were already here? Do you believe with their account of history, they were already here before the slave trade?
Do I believe the abos was? No, I don't. Like African was here already? No.
Yeah. Okay. So okay, cool. And that I thought about that. Okay. So don't you believe if they do a 23andMe, it's going to bring their ass back to Africa somewhere?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So if that's true, wouldn't they qualify for to be FBA?
Yeah.
Right. So that's how I look at it. I said your origin story doesn't matter to me. Mm-hmm. Are you FBA or you're not? Are you of the lineage or you're not?
Yeah,
and
but
it turned out no. Listen,
they wouldn't even take a
Okay, no, but listen what I'm saying though. Listen what I'm saying though. I'm saying, listen, it don't matter. What I'm saying, at some point, everybody got to prove what they're saying at some point. So if people were really here and they could prove it, that means they got to do that. So that means that, you know, if they were right the whole time, then they sourced up. If they can't prove it, it's going to be an issue. Okay. When it comes to tangibles and allocations that are directed toward the lineage, right? So so that's all that matters to me. It's like at some point everybody got to prove what they say they are, and right now this ain't the time. We're still galvanizing, but there's going to come a time. Right now we're taking everybody on face value. There's people who say the FBA, we don't know. There's people saying the Adolfs, we don't know.
They say they not of the lineage, so that ain't that the point, right?
Who? Wait, what happened?
Isn't that the point of the abos is like that they ain't of the lineage?
Who said they're not of the lineage?
The abos.
That's absolutely false. No.
Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah, you bugging.
You're completely wrong.
Bro, this is
completely
wrong. How I understand it. They don't think that they were a part of our history, like this.
Yeah, misinformation.
Go ahead. So they are.
Professor Small doesn't even believe that. Professor Small doesn't even believe that. Even though he acknowledged, that his family, just like Dewan B talked about his family background when he was having the back and forth with Professor Smalls acknowledged that his own family took him to the burial mounds and told him that his ancestors were buried in the mounds. Okay. Okay. So he acknowledged. It doesn't. See, the thing is that
Professor Smalls. I'm saying I'm
telling you, if you listen, you will understand. The point is that if you're tied into the experience, see, the slavery aspect is the connective tissue. Tethers don't have that connection on this landmass here. Okay, that will be like us trying to, if let's say Britain and France decided they wanted to pay reparations to Africa for colonization. Are we going to get that based off of being African? No, we're not going to get that. We're going to get it from this particular experience because it's here. You know what I'm saying? So Professor Smalls even acknowledges that part, while at the same time trying to be connected to Africa as well in terms of the Pan-African. See, the Pan-African part is the ideology that tries to connect the melanated people of the world from a melanated perspective and trying to tie it into a cultural thing. You know what I'm saying? ADOS and FBA is more from a lineage base. You know, that's Pan-African. Before Pan-African existed, we still existed. You know what I'm saying? We still had a lineage here. Pan-African was just a theory that was created in the Caribbean. That was just people trying to believe in or wanting to believe in some idea of us all coming together and working together, which I'm not saying was a bad idea necessarily if it was actually practiced by the people who came up with it. But that's not what happened. But whether Pan-Africanism exists or not, our lineage is still concrete here, though. And that's the whole point. There's nothing to argue about that. Like, either you have it or you don't. Just like I can't claim Igbo because I don't have that. Because I'm not that. So it's the same thing. Just like a Yoruba can't claim Igbo. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not considered that.
Ron, you there?
Yeah, I just.
Hey Ron, we got a wrench going wild in the chat, bro.
Oh, where? Who is it?
Monochondriatic blues.
Yeah, I said that yesterday or the day before, I think.
Okay, so this is what I mean. This is why when before I made a channel, I wanted this to be a home for everybody of the lineage, right? Whether you say you already been here or you came on slave ship, that didn't matter because both people, right, experience the same ethnogenesis. So that means they're from the same lineage. So I keep saying your origin story doesn't really matter. It's your end story. Were you part of ethnogenesis or not? So when he said that Abel don't say they got of the lineage, that was news to me. I was like, what? But this is what I'm trying to say. Like they be saying stuff that's false and that they just be saying it. And I almost believe them because I'm like, really? Because I
wasn't saying I was stating my understanding. I don't listen. I'm biased. I'm not like some abo guy or that. I talk to abos a lot. I'm saying what I was stating was this is how I understand it, bro.
Wait, so let me just speak to Mono. Mono,
it was okay if y'all corrected.
1 second, Corey. Let me speak to Mono. No, it's not a big deal. Because I wouldn't even, when you said that, I wasn't even sure at that point. Hey, Mono, I don't got to block you. Wait, hold on. Let me just talk to Mono. Mono, I don't got to block you, my guy. You just got to take your medicine, right? So, I mean, you can control your action. He's talking about block me. I don't need to. You know, if you crashing out, then we got to block you. But you don't have to crash out, though. Like, you just need some self-control. That's why I say these guys always talk about self-resilience, self-knowledge, self-righteousness, but they would have no self-control. Like practice that shit first before all the self stuff. Yeah. So now knock it off, or I gotta get you out of here. Man, I'm gonna take your wrench. Let me take his wrench. I'm gonna take it. He takes guy wrench. Yeah, you know, I'm saying though, when you say stuff like that though, because you said it kind of, you had me believing you, so you ain't said like in a question form.
I wasn't.
You said it in an absolute form. No, I'm just saying as you're communicating, like you said like they really were denying the lineage. That's why I said really.
I was like, don't the abos? I think I said it in the question form, but if I didn't, I apologize, bro. But I was thinking, I was under the understanding that the way they say it is like, yo, y'all say that y'all came on slave ships and this and that and the other, and we wasn't involved in that. We was already here. This was my understanding of it, bro. So
yeah, now that's light though. That's light though. Like for us, we don't even engage in that because I know that's what people.
Admitted that was your understanding of it. You just said that, didn't you? You said,
listen.
I thought that was that's what the case was.
No, I said I didn't know. I said I don't know them. Okay. Prior to you saying that, I thought they said, that's why I said the way I said it. Prior to you saying that, I understood that they believed they were of the lineage. All right, prior to you saying that. So when you said that, I'm like, really? Like, oh shit, that's what they thought the whole time? Because I was going to say, well, then they're not FBA.
Like, no, I ain't African. I ain't got nothing to do with that. You know what I mean?
No. But hold on, dude. I'm past that. Okay? That's not what I do here. What I do here is we talk about what we have in common, not what we don't have in common. See, we're different than these other channels out there that can't get along for shit, that keep splitting and dividing and arguing amongst each other. We know how to come together on something we agree with and make that the priority, as opposed to coming together on something we disagree on that creates unlimited perpetual debates. Like we figured it out. We cracked the code. And that's why we're growing in numbers. It ain't because we're scamming or grifting. It's because we figure out how to get along.
Absolutely.
And nobody else did.
That's why I brought up the one. That's why I brought up the one B.
Yeah,
that's why I brought up the one B.
I don't have a problem with coming together and nothing like that. Absolutely. You know, it's strength in numbers, definitely. No goal gets accomplished alone, right? Everything that's been accomplished in history been a cooperation. So anything meaningful, rather, to the human species has been a cooperation. So absolutely. You know, you already know I'm down with that.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm a solutionist. I said I figured it out. I figured out how to get Black Americans on one accord and address serious topics, regardless of religion.
I don't know how
politics.
much when you call your brother a coon. I mean, goddamn, bro.
No. Well, Malcolm X called. No, that happens. I'm saying that. Well, like I said, like if people don't know, here's the problem. People be with people who are agents or got agent behavior, and if people can't see that, then yes, they're a coon, man. They're cool. If people around people like Haskell and Stu P that have a long track record of FBA hate, Black American hate.
Like 20 people though, bro. It's like 20 people.
But you don't see when he talk. But you don't see. So you don't challenge his arguments.
Discord. It's not like most of the time we not even live. Most of the discussion we don't even be live, and I don't even know when we live.
Yeah, but if we say the smallest thing, oh, it's baggage. But Stu P is on there with full of baggage, and somehow he gets a free pass.
Yeah, but
why does everybody else fucking get a pass?
Wait. No. Every last one of y'all were coon. When I just played, you guys let this guy tell a fake biography about me. Oh, this guy was doing this for a living. You talk about going personal. Like, goddamn.
Listen, bro.
Hold on. Let me just get a few words in real fast. Wait. I got you. Of course, that's why I said y'all coon. Yeah, I got you. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, there needs to be some type of sense of, like, hey, man, we're not doing that here.
I got to be coon for what another guy said.
Yeah, well,
right. I would never say, well, yo, Unbiased is a coon because some wild nigga said something. Like,
no, on my show, no, that ain't just that. If I got a guy on my show,
I would have been like, yo, that was a wild ass nigga on your show, Unbiased.
No. Okay, but let me finish it. But we're different. No, but we're different. That's the thing. What I'm saying is, if there's somebody on my show, I got you. So I gotta say, you said we all got opinions, right? That's my opinion, and I'm going to justify it. I'm going to say how I operate. We operate different, apparently. But I gotta say how I operate, though. You give your opinion, you got it. Now let me say mine. And the way I am, the way I operate is, if I'm cool with people and got a good rapport with them, and an outsider come over here and start disrespecting you in front of me, I'm not going to allow that to happen. I'm going to say, oh, what the fuck? Yo, chill out, yo.
What did he say? What did Stu P say? Wow.
Okay, so he gave a whole fake biography about me, like my upbringing and where I worked at, and this happened and this happened. Like it was all to undermine.
I never even heard your upbringing.
Okay, so what about the scamming part when everybody said I was scamming because people, now watch this, just hear the rest of it. People say I'm scamming because I have a channel that's monetized, and it's a super chat button like there is on every fucking body channel that's monetized, and they cash at me like everybody and their mother get cashed at. So nothing I'm doing different. My channel, that don't happen in regular YouTube world. That's okay now. So that's not scam, but that was allowed to be said, and they literally put like that. Oh, he's getting donations like everybody else. He's getting Shannon Sharp, these academics, everybody that's popping.
Yeah,
oh, he's getting.
I don't be involved in the pocket watching. And
okay, yeah, but that was allowed. That was said on your watch. I'm scamming because I'm getting super chat.
It's not my channel. It's not my.
I didn't say your channel. I said your watch. Your president. That's why I said we're different now. For me, if somebody said, "Yo, Unc is pimping the Black community because he decides to sell sneakers," I would say, "Nah, that ain't pimping the Black community. That's called black economics." That's what I would say. I say, "No, you bugging." That's what I would say. That ain't pimping the culture.
So how many times did you ain't ever had a discussion with Chief X before?
Okay, Chief X also, yeah. Look, the video I was playing, he was there too. I cooked him too, but I got his ass too. But the thing is, like, we moved past that.
That nigga done said,
No. But yeah, but now no. Corey, hold on, Corey. You're saying things, Corey. You're saying things that he said on his own channel
No,
Like, yeah,
I got you.
yeah. His own channel, but when people come
Like
across,
I said, it ain't none of my channels though. So
I got it. Well, I'm just saying, like more importantly, like if I have a special connection with certain YouTube content creator, right? I feel like that's I gotta be the brother's keeper. Like people just can't say anything about that person, right? Because I understand how the internet works. If you let it go and you say nothing, it becomes true. And guess what? Unbiased say nothing, so it must be true. That's his man. That's his internet boy. So if he ain't say nothing, that shit must be true.
So people know me as your internet boy. I don't even think nobody.
No. Okay, you're just trying to find a way out of it. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. But that's why I called you coon. Okay, like that's why.
What you said is you have your way of dealing with it, and I got my way of dealing with it. I ain't mad. Like I just wouldn't call you a coon. Like,
yeah, because we're different. Yeah. That's part of my language. That's part of like who I am.
Let me ask some
you
question.
You actually know what a coon is, though.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. So if you rock, I'm gonna take Ron out of it. Let's say somebody else and you rocking with somebody and you cool with that person, and y'all cool with another person, and for whatever reason that other person says something disparaging about the first person that you're cool with. They say something about that particular person in a disparaging way where there's no evidence. There's no evidence to say why they're doing anything like that. And you're cool with both of these people. And you don't say anything to back up the other person.
I think you should say something, right?
But if you don't say,
hold
on. Go ahead. If you don't say something, does that make you a stand-up person?
It just depends. So sometimes it's everything ain't just black and white. Things is a case by case.
No. If you're cool with both of the people, and the one person says something disparaging, hold on, listen, so you can understand. So you will understand what you're responding to.
You said it already.
Okay, so does that make you a stand-up person if you don't defend the other person?
I started to say, bro, if you let me say it. Like
you were saying a bunch of nothing. That's why I'm trying to get you to answer.
Everything is not black and white. Certain things are on a case by case basis. So in general, yeah, you would want to say something, right? You would say something, like especially in person, like you know what I mean, like especially in a real life situation, right? You would definitely, in most cases, I would say you would have to stand up and say, well, no, that guy's, not that type of person, right? But you got to understand, like, we coming off a day where Unbiased basically cussed me out and already called me a coon and all of this shit already. You know what I'm saying? While I was on the panel. So I'm just in disbelief. But really, at the same time, you got to understand, like, when I'm on that panel, on that Discord, I be at work. So I will come on and come off mute and say a few things, but then I go back on mute and then I'm gone for, I'm at where I'm on a construction site. So everything that's being said on that panel, I can't come and say something, or most of the time I don't even hear it because I'm on a construction site. And even if I do hear it, sometimes I can't even come off mute. A lot of times they say shit about me that I want to come off mute and say and rebuttal, but I can't. You know what I'm saying? Because I be at work. So that's just a panel that I go on to get through my work day. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I'm running the show or I got control over it or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's just people I don't even have control over who comes on the panel. You know what I mean? You go on, you hit the button, you have a discussion.
Okay, let me say this, because I find a lot of the communication styles with a bunch of a lot of people, a lot of males specifically that claim to be either Pan-African or push some of these talking points and stuff like that. I said I didn't even finish my point.
Go ahead.
I said Pan-African or people who push this Black unity, whatever. Okay. At a certain point, when it comes to men specifically, there's a certain protocol in how you operate. Okay. And the thing that men do, we respect when you're consistent. Okay. So the truth of the matter is that because I remember having this type of experience when I actually used to be in the pro Black Pan-African circles. And what happens is a lot of times when people are cool with certain people, they are willing to let certain things slide that when it comes to just principle stuff, you just can't allow to slide. And so, because once you start allowing the principle stuff to slide, then everything else turns to shit over time, pretty quickly. And so there has to be a litmus of basic things that, you know, for example, when people start talking about people's personal stuff and start, you know, airing stuff out like that, to me, that's some female type stuff, because that's what females do. When they get pissed off at each other, they'll just start airing their shit out, you know, publicly. You know what I'm saying? And the truth of the matter is that that's not okay for a person to do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, at the end of the day, Ron, he has family, he has a son. You know, if he's divulging information to somebody in confidence, you know, don't get mad because you can't beat him in an argument, and then you start, you know, passing off personal information. Whether it was true or not, you're making up stuff. It's not the point. It's the point you just don't do it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we're talking about trust here, and this is a major reason why we're as a group in terms of FBA, we're so skittish, because we have this experience with people from a foreign jurisdiction who they get close to us, and then they show their true colors when they feel they're in a better position. And so that's not really going to be anything that men, when you're a man, there's just certain things that you're just not going to accept. Like, I'm not going to tolerate that. Like, if somebody comes to me talking something about anything on a gossipy level, I'm going to be like, I don't even want to hear it. Like, I'm just not going to entertain it. I don't want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? Because I just don't engage in the backbiting and all that type of stuff. Like, I can have a mature discussion, but at the end of the day, the backbiting type stuff, like, that's just some high school type shit. We're supposed to be way beyond that as grown men. And the truth of the matter is, like, if you're going to stand on it, if you're going to say something to him about saying, you know, to you about a coon, then you should also be offended by what this particular cat was doing as well. Be equally offended. Don't be offended when it offends you, but his behavior should be offensive too. And if you're not going to say anything about that, then eventually shots gonna come your way, because that's just how it rolls, and that's just the way it is. I mean, that's just the way it is, and I think that's what Ron is alluding to, based on what he's been saying so far.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, I was already a coon before I even had a discussion. I was on that panel with Stupides, though. That was what I was saying, though. You know what I'm saying? Before he even like played that, like I was on this panel, and he was calling me a coon the other day when I was just basically trying to have this discussion. This is the same discussion, basically. I was trying to come on and have with him, because like I said, like I done been having millions of discussions with unbiased over years. Like I don't even know how many years. You know what I'm saying? So most of the time, I think most of the time we have a discussion, me and unbiased is probably in line with each other. If I can remember correctly. Now he's. Couple things he said I misremembered today, so I don't want to say make it seem like I'm making a factual statement, but if I'm remembering correctly, right, me and Unbiased used to be pretty much in line on most of the discussions we used to have. I can't really remember like somewhere where we kind of like vehemently disagreed. I don't, if we did, if he might remember, but I can't really remember. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I've had a lot of good discussions with him over the years, so I wouldn't, like, I'd maybe say, well, you know, I don't appreciate these guys maybe that unbiased around or whatever, but I would never like be like, yo, he's a bitch ass African booty scratching coon ass nigga. It's like, damn, for real, bro. Like, you know, that's all I want.
All right. So now, the reason why I said what I said, because Two Piece was doing that show too. Okay, he was speaking very ill about me and lying, and nobody's challenging. Nobody's
it was not me, bro, is what I'm saying.
I got you. No, but the brother just explained that. But hold on. But this is you right here, though.
I hear you. I hear you.
Right. Watch this right here.
But everybody, you see, like it's not just one or two people. It's more than one person saying the shit, bro. You know, it's got to be some at least some validity to it. That's all I'm saying.
Let me drop
because I was really an unbiased fan, bro.
So I was really an unbiased fan, bro. So whoever this is actually going against the narrative that the panel is saying about me. This was beautiful because they're like, well, we got to stop capping. I get it. We're mad because he called y'all out for cooning. But what y'all saying...
Smalls right there. Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So he's saying, but right now y'all ODing. Okay, he called people coon because he felt like people were purposely letting people defame him and then they come to the defense. So he called people coons. Everybody will allow that. Now watch this. But he's saying right now y'all doing too much. Y'all coming after his character and y'all know y'all lying. So this is no longer an opinion. You guys are lying. That's why he said, hey man, I've been a fan of his. And he kept, and then watch this. Watch when he says, I've been a fan of his. Because you're right. Y'all be having on Discord and sometimes they live and sometimes they not. And he apparently didn't know it was live. So he was being honest. He's not with the script right now. The whole lying shit. Now look what he says.
At least some validity to it. That's all I'm saying.
Let me drop
because I was really an unbiased fan, bro. I'm not even gonna lie.
Is we live?
Yeah, we live right now.
Okay, you there? So clearly the script was to lie and not be real about unbiased, Ron. This is a smear campaign. Hold on. I got it.
I was on the panel.
I got it. Okay. Well, you were definitely there at this point. But what I'm saying is, but this is bigger than you though, because I'm not trying to make you the police officer.
Lie about it or nothing like that while I was there.
Okay. Now I'm just saying I'm not trying to make you the police officer right now. I'm saying because this happened afterwards. After I said what I said, but now there's an agenda because my name's in the title, so there's an agenda right now. So he's off the agenda. He's off code. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna say some real shit about the brother. Y'all capping with all this, and that. He's a this, that, Arab, Indian. Y'all kind of lying. Like, let's be real. Like, unbiased. I'm a fan of him, and then he kept saying. So right now he said, oh, I'm a fan of his. Blah blah. Oh, we live. Stay with the script, bro. We ain't doing that. We ain't being honest right now. We hating it. We capping. And then later on, he came back and doubled down and said, yo, he a solid dude. The narrative again. Yo, he ain't no solid dude. He was with the Nation of Islam, with the Israelites. That ain't solid dude. And lying. He was 6 different things. Lying. But like I said.
Everybody don't have the same opinion.
Hold on. Bro, when you just going on just now, I got it. I understand that. I understand that. See, but this is why we didn't get along the first time you called in. Because when I go to talking, I get cut off as I let you. But you just went just now.
My bad, bro. I just be having a discussion, bro.
I got it. Yeah, but it didn't work last time. That's why I said this time you called in, and I did cut in sometimes too. But I'm like, all right, I kept catching myself. All right, let him go. All right. So I'm trying to be mindful not to cut you off. Right, let him go because it went left last time because of the cutoffs. But right now, I wanted to say. The same dude doubled down and came back and said, yeah, nah, he's a solid guy. And then the dudes, so first of all, he said he's a fan. Oh, we're live, stick to the script. Now the dude came back and said, man, yo, y'all wild, and basically, yo, he's a solid dude as far as I ever know him. Nah, he ain't solid.
Straight up jealousy and hatred. More than just our greatness. It's like just what we got going on an everyday basis. Just looking at us like, I hate those niggas. And then I was in the spot the other day, Starbucks live yesterday, late. Family, sometimes we can make the fight too hard unnecessarily. So Tariq Nasheed added in this, and Jared Taylor ran with it.
We live in a complete white supremacist world. The whole entire planet is completely dominated in all areas of activity by systematic white supremacy.
That part right there. A family, let these other countries debate that for themselves. Let's stick on task. Let's stick on topic. America's a white supremacy country. Tariq Nasheed added global white supremacy, and watch how Jared Taylor jump on that. So he let Jared Taylor off the hook for half of this debate just by saying that. Jared Taylor didn't want to now defend white supremacy in America. He was defending it across the world.
Not only is white supremacy a system, white supremacy is a religion, and I'm going to prove that on today's show. And in a religion, there has to be a God, there has to be a devil. White people who believe in white supremacy have made themselves into the gods. Black people are the devil, and there is no beginning or end to this system of mistreatment of black people. It's a boogeyman concept. In
Ghost Rider
horror
piece.
movies, you have the boogeyman like Freddy Krueger, like Jason, like Michael Myers. And what makes these movies turn into franchises
Let me get more
is that
people in the
you
room.
don't know the
I'll
origin
put
of
an
these
intro
monsters, and you don't know how to get rid of the monsters. And that way you can scare people into perpetuity. The white supremacists have done this with systematic racism. Black people are the boogeymen. I'm going to scare you. Give me money for the next religious sermon. So that's what I'm going to prove today, that white supremacy is a complete global system that dominates all areas of activity.
All right. Go ahead and respond, Jared.
Well, I'm fascinated to hear that white supremacy dominates the world. I suppose that means that
You heard him. I got to stop it. So get used to me stopping it, highlighting points and arguments. So he said, I'm fascinated to hear that white supremacy dominates the world. He loved that. Now the burden of defending or arguing against there's no white supremacy in America, he's going to run with that. So I think we should tighten up on that. No more arguing that white supremacy is global. Let's just stick with white supremacy is national. That's a much easier dub. Let the Africans argue that for themselves. Let the Caribbean argue that for themselves. Let Latino world argue that for themselves. Indians and whoever else. We're going to debate it here.
white supremacy dominates Japan and Korea, China, all of these countries that are being extremely successful and are better.
Ghostwriter says, make sure you do your publishing on the song ASCAP BMI MLC Sound Exchange. Yes, sir. I'm on that.
Than white countries.
I'm on it after this live.
Export balances in the kinds of standard of living that they're achieving. Seems to me it's a pretty ineffective white supremacy if it's permitting these non-white countries to advance faster than white countries are. At the same time, in the United States, it seems to me that if it is a white supremacist country, it's one in which it is organized strictly for the benefit of whites so that they can dominate and rule over people of other races. I would assume that that's what's meant by white supremacy. Under those circumstances, it seems to me quite contradictory that we have an immigration policy that is reducing whites to a minority. It's difficult to me to understand why whites, if they really want to dominate, they are prepared to reduce themselves to a minority in which they have less influence, less power, less ability to make the country reflect.
Just to answer the question real fast from 7up. Nah, I don't know Tariq. We never spoke. I never called in his live before Twitter. I'm usually asleep when he starts his live stream. But hopefully, which I support my videos, reach him, or if I can stay up late enough to call in, or if somebody mentioned my name in his circles. But hopefully we can link up and grow big.
Reflect their own character. Also, in a white supremacist society, presumably whites would be on top in all fields. Why is it that Asians have a higher per capita income, much more likely to get into an elite school? Why do even Hispanics, for example, have a higher life expectancy than whites? There are many, many respects in which the United States is not organized in a way that gives power to whites or that results in whites being on top of everybody else. All of these things would be completely impossible if the United States really were organized in a white supremacist way.
Okay, let me address all those things in unison. First, you said if we were in a white supremacist world, places in Asia like Japan, China, and Korea would not be doing better than white supremacist nations. Understand, China, Korea, Japan, and all the Asian nations are completely dependent and under the subjugation of white supremacy. There was an old saying in the United States, you don't have a Chinaman's chance in hell. They are allowed to thrive by the white supremacists. They can stop them from thriving at the drop of a hat. As a matter of fact, speaking of Japan, they blew up Japan at one point and then helped them get rebuilt back together. So the white supremacists dominate those Asian nations. Let's talk about Korea. We're talking about blowing up Korea right now because Korea is not playing ball, so to speak, and they just put trade sanctions on North Korea. So they can put sanctions on countries, they can blow up countries, they can do anything they want to countries, could create computer glitches, do anything they want to destroy these nations anytime they feel. They let them thrive, and the operative term is let. Here in America, for a long time, Asians were looked down upon. Then all of a sudden, when they had the civil rights movement in the 1960s. Asians became the model minority because white supremacists elevated the Asians to undercut any type of black progress. So,
all right, now that's a great point by Tariq Nasheed. Asians, right? He's right. They were looked down upon on. You had the the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 that was taken up for the first time in 1965. So all of the Asians can literally or should literally thank Foundation Black Americans for why they are here in this country. The Chinese Exclusion Act was lifted in 1965, a year after the civil rights was passed by Lyndon Baines Johnson, because of our 10-20 year, really 100-something year fight against civil rights against white supremacy. So that's a great point that, of course, Jared Taylor is going to dismiss right away. But all of the Asians, you could say all of them, they owe us a lot. You dig? So the disrespect that we get from them in their cities and their restaurants and their nail salons and whatever else is hilarious.
So any progress that an Asian nation is doing, they are allowed to. Asians, as a matter of fact, some Asians have been looked at as honorary Nazis by Hitler. He looked at some of them as honorary Nazis. So again, the operative word is allowed.
Gracious. So China is advancing, or Japan has done well, simply because the white nations, I assume you mean the United States, or are Germany, Sweden, Denmark, we're all in it together to let China progress? We're all in it together to let Korea and Japan progress? Or is it just the United States? Are we the top dog, or do we have to consult with anybody else in order to let the Chinese go on to eventually become a larger economy than ourselves?
Well, we know that China was still dominated and it was colonized by Britain until fairly recently, the economic hub of China.
19th century.
Yeah.
19th century, talking about the opium war. I'm talking about now.
Sir, we're talking about, sir, like in the 90s, that Britain just really got their stronghold out of China. So when I talk about white supremacy, I'm not just talking about the United States. I'm having, I can't hear nothing here. Hold on.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. I was looking at the playback. Okay.
No worries. Go ahead.
Okay. But like I said, Britain just got their foothold out of China directly. They were directly colonizing them. And they still do economically. They still control the economics, the trade, all of that is being, because they control the trade. They can put trade sanctions on any of these Chinese, Asian, any of these nations. The white supremacists control directly and indirectly. And the most indirect way they control nations is through trade sanctions. They're doing that to non-white nations all over the country.
Wait. Japan and China both have an enormous trade surplus with the United States and with Europe. They are out competing us on trade. We are just generously letting them sell more things to us. We are just generally letting them accumulate our assets. We're just generally letting them buy our own factories. This is all just some sort of deep white supremacist plan to make them look like they're controlling us when we're in fact actually controlling them.
Yes, you're controlling them, and the white supremacists are getting a stronghold over there in Asian countries. This is why many of you are over there, especially you white extremists. This is why so many of you are having relationships with the Asian women. You guys are, you look at some of the big top white supremacist corporation owners, many of these guys, the Rupert Murdochs, all of these people are tied in with these Asians and Eurasians. Look at Trump. Trump has a Eurasian. So there's always been that connection. You allow them to thrive. And you can stop it at any time you want to.
Really? You mean, how would the United States stop China from increasing its economy? How would we do that?
Well, you can just put trade sanctions on them. You can stop them by putting trade sanctions on them, or you can just blow them up.
Look, we have tried to put trade sanctions on North Korea, which is a tiny, small economy, and they still don't do what we want them to do. They have continued to develop their nuclear weapons. If North Korea...
See, this is, let me stop it right here. So the debate was supposed to be about white supremacy in America, and Tariq Nasheed expanded the debate to go globally, white supremacy globally, which I don't think we should do here on out. As you can see, Jared Taylor is in his bag. He's very comfortable arguing against white supremacy globally, but his face is going to change. His everything about him is going to change when Tariq Nasheed finally limited to white supremacy in America. This confidence, this smiling, this sarcasm, this false sense of confidence will disappear. But that's why I say let's let China hold their own nuts, defend white supremacy there. Let Africa hold their own nuts. Let the Caribbean hold their own nuts. Let Haiti, let everybody, South America, the Latinos, let everybody hold their own nuts and make their own claim for white supremacy damaging them. And they can have a reparation claim, whatever. But for us, for now on, let's just stick with white supremacy in America. All right. We're not caping, we're not defense lawyers for nobody else. They can prove their own arguments. They have the resources, the technology, and the same devices we have. So Jared Taylor is very comfortable, and but until Tariq Nasheed limits it to just America, you're gonna see the debate heavily swing one way. So right now, Taylor got this false sense of confidence. And I hate it. I hate when white supremacists are comfortable.
Yeah, which is a tiny, insignificant country, can thumb its nose at the United States and continue developing nuclear weapons despite our telling them not to. It seems to me we have a very, very feeble white supremacist world order.
No, you don't, because they're making threats against North Korea now. They're talking about blowing that place up when the economic sanctions don't work. The white supremacists will just go blow the country up. The white supremacists have two tactics. They have deception and they have violence. And when deception doesn't work, they have no problem going in there with the jackals, the CIA, whoever, to take the people out. That's the MO of the white supremacists, and they've done that consistently throughout history.
Okay, and if the Chinese don't play ball with us, if the Chinese decide that they want to take the Spratly Islands or they want to take the Senkaku Islands from somebody that we think ought to have them, then we're just going to blow them up too because we're white supremacists.
Because
I'm gonna fast forward some of this part right here. I'm sorry.
Playing ball.
I'm really not interested in Chinese exploitation by America. I'm really not interested. So I'm gonna fast forward it.
Tricked them into being more successful and smarter than we are.
Here we go. This is where I want.
So you said something earlier that I found quite fascinating. You said that
and this shows you how horrible of a debater Jared Taylor is. Like, he's going to help Tariq Nasheed get back on task, get back to the argument, which is white supremacy in America, with this dumb question. So he's going to help himself get cooked.
Some point when the Black Civil Rights Movement was making progress, that was when white people decided to elevate the Chinese and the Japanese, elevate the Asians, and make them into a model minority, which they would not have been if we had not let them. So in effect, we tricked them into being more successful and smarter than we are, while at the same time we have tricked Black people into being less successful and less smart than we are. Is that what white supremacists have done?
Wait, one second. Wait, can you guys hear me? I'm on my end. Hold on one second.
We can hear you fine.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hear you fine.
Because I'm streaming this on my first. I'm talking to the audience here. Streaming live, and the people. So I gotta,
yeah, no,
I'm gonna have to stop. Okay.
Okay, yeah, no, you whatever you need.
You said something, supremacists, so we white support. Let me repeat my question here.
No, go ahead, brother.
You said something about how when the Black Civil Rights Movement got going, then the white supremacists, so we white supremacists, decided that we were going to elevate the Asians into a model minority. And I suppose they would not have been a model minority unless that we had permitted them to. So we more or less tricked or browbeated or somehow made them into a group that has a lower crime rate than whites, lower illegitimacy rates than whites, more successful academically than whites. We tricked them into that. Whereas in the case of Black people, we tricked them into having a higher crime rate and a higher illegitimacy rate and a higher poverty rate. Does that pretty much summarize your view?
Well, the thing is, Jared, even before the Civil Rights Movement, the Asians had a low crime rate and Black people had a low crime rate, but you still had the yellow peril. You still dominated and mistreated them and used coded language and not so coded language to disparage them openly.
Wait, I want to get back to this model minority stuff.
That's where I'm going with it. That's where I'm going with it. Before they were the model minorities, the crime rate was low with people of Asian descent. They weren't committing crimes. They didn't have out of wedlock babies. They were just doing their thing. Nothing changed with them Nothing changed with them after the civil rights movement.
All right, family. So let me add in right now. I have to insert this. This is very important. So Tariq Nasheed is right, but I'm going to strengthen that point. Asians were allowed in this country to undermine us, to keep us in a low state while they are elevated. That's a fact. Okay, that process is called hyper selectivity. I talk about that on my channel since, who knows, since January, almost going on a whole year. Some of you guys never heard that terminology until I said it. Hyper selectivity. What is that? So when the Hart-Celler Act in 1965 opened the gates, right, for immigrants, and when they got rid of the Chinese exclusion ban from 1882, I think it was, which banned Chinese people from coming in here in mass or at all. After our civil rights movement in 1964, 1965, they passed the Hart-Celler Act, which allowed Asians to come in here. Now, it wasn't all Asians. All Asians didn't come in here. It wasn't the poor and degenerate and less educated. No, they hyper selected the Asians that came in here. They only allowed their brains of the country, their elites, come in here. They do the same thing for Nigerians and East Indians. Okay, so America, hyper selectivity is when you select the most brightest people of a country, of a group, of a region, of a city, of a state. So they didn't allow the dummies to come over here. They allowed the best brains that China can produce. So yes, if we're coming from a state of deprivation, we didn't take part of the HOLC 1933, FHA 1934, the New Deal 1935, and everything that came with that, the GI Bill 1944, and also the Homestead Act of 1862. And we've been deprived of all these things. And as a result, the wealth gap is so lopsided and the education gap is so lopsided. Yes, if you bring all these highly educated Asian people to America, we can't compete. And now you want to say, hey, everybody's going to get it from meritocracy, based on merit, based on what you know currently. Yeah, that's a lopsided. That's lopsided. We're going to lose in all the fields of education, and especially if you're shooting down affirmative action as reverse racism. So hyperselectivity, they selected the best minds of China and Asia, and they brought them over here to compete with us, the have-nots who were deprived, and racial segregation, education was, piss poor. So that was indeed a sabotage, and it was indeed to elevate all of the foreigners to come through those floodgates. All of them were pretty much coming as selected. The only way you could come and not be hyper selected, even now, the only way you could come is to come as a refugee or asylee, or sneak in the country. But if you come in this country the right way, usually, normally, you're hyper selected.
Other than the white supremacists wanted to use them to undercut Black society. Nothing changed.
Well, but then we used them to undercut Black society, but in a way that in effect undercuts white society, because Asians are now, they have a higher income than whites, more likely to get into elite schools, and they have, as I say, less.
Yeah, so those Asians you're talking about, Ghost, was before the Civil War. All right, yeah, so even they were they came in here for a selected purpose, just labor, and they were sent back. All right, but those folks are totally different than the ones who came in through the Hart-Celler Act of 1965. These were the brains of the country. Okay, because I talk about on my channel, I talk about brain gain, brain drain, and brain waste a lot, and it has everything to do with that.
Likely to be in jail. In other words, we have created a model minority that is even more successful than the white supremacists. Again, this sounds like very stupid white supremacy to me.
That's not true. They're not more successful than the white supremacists.
Not more successful.
They're not more successful at all. Look at all the major corporations in America. Who owns them? Who's running law enforcement? They don't run all the major corporations. The Japanese are allowed to do anything they're allowed to do. The white supremacists allow them to. They're not successful or more successful as people who believe in white supremacy, because the people who believe in white supremacy still.
My fault. It froze. Let me unfreeze it. My screen froze.
Control the resources.
Wait, the Asians have higher per capita income by far. Indian Americans, for example, have a much higher per capita income than white Americans. Chinese, Japanese, as I say, they're much more likely to get into elite schools. And there is nothing stopping, look at Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is full of Asians who have these great programming jobs. They are extremely successsul. Now, if 5% of the population, just let me finish, please. If 5% of the population does not yet have a dominant position in running Fortune 500 companies, that will just come in time, given the kinds of advantages that they now have. Again, this seems like a very, very nearsighted and foolish white supremacist policy to build up a group that is being more successful than whites themselves.
They're not.
All right. Yeah, they're not. All right. Dude is flat out just lying. As I was saying before, after the 1965 Hart-Celler Act, they selected America's government selectively favored highly educated Asians. That's called hyperselectivity. You can look it up. So what happened is that filtered out poor populations of Asians, poor populations of Nigerians when they were allowed. It filtered out that. So you won't have that. You won't have poor populations of East Indians because they had only allowed the hyper-selected ones. So by doing that, this gives the false appearance of an inherently successful race. So when you see Asians in this country doing well without like a impoverished ghetto, you think, wow, these guys are inherently smart. When you see Nigerians come over here, they don't have that ghetto that they have back in Nigeria. When those Chinese folks don't have that ghetto as back in China, and whoever else that comes over here, when they create these enclaves of success because they were hyper selected and they don't have that imagery of a poor ghetto, one can just suppose that these people are just smart inherently. And that's what this dirty country we're doing. But for us, we've never received a selective elite filter or generational capital. We just receive systemic barriers through systemic racism. So the horrible logic that he's given us, white supremacy is weak if Asians are outperforming whites. Again, you have the elite Asians. You don't have any poor, dumb Asians in this country. You have a mixture of whites, poor, dumb, smart. Same thing with founding Black Americans. You got poor, dumb, rich, smart FBAs. There's no filtering for us in this country. Like they're not deporting the dumb, the weak, white supremacist population or FBA population. Everybody is allowed to be here, regardless. So, white supremacy doesn't require. So here's the fact. The fact is, white supremacy doesn't require that whites outperform every group. That's not what white supremacy is about. It's not their goal. Their goal requires that whites maintain control. Exactly what Tariq Nasheed is saying. And they're allowing them to thrive. So when you allow somebody to thrive over yourself, even over yourself, you're still in control. You're still empowered because I'm allowing that. I'm allowing you to be up there. I can easily yank you down. That's what he's saying. So, but these agents don't have control over the system. Media, policing, courts, economy, and global trade. You feel me? They don't have that power. They just looking like they're doing well, but that's the false facade. So economic metrics don't erase systems of racism. All right, racism, Black wealth is 1/10. This is a fact. Our wealth is 1/10 that of whites. Asians have low ownership gaps. We don't. FBAs, we don't. So anti-FBA, anti-Blackness exists across groups, including amongst Asians, like I said before, due to assimilation pressures and white proximity benefits. So these Asians are so living close to white people, they pretty much adapt white racist culture. All right, but make no mistake,
they're outperforming white people in the country as a whole because there's no filtering system for white Americans. You got the good, the bad, the ugly, the rich, poor, and broke. And same thing for us. There's no filtering system. Everybody's here. But there's a filtering system when they allow immigrants over here. Like we usually just get their best and their hardworking class. Hope that makes sense.
I mean, just saying that they're more successful doesn't mean that they are more successful. You allow
What do they have to be?
You allow them to thrive, and the minute they do something that you don't like, just like any other immigrant group, Hispanics, they were brought in to undercut Black society as well. Now that they're used as a political point, now the Hispanics are bad. Now all of a sudden you're throwing people out of the country. So the key word is allowed. You can do anything to any immigrant group you want to because as white supremacists, that's what you do.
Wait, if we decided that the Asians were getting too big for their britches,
yes,
what would we do?
You would throw them out of America just like you're doing Hispanic groups, Muslim groups.
Wait. They're American citizens. We would strip them of citizenship and throw them out. Is that what we white supremacists would do?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Okay, I see.
I mean, Black people are technically citizens, but the Constitution is completely violated when it comes to Black people. They violate every statute of the Constitution when it comes to Black people, and we're citizens. The Constitution and citizenship means nothing in a system of white supremacy.
Okay, how is the citizenship of Black people violated daily? How is for example, how is the separation of powers in the Constitution violating the citizenship of Black people?
Oh my God! The Second Amendment, Philando Castile, he was legally owned a gun, got his brains.
No, I'm talking about the separate. You said every single article.
I'm just giving you an example of. I can go down all the statutes: the 8th Amendment, the 13th and 14th Amendment. We don't get equal protection under the law. Black people can get legally murdered by a white supremacist race soldier, and nothing is going to happen. The Constitution does not protect us. So the Constitution is toilet paper to white supremacists. Your boy Richard Spencer even said, "I don't care nothing about the Constitution. I care about survival."
Again, how does the separation of powers oppress Black people? You said every aspect of the U.S. Constitution oppresses Black people. How does the fact that the president has to be 35 years old, how does that oppress Black people? How is it that the citizenship of Black people is ignored by every aspect of the Constitution?
You playing a word game. I didn't say that. I said it doesn't protect Black people. I didn't say the Constitution oppresses. White supremacy oppresses all non-whites. The Constitution doesn't protect Black people. Watch the words, Jared. Let's watch the words. I'm very clear about the words I use, sir.
Not clear to me, but you seem to think. So let me get something else straight.
Yes, sir.
We white supremacists.
Hold on, let me address that first. Okay, so a lot of I wouldn't really call Jared Teller a conservative. He's like way far right. He's alt-right, far-right extremist, right? So, but a lot of these white supremacists and conservatives like to deny systemic racism, constitutional racism. But anyway, what can I say? They all will admit that systemic racism happened here. He's not going to deny that. He didn't deny that even in this debate. When you ask them when did it end, that's when they get stuck. Okay, well, when did systemic racism end? And they'll tell you in 1968, pretty much right after the civil rights movement was passed. Okay, so but that's a nothing burger direction. When anyone deny, ever since this Lyndon Baines Johnson signed off the FHA, the Fair Housing Act, we've been equal ever since. Yeah, and so just get ready for that argument. All right, now look where he's about to go now.
This brought Asians in to undercut Black people, right?
Yes, you did.
Why did we want to do that? Why did we want to bring in yet another group, unlike ourselves, who is increasing in numbers, who is electing people like themselves to the Senate, got people like themselves on the Supreme Court? Why did we bring yet another group that is different from us? And what did we achieve in terms of oppressing Black people by bringing these Hispanics in?
Well, you classified Hispanics as white. 95% of Hispanics are classified as white because all white Anglo numbers are declining. They've been declining for years, and you need other groups to help boost your numbers. So Asians are the reserved white people now because Hispanics, many Hispanics are classified as white to boost up the numbers for people classified as white. So you always bring in these different groups to boost up the numbers.
Wait.
Sounds like Asian supremacy to me, right?
If we cared about the number of white people, why didn't we bring in more white people? Wouldn't that be the obvious thing to do, rather than bringing in people who are obviously not white?
Well, the thing is, classify a white person. What makes a white person white genetically?
That's very easy to look. Just look at the DNA. The DNA of white people says that they are from Europe. The DNA of most Hispanics says that they are largely from Latin America. They're Amerindians. No, white people, I don't think you have any difficulty distinguishing a white person from an American Indian, do you? White people are obviously white.
Well,
and if we wanted more white
Irish
people,
weren't considered white when they first came over. The Irish weren't considered white until the late 1800s. So I just want to know what this white thing is. And you said it's from Europe, so it contradicts. There's a contradiction there. Italians weren't considered white really until the 1930s and 40s, sir. They weren't considered white. So
the idea that Irish were not considered white is a silly myth that has been circulated by people who should know. Now let me finish. Wait. No. Let me finish.
White were not white. Okay.
Mr. Nasheed, let me finish.
Go ahead, Jared. Okay.
The British hated and despised the Irish for a whole host of reasons, one being colonialism, one being the fact that they were Catholic. They did not like them and they did not want them coming into the United States, but no one would ever have suggested that they were some race other than white. Yes. The idea that some kind of magic, they suddenly became white.
They would say that the Irish were simian. They would say that they were an ape-like race. If you look up simian Irish, you would see Irish looking like monkeys.
Okay, so let's add some facts to that. So I told you guys that I study, I like to study the history of immigration in America. Some of you guys don't know that. As a matter of fact, if you're new here for the first time, you don't have a wrench in your FBA, just make that known, your FBA, so you can get your lineage wrench. The wrench is for people that's of the same lineage or even supporters of the lineage. But Congress passed the Immigration Act of 1891 after a congressional investigation found widespread violations and circumventions of existing immigration laws. The new legislation expanded the list of excluded immigrants, enabled the deportation of immigrants present for less than a year if government authorities later found them excludable, and established the office of the Superintendent of Immigration within the Treasury Department, later reformed as the Bureau of Immigration. The act also made immigration inspectors' rulings final and ended the possibility of judicial review, although the Treasury Secretary could still review them. Okay, so here, I'm getting to where I'm trying to get to. So let me get to, because when we talk about immigration restrictions, they were restricting just white people. Okay. There was no thought of an Asian into this country, or an African, or anybody else, right? So let me just say this right here. Let me go up. Okay. Let me go here. Okay, here we are. Okay, so the Immigration Act of 1924, also known as the National Origins Act, refined the system that had been established in 1921. The new law reduced the annual quota from roughly 358,000 to about 164,000. Oh, that's more than half.
The law also established per country cap allocations that awarded 82% of the world quota to immigrants from Western and Northern European countries. Family, white people only wanted white people from Northern and Western European countries. Okay, look, 82% came. Look, listen what I'm telling you. So white people was coming to this country from Britain, France, North and Western countries. 82% were allowed in here. Only 14% immigrants from Eastern and Southern Europe countries. All right. So they seen, so what he's saying is right. They seen Northern and Eastern white people as inferior, not Anglo-Saxon, basically. Okay. So it says, like the 1921 Act, the 1924 Act did not put restrictions on immigrants from the Western Hemisphere. Look, they didn't put restrictions on white people from the Western and Northern Hemisphere. They only had it on Eastern and Southern whites. The 1924 Act also categorized wives and children as non-quota admissions, exempting them from the quota caps. Under the 1924 Act, there were three categories of aliens: quota immigrants entering under immigration statutes as permanent residents, non-quota immigrants entering as spouses, blah, 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 blah. And I want to get to how they, I'm going to get to, here we are. So what Tariq Nasheed is saying is correct. These are just the facts to go along with it. All right. So 1924 National Origin Acts, these laws were politically popular because of widespread notions of eugenics, nationalism, and xenophobia. So the true xenophobics were white people in this country who consider themselves Anglo-Saxon. Okay. For example, even popular books such as The Melting Pot Mistake by New York University sociologist Henry Pratt Fairchild defended the new restrictionist regime by using the crudest elements of nationalism, eugenics, and xenophobia. Former state senator Edwin E. Grant, a Democrat, summed up these sentiments when he wrote, "The prosperity made possible by our forefathers have lured, have lured the parasites of Europe, the scum that could have so well been eliminated from the melting pot." He's talking about the Southern and Eastern Europeans that Tariq Nasheed is describing to the liar white supremacist Jared Taylor. They were considered the parasites of Europe when they came to this country. Since eugenics was a significant motivation, it is initially perplexing that the Immigration Act of 1924 established quotas based on the country of origin rather than the immigrant's race or genetics, especially considering how the latter characteristics were most important to the progressive demographic central planners of that time. A proponent of law, Fairchild noticed this particularity and commented that, yeah, so it mattered what Europeans came to this country. So when Jared Taylor said, hey, well, why would they mix with Asians and so on, so on, so why not just have white folks just open up the floodgates and allow immigrant peasants from all over Europe? No, white people seen those Europeans as filth, parasites. Not done. The 1924 Immigration Act did not place numerical quotas on immigrants from countries in the Western Hemisphere. You feel me? Okay. So America looked at Western Hemisphere countries as Anglo-Saxon. As a result, immigration from Mexico and Canada spiked as immigrants from these regions replaced Asian and European laborers. In response, immigration restrictionists argued that Mexicans could not legally immigrate because they were ineligible for citizenship as mixed breeds. They see Mexicans as mixed breeds. A legal argument based on a statute that limited immigration to only those who could naturalize. Specifically, economist, what's his name? Roy L. Garris reasoned that to admit, look, check this out. Look, family. We're going to see how Mexicans became white. So Roy L. Garris reasoned that to admit peons from Mexico while restricting Europeans and excluding Orientals is not only ridiculous and illogical, it destroys the biological, social, economic advantages to be secured from the restriction of immigration. Eventually, watch this, family, watch this. You'll only get this here. Eventually, the federal government resolved this disagreement by classifying Mexicans as white, because they had to justify, why are Mexicans coming over
while we restrict Europeans from the Eastern Hemisphere. So they see Mexicans as more as white than Europeans from the Eastern Hemisphere. The Supreme Court, however, decided not to confer the racial status of white to high caste Hindus in the United States versus Bhagat Singh, and even through racial theorists deem Asian Indians to be Aryans. So he's not lying. Look, Asian Indians to be Aryans. All right. So Tariq was on it. The white supremacist was not on it. So just because he can talk and articulate and sound like Satan, it doesn't mean that what he's saying is correct. But anyway, going further, post-1965 immigration laws abolished the white-only preference quotas, which led to demographic shifts. So Jarrett ignores that Europe stopped mass immigration and developed economically, making migration unnecessary. So they stopped welcoming everybody in, like from European nations. The U.S. simply did not have a supply of whiteness to import and relied on manipulating non-white groups classification instead. And that's when you get your model white people. Hey, you're white now. You've seen it. The East Indians and the Mexicans are now white.
They would say they were a whole nother species. Look at the Notre Dame logo. It's a fighting Irish who has a simian-like face. They've always had that negative stereotype of the Irish. They were.
So he's naming Europeans from those parasitical countries, East and Southern. You guys didn't know that? You got to hear first. FBA updates and news and updates with unbiased Ron. Yes, white people looked at other white people as filth, scum, and not non-Anglo-Saxon. All right. And matter of fact, I'm gonna get to some more stuff in this. So when I talk to folks and I say, hey, I study, the immigration, the history of immigration in the United States, I really do.
Were allowed to be white later on, just like Italians were allowed to be white later on. And
so you're telling me that pretty soon the Asians are going to be allowed to be white if it suits us.
My fault. My screen froze. Let's get that back.
Sir, others were allowed to be white later on.
And so you're telling me that pretty soon the Asians are going to be allowed to be white if it suits us.
Sir, according to the white supremacists, they determine who gets to be white and non-white. Asians weren't considered white. The Greek weren't considered white. There's a reason why they call Italians Guineas. Guinea is another code word for African. So they've always allowed certain groups to be white, and they would take their white status away and give it back when it.
If we really cared about maintaining a white majority, why do we let Africans into the country? Africans, according to your view, Africans are the devil people. Africans are the whole reason for white supremacy. Africans are the only reason we ever care about Asians, because that's a way to put blacks down. The only reason we have anything to do with Hispanics is another way to put blacks down. Apparently, white supremacists are obsessed with black people and want to put them down. Why, in that case, have we admitted more immigrants from Africa than ever came to the United States in the slave trade?
There are not that many Africans that are allowed over here. I was just in Africa.
Why even one?
Because certain African people, and I'm going to tell you, when I was over in Africa, they are screened to the point where if they come over here, they're going to have to directly work with the white supremacists to
Didn't I say hyper selectivity? So Tariq just hit on it. He's not using the proper words, but he's expressing it correctly. So yes, they get screened. That's called hyper selection.
To the point where if they come over here, they're going to have to directly work with the white supremacists to undercut black people too.
Okay.
White supremacists bring in people, and they make sure that African immigrants do not hook up with African Americans. There were papers in the 1970s trying to prevent African Americans from linking up with people in Africa. Let's go back to the Marcus Garvey movement, back to the 1920s and the 1900s, when black people were trying to go back to Africa with the Marcus Garvey movement. They went in and undermined that as well. They've never wanted us to hook up with each other, so they will bring over African people as long as they don't hook up with us and do the bidding of white supremacists.
Oh, no, okay. Now let me get this straight.
Yes.
The white supremacists let in Africans after they have carefully screened them to make sure that they will cooperate in a white supremacist system of holding down and exploiting American-born blacks. Is that correct?
No. Didn't say all that.
Okay, yeah. School me on this.
They don't hook up with us and make sure they're on their P's and Q's. I was over there in Africa. They told me there's so many hoops they have to jump through to get over here. They have to change their names. They were telling me all types of horror stories. Yes, they were told that they shouldn't even use their African names if they came over here. They
don't use their African names? I've never heard. I mean, every Nigerian I know that lives here has an African name. Now, did they tell you that they were told, okay, we have this white supremacist system going here, and we're going to let you in only if you cooperate with our white supremacist system and hold the brothers down? Is that what they're told?
They didn't say all that. But the thing is, the reason why they would have to come over here anyway is because the white supremacists have destroyed their own nations over there. Understand?
Okay.
Global. The reason why they would have to come over here is because all the resources are hoarded over here.
Okay, now, all right.
And they try to get over there.
Okay, now I have another question for you. I have another question.
White supremacists
Yeah, let me speak to that. Okay, so again, African immigrants are over-screened and disproportionately come through visa lotteries and student-based immigration. All right, they don't really come through as refugees and asylum as asylees. All right, anyway, let me show you this. Let me show you guys this. I want you to see how white folks seeing each other, which is strengthening Tariq's argument even more. Okay, so progressives and nativists bolster their anti-immigration position by using the Dillingham Commission report as evidence that new immigrants, okay, so let me put you guys on game. Old immigrants are Northern and Western Europeans. New immigrants are Eastern and Southern Europeans, okay? So the Eastern and Southern Europeans were fundamentally different from old immigrants, Northern and Western, who came from Western, you see? Old immigrants who came from Western and Northern Europe. The Dillingham Commission was staffed with members who had previously supported immigration restrictions, with the single exception of one member named William S. Bennett of New York. Its members cherry-picked, as white supremacists do, data to reach the predetermined conclusion that immigrants from Northern and Western European were innately superior to those from Southern and Eastern Europe. You're seeing it for yourself. Okay? So Tariq was right. Its members cherry-picked data to reach the predetermined conclusion that immigrants from Northern and Western Europe were innately superior to those from Southern and Eastern Europe. Again, old immigrants, Northern and Western. New immigrants. Yeah, I said it right. So new immigrants are Southern and Eastern. I'm trying to read while I put that thought together. Okay, so when data revealed large numbers of Northern and Western Europeans seeking welfare in American cities, so now, hold on now, they call us the welfare queen. That's why I say ain't nobody been on welfare more than white folks. Okay, so when data revealed large numbers of Northern and Western Europeans seeking welfare in American cities, let that register. All right. The Dillingham Commission returned the data for further information or for corrections. Despite its methodological flaws, policymakers embraced the report and its recommendation because it confirmed their prejudices. Okay, hold on. Let's keep going. This is good data right here from a great researcher like myself. Okay, citing concerns about the intelligence. Look, so now they was playing that game with the Europeans. So don't let them come on our channels and our spaces and act like they're so smart. Like, wait a minute, you new immigrants. Citing concerns about the intelligence of new immigrants and how they would assimilate. Okay, they didn't believe they can assimilate into American culture, to Anglo-Saxon ways. The Americanization movement started as a collective of private nonprofit organizations that backed civic
classes, language lessons, and the destruction of the hyphenated American. This movement eventually morphed into a series of government programs that wrote school curricula to push for immigration assimilation, including banning, look what they did, family, to get these Western Europeans to assimilate. They banned speaking German in public schools. Okay, so they could have did that with these Latinos. They could have banned Spanish and they would have been speaking English. So they wanted the Germans to assimilate so bad because they seen them as Anglo-Saxon. They banned them from speaking German, so they forced them to assimilate to English. These anti-German laws actually slowed assimilation, but were very popular, especially during World War I. Politically, anti-immigration sentiment prompted Congress to pass the Restrictive Immigration Act of 1917, overruling President Woodrow Wilson's veto. This act sanctioned illegal immigrants' detention and deportation if they committed a deportable crime within 5 years of their arrival. It also imposed literacy tests and other restrictive measures aimed at limiting immigration flows from Africa and Asian countries. All right, so they didn't want Africans in here. They didn't want Asians in here. Okay, and that got reversed at the 1965 Hart-Celler Act. So literally, when they come over and say the white man wanted them over here, notice what piece of history did you get that from? You were never welcomed over here. All right, but that's just a little background I do. I told you guys I researched the history, the United States history of immigration in this country.
Shooting them down in the ocean. So
why is it?
Story about white supremacists as well.
Why is it that we white supremacists are happy for the Asian countries to develop? Why are we happy for the Chinese to go over and help exploit Africa? But we don't want Africa to succeed. I mean, is this? Why do we care? What is it about us that? Yeah.
That's a great question.
Yeah, give me an answer.
White supremacy has a racial hierarchy.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. It's white on top. You might have the Asians on the next.
Yeah.
Arabs here.
Yeah.
Hispanic whites here. And blacks have always been on the bottom. Blacks got to be on the bottom because black people, we have the genetic capacity to annihilate the entire planet sexually. Because when we procreate with you, the offspring is going to be non-white. So black people are greater genetic threat. So we have to be on the bottom. White supremacy is crystallized on how black people are mistreated. This is why when you bring Asians over, the Asians start doing their little nigger jokes when they get around you. So all these other groups are, their lot in the system of white supremacy is determined on how much they mistreat black people.
What was that about how much they dislike black? In other words, we train the Asians to dislike black people.
No, Jerry. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I couldn't hear that last part there.
When you get other groups around, when you bring in other groups, other Asian groups, other Hispanic groups, when you bring them in, for them to determine their status with you, to become honorary white supremacists themselves, they have to display anti-black hatred. You understand?
I see.
For example, let me give you an example. Peter Liang. Peter Liang is an Asian guy who shot a black man in New York. Asians all around the country got together to protect this Asian man from killing a black person. So they have to be honorary white supremacists to a certain degree in order to remain in good standing with
to remain in. Wait a minute. This guy was a policeman, as I recall, and he fired his weapon, and it ricocheted off the wall, and it happened to kill a black person who was in one of these public housing things. It was very, very clear that he did not intend to kill this guy, and it is not at all surprising that people should rally to his defense.
My fault.
Now,
that's me. I'm in the background researching, and this computer is one today. I see it. Grand Rising, everybody. I'm going to do a roll call in a minute.
I'm, again, interested in this idea that we can make honorary white people. And where is your evidence that that Asians, if they're the number 2 bunch, where's this notion that they're honorary white people?
So let me back up a minute. You said he didn't mean to kill him, but he was in violation of pulling his gun. He shouldn't pull his gun out. He shouldn't have the finger on the trigger. He lied about what happened on the police report. So if you're shooting people by mistake, why is it that black officers go to jail when they shoot people by mistake? A white kid was shot down in New Orleans by a black officer by mistake, and they gave the officer 40 years. So there's always that white supremacist double standard there. And you extend that double standard to Asian groups and many Hispanic groups, just like the guy who shot Orlando Castile up in Minnesota. But that's neither here nor there. So your next question was what, sir?
Well, then let me have. I'll approach things from a different point of view. Yes. I am fascinated by your conviction that well, first of all, okay, now it's interesting that you said the reason white people are so obsessed with blacks. I mean, it sounds like everything we do has to do ultimately with black people. Mm-hmm. What we do with Asians, what we do with Hispanics. Hold on. What we do with all of these other people is merely a function of our absolute obsession with black people, is what it sounds like.
White supremacists, yes.
The white supremacists probably think, 8 hours of every day at least wondering what to do about black people. We're just obsessed with black people. And the reason for that.
24 hours.
Oh, 24 hours. Sorry. Okay. No. We are thinking about black people 24 hours a day. We wake up in the morning and we spit on our hands. We roll up our sleeves. We think to ourselves, what are we going to do to black people today? Is that how we operate?
Well, the white supremacists, again, white supremacy is a religion. And
white religion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, I want to ask a question real quick. Tariq, do you believe that Jared is a white supremacist? I just want to be clear because you keep saying white supremacist. Do you believe he is in that category?
Yes, he is.
Of course he does. Of course. All white people are white supremacists.
No, they're not. All white people are not white supremacists. No, they're not. That's why.
See, and that's a tether argument. When a tether get called out for tethering, they will argue that all immigrants are tethers. It's like, no, just you and those who think like you. And Jared Taylor tried the same thing. Oh, all white people are white supremacists. No, just white people who think like you. So you see, tethers and white supremacists, they think alike.
How do you classify the difference?
A white supremacist is a person who believes through speech, thought, and action that they should dominate, control, and mistreat non-white people based on that's what a white supremacist is. And all white people are not like that. That's not true. That's why I don't say the white man and white people are this, that. No, white supremacists think like that.
Okay, now who are they specifically then? Who believe that we should dominate, control, and mistreat black people?
Well, the thing is, the white supremacists used to be open about who they were, but now they're not open. They have to codify their language, so we don't know who the white supremacists are. So now I use the term suspected white supremacists if I'm not sure a person is white supremacist or not, because there's no master list of white supremacists.
Okay, then how come we got into a situation where white people can't be open about it? That sounds like another failure of white supremacy.
No, white people can be very open about systematic white supremacy. They are open about it. Well, who's not?
Wait. You just said they're not open. You just said we have to call them suspected white supremacists.
For a long time, they couldn't be open about it because they had to codify the language. Now that we have Trump in office, people are becoming more open about white supremacy now, this day and age, right now, 2018. They are now.
Who, for example, who is an open white supremacist now?
Well, you're an open white supremacist, Richard Spencer.
No, wait. I have no desire to dominate or mistreat anybody. Who do you think I want to mistreat?
He didn't even try to sound convincing with that one. I have no desire to try to, rule over black people. All right. Interesting. So white supremacy is not about outperformance, right? They always think they got to outperform somebody in something. Yeah, I mean, that's debunked with music, right? And comedy and entertainment. Like, they don't outperform us in those fields. So it's not about outperforming always to establish white supremacy. It's about control and hierarchy, all right? Because even we're allowed to be that great in those events, those platforms, right? Asians may be buffer classes, but still suffer under white supremacy. You got white folks who was getting on them about the COVID-19. You dig? So successful quote unquote Asians don't penetrate elite white networks like Fortune 500 leadership, Wall Street, legacy universities, politics. So they're still also being filtered out of white society. All right. So don't mix that one up there.
Want to mistreat you?
But yeah, you kind of justify that, Jared. And
I don't justify.
Miss Proper TT said they are not like us. You are 100% correct. Let me make you a moderator. Give your lineage wrench. Anybody that appreciates the content on another level, the Cash App is pinned, the super chat is there, and also the like button. Hit the like button. That's the greatest way of supporting. And usually the morning crew is slow to like. The morning, early afternoon crew is slow to like the video. The evening, late night crew is on it. As I say that, we got 116 people watching and only 56 likes. You are out of your goddamn mind. Monaga says relatives, Ron. She said respect the relatives, the lineage, and the relatives in the chat. Peace to you, songwriter Will. Yes, Ron. Matter of fact, let me do a roll call right now. Ghostwriter, Baby Rodriguez, Miss Proper TT, Bro, Oracle, Kilgore B1. We got Claus Van Dam. We got Estella W. We have in the building Buckhorse DC. 7 Up is in the building. Pinky Wells in the building. We have who else? We have songwriter Sunny in the building. We have we got Jake Time in the building. We have who else is lurking? Maxwell Jenkins in the building. I see you right there. And we got a super chat I almost missed by Maxwell Jenkins. So Maxwell Jenkins with some lineage love, super chat, $2. Peace to the host and chat listening and work. So Maxwell Jenkins, he's the maintenance guy of the super chat. He always lets us know when it's working. All right. So the super chat is working. All right. In case you guys thought it didn't work. Thank you. Child of God's in the building. We have the family here, right? We got the family here. And if I missed another super chat, I apologize. Okay. Matter of fact. All right. So let's get Warriors Cherub is in the building. Heru, the Duke of the Great Lakes, in the building. Family, let's please like the video. Yeah, that's the least. That's the cheapest form of donation you can do. The cheapest way to donate is just to simply press the like button. Okay, there are more expensive ways to donate, and that's the Cash App is pinned to the top. You can throw something in there, and you can super chat. But the cheapest way to donate, is just like the video. So I'm asking you all, just support in the cheapest way right now. Just like the video, and those who got a little more, they can super chat or Cash App. But for right now, family, just like the video. Thank you. My first time, Miss Proper TT. This your first time? Okay, we got Madeline Johnson in the building. So, Miss Proper TT, I got something special for you since it's your first time. I'm going to introduce you to the Cold is the Leader song. Let me know your opinion on this Cold is the Leader song.
Reparations are lineage based, not your image or race. No different than carrot cones, so you could keep your African and run somewhere else with your marathon. Laugh now, cry later, cause we gonna laugh when you cry together. Alligator Alcatraz, there's no soul leader. The code is the leader, there's no soul leader. The code is the leader. Subscribe to FBA News and Updates, yeah. Subscribe to FBA News and Updates, yeah. I heard tethers flock together, so if you hit one with a rock, then they'll drop together. Why cosplay? Accept your own and be yourself. When you let alone, you can feed yourself. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. There's no soul leader. We gatekeeping the culture. These gates seeking vultures. Got the colors, so someone gotta hold the line, and somebody gotta hold the signs. No coons, no tethers, no room for white supremacists. We fight, we got it. Mayweather, Mike Tyson. We fight, they take flight. They got spirit. Delta, U.S. Airlines, messed up airlines. Alligator, Alcatraz. There's no soul in it. There's no soul. Say it with me, family. There's no soul in it. There's no soul in it. There's no soul in it. Make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to like and subscribe. I heard tethers flock together. So if you hit one with a rock, then they'll drive together. Why cosplay? Accept your own and be yourself. When you're left alone, you can feed yourself. There's no soul leader. Cold as a leader. 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 There's no soul leader. Say it with me, family. There's no soul leader. The cold is a leader. Make sure to like and subscribe. Subscribe. FBA News Updates.
He said United Airlines. All right, so I make these songs and I use AI to sing it. So I write all the lyrics, I make the beat, I do everything. And matter of fact, if y'all tap into the live last night, you'll see that this was first a rap song. So I made it into a R&B song. You feel me? So this was first a rap song that was upgraded to R&B. I thought it sounded better as R&B. But yeah, to answer your question, I write the lyrics, I make the beat, I use AI to perform the song. Okay, so let's go for it. Then I'm gonna do the FB anthem afterwards. But let me me and Tariq Nasheed cook on Jared Taylor for a little while longer, and then I'm gonna play the FBA anthem next.
Not at all. I don't want anybody mistreated.
But you say that black people have an inferior IQ. And if we have an inferior IQ, you must have a superior IQ. So that by definition is white supremacy, right?
Wait. No, not at all.
My fault. The screen is freezing.
To dominate and mistreat. Those things are very important. I don't want to dominate or mistreat anyone of any race.
But you justify it. I just pointed out.
I'm not justifying it at all. I'm entirely opposed to it.
That's mistreating people based on race.
He's entirely opposed to it.
Okay. Ain't killing somebody who was black. You made an excuse for murder. And that's justifying mistreatment, sir. Finding ways to justify mistreating black people, that's white supremacy. You can call it anything. It ultimately ends up mistreating black people, and there's always a justification for it, sir.
Wait. If I look at the evidence and I conclude that black people, on average, have an IQ that is lower than that of white people, and I think the evidence for this is overwhelming. And if I say this in public, I become a pariah. Charles Murray, who has written about this, cannot speak on a college campus without being shouted down by white people.
Right.
Now, all of those people.
The white writers pointing out that white racism pseudoscience.
on the campus? Are they secret white supremacists and they secretly support Charles Murray, or are they really opposed to the idea of Charles Murray, and that's why they shot him down?
Well, can all those things be true? Is that possible? Can all those things be true? Because you do have the red versus the blue, blue versus the red. So sometimes blue get it right and red go against them anyway, just off GP. And sometimes red gets it right and blue go against them off GP. You feel me? So yeah, sometimes Jared Taylor, you guys just do that. You got your white supremacy is all over the place. And it's kind of hard to follow and understand and make sense of. Yeah, sometimes you guys can go against Charles Taylor findings because maybe he is just in the wrong party. And they might just secretly believe that garbage. All right. Yes, all those things can be true. Everything is just not true or false. Sometimes it's multiple choice. As a matter of fact, oftentimes it's multiple choice.
There are many people who are opposed to Murray, but there are many people who support him. Understand? We don't know, we can't quantify, we don't know who supports him and who's opposing him. But there are a lot of, this is why I say you have white supremacists and white people. All white people are not white supremacists. There's a lot of
how many do you reckon are white supremacists?
I have no idea. I cannot quantify it whatsoever because I know that the white supremacists are the most powerful people.
How do you, well, wait, the most powerful people in the United States, we can name them.
Not the United States, on the planet. The white supremacists are the most powerful people on the planet, not the United States, the planet. The white supremacists dominate the planet.
Okay, then if we pick out the most powerful people on the planet, then we can be sure they're white supremacists?
Yes, most of them, yes, absolutely. Or suspected white supremacists. Some are white supremacists, some are suspected white supremacists. The most powerful people on the planet.
Probably.
White supremacists or suspected white supremacists. Like Donald Trump, he's one of the most powerful men on the planet. He's a suspected white supremacist. Some people say he is a white supremacist. I say he's a suspected white supremacist. His entire cabinet is full of suspected white supremacists.
Okay, now, so some of the most powerful people in the world are members of the U.S. Supreme Court. Are they white supremacists? Is Ellen Kagan a white supremacist? Is Sonia Sotomayor, is she a white supremacist?
Well, let's look at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court put down a ruling, and it's never been overturned, that a black man has no rights a white man is bound to respect.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
The Supreme Court used the word white supremacy and black inferiority in the Taney ruling with Dred Scott, and they never overturned that. As a matter of fact, the Dred Scott decision was used in the court case a couple of years ago. So, the white supremacists, they dominate the Supreme Court as well. Look at the documents. I'm talking law. This ain't my opinion. I'm talking law.
So you're telling me that a black person has no rights that a white person is bound to respect? Is that what you believe?
All right, so let's talk about that. So the Dred Scott was definitely overturned by the 14th Amendment, right? But its racial logic underpins judicial bias. Like you have voter suppression, you have lack of accountability when black lives are lost, right? Nobody is arrested, no charges, those type of things. The spirit of the ruling, right? The spirit of the ruling, where it says no rights that a white man is bound to respect, remains culturally embedded. We can see it in police acquittals, like I said, stand your ground cases, and redlining immunity. Nobody gets in trouble when they harm us. That's the point.
According to evidence and according to the Supreme Court ruling in the Dred Scott decision.
But, okay, well, hold on. So if I walk into your house and I put a gun to your head and I say, I like the look of that chair you're sitting in, I like the look of that microphone, and I walk out with that, and you call the police are going to say, whoops, sorry, a black man has no property rights that a white man is bound to respect, and so I'll walk away free.
Sir, you can come in and shoot me and kill me. And if you have a good enough lie, you can walk away scot-free. Look at George Zimmerman.
Wait, why should I have to lie? In a white supremacist, look, if you have no rights that I'm bound to respect, why do I even have to lie? Why can't I say, hey, I just shot the guy because I felt like it?
Well, they have done that.
Yeah, but you gotta play the game though. Like, come on, man. It's a chess match. Like, you gotta say, hey, man, like, why do police officers say, hey, I fear for my life? Like, it's just things you just gotta say so you can morally be acquitted. You feel me? So Jared Taylor, he knows that white supremacy can't be that outright brutal in 2025 or whatever that debate happened. You can't be that brutal in 2025 and then think you're going to police the world. Okay, so come on, dude. That was the whole point of Dr. King and those brave, fighting civil rights activists out there exposing America's hypocrisy. Like, hey, man, this is your king. So Dr. King and the civil rights activists was pointing out to the other countries that was allowing America to police them. They was like, hey, this your king? Sicking dogs in us and doing this to us and depriving rights and civil liberties. This is who you're allowing to shape your culture? Are you sure? You dig? So yeah. So that threw a wrench in their game. So yeah, you can't do that anymore, Jared Taylor. You know that. You have to play ball. The world is watching.
Well, that's what George Zimmerman did.
Wait, you really believe that? You really believe that?
Then he had to build a cockamamie story that he was beaten within inches of his life. So you got to get the lie looking good.
Wasn't George Zimmerman Hispanic though? I don't think he was even white.
Oh, come on. He was an honorary white man. Honorary white man.
Honorary.
He's white.
Anybody who attacks a black person's an honorary white man, right? Come on, that's what it boils down to. A policeman, a black policeman who shoots a black person is an honorary white man.
That's another deception tactic. That's a deception tactic where you temporarily deny whiteness. All of a sudden, he's not white no more. I'm not white. I'm Jewish. I'm not white. I'm Native American. I'm not white. I'm Hispanic. Oh, that's a
okay. So
go ahead.
So Mr. Nasheed, in your view, what George Zimmerman did was he said to himself, look at that black guy. I think I'm going to follow him and shoot him. And that was the long and the short of it.
And he knew that he would be protected. That's exactly what he did. He knew he would be protected, and he was protected. He knew that the community, the court system was going to look out for him. White supremacy.
All right, so we got some lineage love in the building. Maxwell Jenkins is the super chat maintenance man, and he had fixed it. He made sure that you guys know it works. So as a result, we have some more lineage love in the super chat. Okay, thank you very much. This is a $20 super chat, lineage love, and it is from Amin Ra Muxix LLC. Thank you, man. Thank you. I really appreciate you, man, for that. I love to know that my efforts, research, content is valuable to some of you.
Supremacists understand the mindset of other white supremacists, and they understand the code that other white supremacists are on.
Well, let's get back to the Supreme Court. Now, if it really was the case that no black person has any kind of right that a white person is bound to respect, we would be living in a completely, utterly different world. And I think you must be able to imagine that that's the case.
Yeah, but speaking on Zimmerman, I'm going to say this. Remember, I said you must play the game in order to, for the Dred Scott to work in your favor as a white supremacist. Zimmerman played the game. Like, he played the game. So the person who told him to stop following, that was not a police officer. That was dispatch. And only a police officer can give a command like that. Nobody else. Doesn't matter if you work for the police department. Doesn't matter what you do there. If you're not a police officer, you cannot give a lawful command. And if they do, it ain't lawful. You can just ignore it. You can see that from the First Amendment auditor videos, right? So many people work in police stations, right? But they're not police officers. They work in courtrooms. They're not police officers. And they do other stuff. They work in prisons, but they're not police officers. So Zimmerman knew, he studied how to get away with murder, relying. I'm still going. He studied how to get away with murder, relying on FBA's ignorance to the law, to the stand your ground laws, period, family. So at some point last year, I used to do videos, early last year, around this time, I used to do videos educating us on our civil rights, right? When being contacted by police officers. So I had shared videos, people making contact with the police officer, it meant just stopping them from walking or pulling them over, or even in the interrogation room.
I would educate the chat on your rights, right? And what you shouldn't, what you could do, and what you should do, and what you couldn't do, and what you shouldn't do. Just because you're right doesn't mean you need to exercise it when the person that's making contact with you have a deadly weapon on their hip. That's the wrong time to want to exercise your rights if you plan on going home to your family or just to yourself, right? So we definitely got to look at them as race soldiers. And when a race soldier contact you, you got to decide, what is your game plan? Do you plan on going home, or do you don't care? You'll be a martyr right there. Then you work that out. But Zimmerman studied. He studied the law. He studied stand your ground law. So now he just got to rely on an FBA person's ignorance to the law, and he could get that off. And that's what he attempted to do. And what was that? Florida, they seen it in his favor, and that's what happened. The police officer with the knee on the neck of Chauvin, whatever his name, he tried the same thing. So in the police manual book, he believed that he was trying to get away with murder. He had his knee on George Floyd's neck, and he thought he misinterpreted the police manual, police policy manual. And he thought that what he was doing was part of the manual. So he also tried to get away with murder, but his police chief, testified against him and said, no, what he did, that's not in the manual. He said there's something similar to that, but he said, but what he was doing specifically is illegal and it's not part of our police department policy. And that's a large reason why he is where he's at. So anyway, let's go on.
What different world will we be living in if that were the case?
Wait, if that really were the case, okay, a white person could kill any black person anytime with complete impunity. And
they can, fool. They just got to play the game, man. They got to play the lawful game.
That's what happens. What are you talking about? That happens on a regular basis. That happens all the time.
Wait. You're telling no. Look, if in other words, if I decide that I don't like Barack Obama, he's a black man, I'm a white man, and I track him down and I shoot him.
So at this point, he's behaving like a tether. Like he's using the same logic as a tether at this point. Like he's just playing around, trolling, because his audience is watching. You feel me? So he's playing into his audience right now.
I'm just going to say, hey, I'm white. He was black. Bye-bye, and the police will let me walk free.
Well, that's the president. So
what?
There's an exception. He was the president, so there's an exception to that. You just can't shoot a former president because.
Okay, how about a former governor, Doug Wilder, governor of Virginia? Can I shoot him?
Well, the thing is, we're not.
Or a black policeman. A black policeman. Why not?
Well, you can. You can. There have been black people who are off duty who have been killed before.
Wait. Why not in uniform?
But the thing is, especially if you become what I call a race soldier, I won't even call them police officers. If you become a police officer and you believe in white supremacy, which the FBI said law enforcement has been infiltrated by white supremacists, they can kill a black person with impunity. And
I see. And they do it all the time, right?
There's a system to protect him. The court system is going to protect him. The jury system is going to protect him. The prosecution is going to protect him. That's a reality. And that's always been a reality. There's nothing new about that. Nothing new about that.
Okay, now what if I'm a mere honorary white man? If I'm an Asian, can I kill a black person with impunity too, or do I have to be white?
Not if you're an honorary or Asian, and also we're talking about a lot of just hypothetical situations.
Well, but you're telling me that you have no rights that I'm bound to respect.
Norm. I'm talking about the norm. Now,
the norm.
I find an exception every blue moon. For example, you can't find too many white officers who've been put in jail for killing a black person. It's like one every 20 years. So the exception doesn't negate the rule, Mr. Taylor. You know that. Just like for example, a lot of African immigrants, you spoke about Nigerian immigrants. Do you know what we're talking about IQ? Nigerian immigrants, they come over here and academically outperform whites and Asians. They do much better.
Yeah, and they debunk the pseudoscience of the IQ thing. I didn't even touch on, but that was a great point Tariq Nasheed was on. So Tariq Nasheed, if he, like, I understand he's busy, he's our brother, he has a lot going on, but if he had as much time as me to sit down and look over his stuff, like he would demolish most people in all debates. He be just freestyling, you dig? And for him to even make that point, that's a point I came to later. Like research, a lot of research, a lot of dedicated studious research got me to that point, that conclusion that Tariq has drawn just then. But he's freestyling with these guys, and he's been like really, really like cooking well-versed white supremacists, well-versed tethers, well-versed Myron Gaines who practice their talking points, practice their arguments, and they have rebuttals, and they know Tariq's gonna say this. And for Tariq Nasheed to pretty much freestyle wing it, like he wings his, I would never do that. You dig? When I debate, I'm always well prepared and studied and all type of stuff. But for him just to wing it on the fly and do so well, it's like really, really impressive. Like really, and again, I'm a debater. I know how hard that is to do, just to wing it and just figure shit out. Like he's like Mayweather. He get in there and he just figure it out as it goes. Sometimes it don't look as beautiful, but once he get his rhythm, it's over. And he's starting to get his rhythm. I'm gonna say halfway into this video, he gets in his rhythm, and he just like really one sides Jared Taylor. You can see right now he's taking more of the momentum. He's taking control of the debate, and all that smiling and caca and keen that Jared Taylor was doing earlier. Look at his posture now. That's gone, and it's gonna really disappear as they continue more in the debate. He did the same thing with Myron. So like he adapts to your style, and he just gets his groove, and he be cooking. Because I'm more like prepared, because I believe, I take this stuff serious. The proper preparation before prevents poor performances. You did me. So my debates be one-sided real fast, but I understand sometimes it's entertainment. But whites have killed black people with impunity, Jared Taylor, especially under qualified immunity and prosecutorial discretion. Okay, so that's a fact. Zimmerman walked free, as I just said. Daniel Pantaleo, Eric Garner's killer, never changed, or I'm sorry, never charged. George Floyd case was an exception, which I just spoke about, not the rule. It was an exception only because of massive international protests and one thing, video evidence. Okay, so that's why he got cooked. He did it while folks were recording him. Just white privilege, white entitlement, white, just craziness.
Than Asian. So that kind of throws the whole IQ thing out the window. We're talking about race IQ.
Well, but why does a white supremacist society permit such a thing?
Well, you can't really do anything what's going on in that person's mind. A person is smart, they're smart. But
well, wait. If people are smart, they're smart. You're assuming, of course, that on average, black people are just as smart, maybe smarter than white people, right?
Not maybe smarter, but we have the same level of intelligence, of course.
Okay. Of course. All right. It goes without saying.
No, are you saying we don't have the same level of intelligence as whites?
Okay. I was just checking on that. I thought you might think that black people are actually smarter. But let's get back to the Supreme Court.
But you didn't answer that. You danced a little bit. Yeah. You're dancing with the stars. Do you think that
this devil right here,
have
man,
equal intelligence as whites, Mr. Taylor?
No, I don't. On average, the black IQ is 85.
Why are black people as smart? What is it about black people that makes them less smart?
Oh, well, there are all kinds of things that go into what is called intelligence, the structure of the brain, the way the gray matter and the white matter interact, the rapidity of signals transmitted on neurons. We don't really know in 100% the biological underpinnings of intelligence. But I think the evidence is overwhelming that East Asians, on average, are somewhat more intelligent than whites, and whites more intelligent than blacks. But aside, I know you're not going to agree on that, and you're not even interested in the evidence.
Let me unpack that, because if black people are less intelligent, why the need for systematic deprivation? Why would the whites do things like not allow black people to read? make it illegal for black
depriving
people
us
to read,
from
which is what happened
resources.
here in the
What are we gonna
United
do with
States
it?
for a
We're
long
done,
time.
right?
Why
We're not
would they
gonna
do
take
that?
advantage
For
of
people who are already
resources.
less
Why
intelligent.
deny us
We're
home
talking
loans?
about the United States today. You're saying the United States today is a white supremacist society. I do not deny. I do not deny that in the past the United States could be described as white supremacist. But let's get back to the Supreme Court.
But you didn't.
So I told you guys, the average white supremacist, even Jared Taylor, his degree, they're not gonna deny Jim Crow white supremacy, right? I had one idiot to come on my panel that denied white supremacy ever existed. And I had to educate the young wannabe white supremacists, this filthy Puerto Rican. I said, I know, no, that was a mulatto kid. I was like, bro, do you know that the average white supremacist, like even a KKK, Jared Taylor type of guy, will admit Jim Crow was systemic racism? I said, for you to sit here and say it wasn't, like, bro, you got to really study their material better, because you're gonna shame the hell out of them. So I immediately said, all right, bro, just look up systemic racism, get back to me. He looked it up. I said, okay, was that Jim Crow? He said yes. And just that fact, he took an unnecessary L by not just knowing the white supremacy playbook. All right. So white supremacists like Jared Taylor, and this is even a Charlie Kirk talking point. That's why you could lump up Charlie Kirk with white supremacy. That's why it should be no day, no vote, nothing for him. Okay, go on and catch. There should be nothing for Charlie Kirk. You dig? So for liberals to concede to Charlie Kirk, who's a white supremacist that said white supremacist things like black folks got a lower IQ. Now let's go into that. All right, these claims have been debunked from credible scientists all over the country. Okay, like Jensen, Rustin, and Watson. All right. So now your IQ can be weakened. Okay. So what everything he's saying isn't completely wrong, as you know, white supremacy. You dig? Like some black folks get locked up and some of them commit a crime, but it's like, but how do you get there? So when you talk about school to prison pipeline, that's how he got there. And that's a whole thing that we can talk about. But family, y'all gotta write this stuff down, hop on the panel and ask me about it. Like on the fly. Hey, unbiased round. What is school to prison pipeline and what's your views on it? I can tell you exactly what it is on the fly. Some of you guys hear it, but you don't really know what it is. Like you think you know what it is but it's not. But school to prison pipeline is how people end up being arrested. So now that that child is 9 or 13. Okay, but now that child's 35 and in the prison system, dealing with recidivism, right? So you can say, damn, man, he sold all these drugs, or he did this right here, he did a robbery. Look at him, he made dumb moves, dumb decisions. But I could say, nah, hey, man, I could tie that all the way back to school to prison pipeline. I can do that and show how he ended up in there because of how he was treated in the schools. You dig? What? Okay, take your thing and go sit in the kitchen. Yeah, so I can do that, right? So what I'm saying is your IQ, going back to your IQ can be weakened. Weak, WEAKENED. It can be weakened, all right? First of all, we need to be serious about our children's education, right? We got to give our kids access to early childhood education. And look at the part that you're going to hate, because I see it so. Go in the kitchen, eat that. Yeah. So here's the thing that you guys gotta just realize: nutrition, man. Nutrition. I see a lot of obese kids. Like you're not doing your kid no favor. Keep your kid obese. Obesity means poor nutrition. Like that's the definition of poor nutrition. And that kid IQ is going to be as high, and it's going to be a bullet point for people like Jared Taylor. Language development. You dig? We got to start being articulate. No mush mouth niggas. And trauma and environmental racism. That's one thing we cannot control out of most of the things I just said there. So white supremacists like Jared Taylor, they are for these programs that or the lack of programs that traumatize us and create an environment of racism. So when Tariq Nasheed brought up the African immigrants, that was the debunk of the Jared Taylor Charles Murray IQ assessment, IQ pseudo assessment. African immigrants, like Nigerians, do outscore whites academically in many U.S. schools, and that alone undermines the genetic argument, because the white supremacists like Jared Taylor, Charlie Kirk, they believe that there's a smart gene, and if you believe that, you believe there's a dumb gene, and they believe people of African ancestry are born with the dumb gene, and people born with European ancestry are born with the smart gene. But the Nigerians coming over here outperforming everybody, Asians, Indians, and white folks in academia, debunks that by itself. Okay.
That's a very valid question. If we were, and they were saying the same thing you're saying back then.
I'm talking about the United States today. You're saying the United States today is a white supremacist society. I do not deny. I do not deny that in the past the United States could be.
Yeah, and thank you for the donation and super chat, and also in the Cash App. The folks who can't send a super chat, or the Cash App is welcome, and I appreciate that. Stella.
Described as white supremacists. But let's get back to the Supreme Court.
But you didn't answer the question. That's a very valid question. If we were, and they were saying the same thing you're saying back then. Back in the 1800s, the 1900s, they would say the same thing, that black people, our IQs are just not high. We're not as intelligent. Thomas Jefferson, he wrote a whole book, Letters from the State of Virginia, about how our IQs, not our IQ, but how our intelligence level was just so low. But at the same time, black people were not allowed to read. So why would you not allow a people to read and make it a crime if they were already less intelligent? I'm trying to understand.
First of all, Letters from the State of Virginia, it has only a few little remarks about blacks. It's about the state of Virginia. I mean, I realize that you think that white people are obsessed with by black people, and that's all they ever think about 24 hours a day.
You know, that book was the foundation of modern white supremacy ideology. You know that.
Oh, okay. No, I don't in fact know that, but Letters from the State of Virginia covers a lot.
Go on and on about how inferior black people were.
Look, there are just a few passages in that book about black people.
And how inferior we were in that book. In those few passages, he was talking about how inferior we were.
He thought that blacks on average were less intelligent than whites. Now, nobody ever pretended, no one ever pretended that there were not some blacks who could read. No one ever suspected otherwise. He knew about, Thomas Jefferson knew about blacks who could read as well. No one ever doubted that they could read.
Why think it's illegal for black people to read if we're just so less intelligent?
Well, the whole idea, in those states and at those times in which it was illegal.
All right. Now look how serious he is now. That's 43 minutes. And look how he looked at right here. Look.
I'm fascinated to learn that by trade sanctions,
so that's why I say he
can control nations that actually have a huge.
See, so when he was debating global white supremacy, look how confident he was. Look at the smiling
with us.
Yeah, now look where he at. Now he got to defend national white supremacy. He's not as confident. Look,
in those states and at those times in which it was illegal. Now, don't forget.
So Tariq asked a great question. He said, bro, we're so inferior, then why make it illegal to read at all? Like, dude, aren't you guys just going to naturally outperform us in everything we do that involves intelligence? So you don't need to deprive us. Give it to us. We'll just always come up short. And now he's struggling and he's getting pissed off, because the lie is crumbling.
Slavery was an extremely variegated thing. Any generalization about slavery is likely to be completely wrong, because it was so different depending on the time, so different depending on the place. There were, in some circumstances, laws against teaching slaves how to read, not blacks in general, but slaves how to read, because it was thought that that might contribute to some sort of slave revolt or some attempt to gain freedom. But let's set that aside. I like to talk about the United States today.
Well, now, let me correct you though, because even after slavery, during the Jim Crow era, it was you had white supremacists monitoring black people so they wouldn't read in public as well. So reading was something that was looked down upon with black people even after slavery. And when black people started to get their own schools and their own communities, they were torn down and burned down by the white supremacists. But go ahead, brother.
Well, I'd like to hear examples of schools that were burned down by white supremacists, because after all, even
Oklahoma in 1921, Wilmington in the 1800s, Rosewood. I can just list goes on and on. But go ahead.
Those were race riots. In any case, now back to the Supreme Court. You may recall.
So it's still burned down. Race. I mean, see, I would love to. I personally would love to debate Jared Taylor. Somebody like him. I would love to debate Jared Taylor, and even Nick Fuentes. I would love to, but again, I need the numbers. I need the support. I need folks to show up and show out and have some big numbers in that chat. 500 live viewers, 1,000, 4,000, and I could get to these people, man. But we're getting there, right? I remember we had like 10 people in there. You feel me? So we're getting there. I'm patient. I'm not tripping. We just got to keep growing, keep showing support, and maybe we can catch these big dogs over here. Like it's a Officer Tatum. There's a bunch of these guys I would love, and that filthy, disgusting Tyler looking ass African chick Amala. I would love to get them on here.
When Sonia Sotomayor. Now, in your view, she may be an honorary white for all I know, but when she was appointed to the Supreme Court by Barack Obama, she said that, well, it was pointed out that she had said that she thought that a wise Latina woman would be a better justice than a white man. This is well known about her. And when she came up for confirmation, the Senate, of course, was overwhelmingly white. Now, why would a white supremacist Senate, and surely some of those people must be white supremacists and not just suspected white supremacists, because they're powerful, they're senators, and you said the most powerful people in the world, presumably including the premier of China, are white supremacists. So there must have been some white supremacists there. Why would they confirm a woman who says that a Latina woman will make a better judge than a white man? Isn't that a grave insult to white supremacy?
No, because most Latinos are still white and they just have different ethnic backgrounds. See, ethnicity and race are two different things. She's still classified as white. That woman is still white. She just has a different ethnic background, sir. I don't think that old Latino.
Let me shout out Ghost Rider, $5 super chat. Lineage love there. Jim Crow was DEI for white supremacists, which ended in the 1970s in some U.S. states. Right. And that's an interesting outlook on it. When they talk about DEI, it's like, yeah, but when y'all had DEI for hundreds of years, it was all good. And y'all DEI was the best. It was just for white people. You guys say DEI is for people of color. That means many ethnic groups, but yours was just for you, solely you. But yeah, thanks for the lineage love, man. Super chat love is on fleek this Saturday, and show the, I mean, those who can't super chat, you can show the Cash App some love. Thank you.
Those 95% of them are classified as white.
No. Well, I'm
not making that up. You right now you just use the "I might not say so" narrative, which is just more white supremacy.
Oh, okay. So when she says something insulting to white people, she's talking about Latinos as opposed to white men. She is making a distinction between a Latina woman and a white man. And so let me finish.
He's white.
Please let me finish. So she is drawing a distinction. She says, I'm Latina, you guys are white, and I'm going to make a better judge than you. And all those white supremacist senators, they said, oh, we'll let that pass because she's really white just like us. Was that what they thought?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. We can move on. That's all I needed to hear.
They have Clarence Thomas on the Supreme Court.
Is he a white supremacist?
He's a mascot for white supremacy.
Is he a white supremacist?
No, you cannot be a black white supremacist. You can't.
I see. Why
He's a
not?
mascot for white supremacy. You can't be. You can't be a black white supremacist. You can be a tool for white supremacy, and that's what he is. A tool.
All right, but a Hispanic can be a white supremacist.
Yes, they can.
And an
Understand?
Asian
Hispanic,
can.
they identify with Spain. They don't identify with the Native American roots. The root word is Spain. Spain is still in Europe, and they identify with that. And the white supremacists, they give them this on and off, back and forth cat and mouse status. But ultimately, it's a family dispute between other white people.
Wait. So Puerto Ricans, they affiliate. They think of themselves as Spaniards. Is that right?
Yes, many of them do. Many of them do. As a matter of
They
fact,
think they're Spaniards.
when you go to these countries, you see the darker Puerto Ricans are dominated and mistreated by the lighter Puerto Ricans because the lighter Puerto Ricans see themselves as white, sir.
Okay, and by seeing themselves as white, that makes them white, and they become the mascots and the tools of the real white supremacists. Okay, I understand. Now, do you remember James Watson? He's the co-discoverer of DNA. Now, he was probably the most famous living scientist in the world. And he started talking about race differences in IQ, and he concluded that perhaps black people, for genetic reasons, are less intelligent than whites. Now, you may recall that he was absolutely pilloried. All the white people practically in America got on his back and said, no, you can't talk about that. And he lost his job, he lost all kind of his prestige, he's disappeared from sight. That will happen to just about any white person in America, no matter how prominent, no matter how prestigious. If he starts talking about racial differences in IQ, out the door. He is considered a moral pariah. Why is that the case if we really are all white supremacists anyway?
Well, the thing is, the whole intelligence thing or the IQ thing, it's used by white supremacists to justify the maldistribution of resources and the mistreatment of people.
Exactly. So that should be part of American dogma. Right?
Really? Like,
well, wait.
I don't understand. Elaborate on that.
As you say, if the idea is that black people are less intelligent than whites, and that justifies what you say, the maldistribution of wealth in the United States, why is it that someone that makes that argument about racial differences in IQ is considered a demon and a pariah and is shoved out of respectable society?
Well, because usually they have blatant white supremacist views anyway, and they're just using IQ and all that stuff to justify. See, the IQ thing, that thing started really with Nazi Germany.
You're not answering my question.
I'm trying my best. I'm trying to answer your question, but I'm telling you the IQ thing was started in Nazi Germany.
That's not true.
Be justified to harm people who were classified as non-white then. Yes, it was. No. They used IQ to justify putting people in concentration camps. Yes, they did.
Wait, IQ goes back to before the First World War. That's before Nazi Germany. Sanford Binet, the Binet test, that goes way back before the Second World War. But my point is this. If, as you believe, the ideas about racial superiority and inferiority are used to justify white dominance over blacks, why is it that anyone in the United States today who openly talks about racial differences in IQ and talks about the lower black IQ becomes a social pariah? Why?
Because it's not true. That's why, and it can be debunked.
What? But you say all the white supremacists believe it.
Garrett, but it can be debunked. That's the problem. See, that's what the clash is. It can be debunked. Like, I've heard you say that black people have a low IQ and there was nothing in Africa, and black people didn't have two-story buildings, and there was no will, and they couldn't tame beasts of burden. So all that stuff is so easily debunked. This is why people, a lot of times when they take these white extremists, we look at them as pariahs because that information is just not true.
But wait, if it is not true and everyone knows it's not true, then okay, maybe there are a few benighted goofballs like me who haven't got the message yet, but if it's generally accepted as not true, then that completely blows apart the justification for white supremacy, right?
No, it doesn't, because enough people believe that. Enough people believe it's true. And the people who want to believe it's true are the white supremacists, because that's part of the religion of white supremacy.
Okay.
Now, anything negative about black people to justify the mistreatment and dominance.
Okay, and those people are the most powerful people in the world. You told me.
Yes, they are. The white supremacists.
Okay. Then if the most powerful people in the world believe this, surely one of them, or maybe even two of them, perhaps even three of them, would have come to James Watson's assistance when he started talking about race and IQ. Why? How come not one of them put his head above the parapet and said, "Hey, Watson's right"?
Well, they might not have done it publicly, but there's an old saying that white supremacists don't get fired; they get transferred. So they probably.
Is that an old saying?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never heard it before, but that's
heard that one. Yeah, white supremacists don't get fired; they get transferred. He's fine. He's somewhere. Somebody's taking care of him. Whenever a white supremacist does something and they get fired or they get called a pariah, they get money raised somewhere. Somebody's going to look out for them. So the white supremacists, they know not to let one of their own fall.
Hey, I hate to break in here for a second, but didn't we have a black president for the last 8 years? If you're saying that the only people in charge are white people, how do you explain Obama being our president for the last 8 years?
Oh, he's a pet. He's a mascot.
He knows that. Hey, Jared knows that. When you put a black person in a position, listen, when you put a black person, when the white supremacists will elevate a black person, there are two rules, and these rules have never faltered. Number one, you do not punish white people. And number two, you do not help black people in large numbers. And Obama did not do either of those things, so he's fine. So
It seems like Trump has actually helped black people more. You know, recently it said Trump has the lowest African-American unemployment rate, and the African-American Democrats, they wouldn't even stand for that.
That's a lie. That's a lie. They proved it was a lie. They put out the stats. That's a lie. The unemployment rates, they've increased. That's a complete lie. But deception is white supremacy. But you know,
well, I wanted to ask one question that keeps coming up in the chat. So people keep asking, and this question is for Tariq, and then Jared, you can respond. They say, if Black Lives Matter, why is there so much black on black crime, and why is there such a substantial amount of blacks doing crime and murder to other blacks?
That's a lie. There is not black people doing a lot of crime. The only high crime
like Chicago, for
All right, let me step in here. Peace, family. Let me just, I let them go in for a little while because you guys say, Ron, you keep pausing it. Okay, so I let them go in for a little bit. All right. So, okay, listen. Anti-FBA, anti-blackness is foundational to white supremacy, and other non-white groups are tolerated when useful or non-threatening. So when you're useful or non-threatening, they tolerate you, and we're making that claim with the immigrants, right? Not especially, but immigrants that come over here. We're saying that, right? I gotta sneeze. Give me 1 second. So it's no fault to immigrants. Okay, I said it. It's no fault to immigrants on how white people treat you. It's your fault on how you behave afterwards. Once they pat you on the head and you start to feel like you're a dog and you start to bark, when they say bark and roll over, that's when you become a problem to us. But if white supremacy want to put you in front of us and do all these crazy things, we're not really mad at you, kind of a little bit, because you are the vessel, but we really got smoke for white supremacy. All right. But then some of you start speaking for white supremacy and arguing on the behalf while you're being used like a dog. And we like, oh, whoa. And that becomes a big problem. So yes, so you guys, immigrants, are more tolerated and you're more useful because you don't have a legacy of racism and being blocked out of opportunities via systemic racism like we, right? So we're like, yo, stay out of our way and let us deal with the person we got to deal with. But you guys are getting the real handouts. When they say black folks want handouts, no, everybody who's taking advantage of anything that came after the civil rights movement and you're an immigrant, you are getting handouts. And not just immigrants, or if you're a woman, that the women's movement, that feminism, that's a handout, because that was ours in the LGBT colorful community. That's a handout. So when folks say handouts, that those are all handouts. All right. So let's make that clear. So when you guys take the handouts, right, and we attack the big bad wolf, you guys step in between, like, ho, ho, ho. If you address white supremacy, we might lose our handout. And that's just your insecurity. That's not even a thing. But that's what's going on. You become tolerated because you're useful, and you start to get in the way of the fight between us and white supremacy. So a lot of tethers be like, yo, man, why they dealing with us? Why not attack white supremacy? Why you worried about the black and brown immigrants? Why not worry about the white immigrants? It's like, whoa, because when we go ahead and go after the white immigrants, you guys get in the middle because you feel like your handouts are going to be compromised or stripped from you. So you feel like it's your duty to represent and defend the white man that we have to go and address. So we're too busy addressing you to get to the white man. Anyway, Asian representation in Silicon Valley doesn't erase their exclusion from C-suites, politics, or media ownership. My boy, like Tariq Nasheed said, they still control. Black ownership in media and sports remain minimum, Jared Teller, despite over-representation on screen and on field. Now, he keep talking about the IQ differences, okay? So the thing about white supremacy and tetherism, none of them really depend on facts. They rely on narratives and just narratives, changing the narrative. White supremacy rely on power maintenance. So, okay. So even after disproving phrenology, the Klan and redlining myths, systemic racism endures through institutional inertia and policy resistance. That ain't going nowhere. That's going to be there.
Just that's it. That's Chicago is the go-to place because there is no black crime in large numbers anywhere else. That's another lie they used to justify black people in large.
Thank you, Gold and Apple LTD. Let me make you a moderator. Give you a lineage wrench. Okay, so black on black crime again. Like our crimes. Like for example, I'm in a city that's like gentrified by poor Hispanics, and I got a video of because that's like almost impossible. When your city is gentrified, it's usually by more affluent people, people who do better in life financially and educationally. You don't really get gentrified by a lower class or a class just as poor as you, or if not poor, and you're a citizen, they're illegals, right? You don't really get gentrified by that class of people. So when that happens, you're like, yeah, how did that happen? How is that even possible? So I got a video explaining that, and it's really just shows white supremacy hand and how these immigrants benefit from white supremacy, and therefore they will never align themselves with us. Small Shirley Chisholm, small Stokely Carmichaels, all of the small of those people will join us, but as a whole, they'll never join us because of the tangible benefits that they're receiving. You think, and my research is just pointing to that. Like, there's no way they will ever be on some kumbaya shit in America. Maybe in their homeland. So if there's gonna be any alliance, right? They got to do it from the homeland. Like it won't. It's not even beneficial for them to do it in America. Why would they try? America could just deport them, right? It's just too much power and white supremacy over here against them. So it just makes no sense for them to be team FBA as a whole or in masses, because at the very end of the day, they could just be deported or filtered out where they can't come into the country. So it just don't make any sense. But our crime is being overrepresented, over policed. As I was pointing out, I'm in a major Hispanic city, and all they do is yield through stop signs. Nobody when they make a right, they just look left. Approaching the stop sign, they just look left. They don't even look right. You dig? So if I'm right there, or whoever's right there, they're running you over. This is the culture here. Like, so you can understand the traffic laws are not being respected. They're being bent and outright just disregarded. But where are the tickets? Where are the tickets? I should see hella people being pulled over. That's not the case. So what we mean by over police, we don't mean that there's too many police. We mean that Oh, well, in our cases, we mean police presence. We're being over policed because there's a lot of police presence in black neighborhoods, but they're not solving crime unless it is something like traffic violations. So over here, there's police presence, but they're not making themselves known like they do in our cities. There's always post up somewhere to control traffic, speed limits. They make themselves known to discourage this or to be there to lock you up. But out here, yeah, the police presence is minimal. So that's why they're able to just have so many traffic violations out here. So that's what I mean by under policed. So Chicago, there's a lot of white Chicagos. There's a lot of Latino Chicagos all throughout the country. They're just not being over policed and held, accountable to their crimes, to their criminal offenses. That's what's going on. Police are in our cities being a great cop, right? Being RoboCop. But when they're in these Hispanic, these white communities, they're more like Denzel, that type of cop.
Large numbers. Black crime rates are not high because black crime rates have always been the same. There's nothing unique about black crime rates. Isn't that right, Jared?
You're wrong about that. No, black crime rates are very high, not just Chicago, in Baltimore, in Washington, in New York. What?
No, but why are the black crime rates high, Jared?
Oh, I think you know very well what the answer about that question is.
Wait, so let me answer, because this debate is 7 years ago. As you can see, I answered that question 9 years ago. Watch this. So I was going to go to my Facebook wall and let you know who I am before you guys know me as Unbiased Ron, the Tether killer, the white supremacist killer. So I answered that question here. I had shared a Facebook post to you guys, Facebook wall post. I'll share it here live. Okay. So this is, look, it says, Ron, we care about you and the memories you share here. We thought you would like to look back on this post from 9 years ago. So family, I'm not some Johnny come lately. I'm not some clout chaser. I'm not somebody who hop on the trend. Always been here, always was that. And I got stuff older than 9 years, going back 17 years ago. But listen, but white concerns, it says bookmark, but white concerns were muted. So white concerns were muted by race prejudice. The Negro was born a criminal. So they got to believe these stereotypes about us to not care about us. And that's what media does. And that's what the Jared Tellers and Charlie Kirk does. That's why they're so dangerous, because they'll talk about these fake stats, the IQ stats, all this bullshit that's white supremacy. And that's to make people feel a certain way about us. So when they hear something about us or something done to us that could hold a white person accountable, or a white supremacist accountable like Zimmerman, they kind of have numb feelings because, look, we are seen as born as a criminal. We're seen as born dumb. Our IQs aren't there. And a measured distance from the mayhem, the victims also were Negroes. So this is black on black crime. Okay, now watch this. When black lawlessness was confined to black enclaves, many whites saw no real crime. So as long as the crime is done in Chicago amongst old block and this other block, this street gang versus that street gang, as long as the crime is just those guys being hit, white people don't see it, white society don't see that as a real crime. It says in the rare instances when racial boundaries were crossed, the reaction was intense. So in rare instances, when that crime resulted in a white city, that reaction was intense. Okay, watch this. Black Mississippians shot, stabbed, bludgeoned, and killed one and another with monotonous ease in an average year between 1900 and 1930. Family, this is 100 years ago. This is black on black crime. But it was encouraged. Nobody got in trouble because it was seen as black on black crime. Black on black crime is no real crime. Okay, in an average year between 1900 and 1930, close to 500 murders were reported in the state, making Mississippi a leader in white homicides. Now,
uh, eh, white homicides around 9 per 100,000 homicides. I can't read this damn thing. I hate this little. You guys can see it, but I can't. I got a black homicides. Okay, cool. I can see now. Okay, so it says black. The black is being blocked by something I cannot, or I can move it. Oh wow. Okay, so about when it comes to white homicides, it was 9 per. This is your per capita, by the way, in the 1900s. So 9 per 100,000, and it was 33 per 100,000. And total homicides, 25. I guess I don't know what that's going to say, but that's a cutoff. But the bottom line I want y'all to see when I made this in my Facebook post 9 years ago, all right, was about as long as it's happening to each other, black people, it's not seen as a real crime in white society. And that's why you can have over policing, but no homicides solved. A white supremacist was arguing that. Well, if it's over policing, then why the murder rates are so low? It's because it's over policed, but no crimes are being solved, especially murders, because they encourage it. This is the 1900s, right? So I've been doing this for a long time. I'm not a Johnny come lately. I just seen a space where it needs help. Like we need to defend our lineage. We only had at that time Tariq, Nasheed, Yvette, and a handful of people, black authority, a handful of folks. Now we got more people on the scene. But that's why I joined. I said, let me ease the burden for Tariq, Yvette, Jason Black, Professor Truth, all these guys. Let me ease the burden. Let me hold the line. Get out there and do the little imbecile fighting. Let me beat up the imbeciles. And that's what I've been doing. Okay. Anyway, let's get back. So black on black crime is encouraged by white supremacy. White supremacy. They don't make arrests. And so I'm starting to think now, the average human being is a gambling person. If I'm a gambling person and I'm realizing, hey, if I commit this crime and I got a 50-50 chance of getting away with it, it might be worth it, depending upon my current situation. All right. But if there's a 80% chance of getting away with it, of course, I'm gonna definitely do it. But if there's a 20 to 30% chance I'm getting away with it, I'm gonna look at it as I'm almost getting locked up if I commit the crime. So it can possibly and most likely discourage me from committing that crime. But if those crimes are seen as, black on black, leave it alone. Yeah, of course, you're encouraging the environment. All right.
I think the other day, so I can't with all of the stolen stuff in my house. But go ahead.
To me, it's much more interesting that you genuinely appear to believe that the black violent crime rate is no higher than the white rate. Let's just leave it at that, because you appear to believe that, and I find that fascinating. But I think there are other things that are actually rather more interesting.
But the black crime rate has always been high because blackness is itself a crime. Being a black person, more things are illegal if you're black.
Somebody said that in the chat. Somebody said being born black. Who said that? Estella said that. Estella W says, hell, just being born black was criminalized in order to justify their theft of land, wages, and wealth. So, Estella, he just said that after you. So, you guys are on it.
It's always been like that. The black crime rate goes back. It's been high since the early 1900s.
Okay, so
ain't that crazy? He just said what I just proved. Early 1900s, the crime rate was high. Look, one more time.
It's always been like that. The black crime rate goes back. It's been high since the early 1900s.
So I showed you a book that I was reading that I started to highlight certain things in there. So when these Pan-Africanists always want to show a book, you FBAs don't read books. Yes, we do. We just don't be on the internet bragging all the damn time about what book we read. And the books we read are actually credible. They're not from a Pan-Africanist author.
Okay, so when a black person kills another black person, that's because being black is a crime?
No, because most people who are in jail are not in jail for murder. They're in jail for nonviolent drug offenses.
I'm talking about the murder rate.
Because that's very rare that black people commit high crimes of murder. We don't.
None of your business said we aren't black. We are colored. We are colored, not a color. The word color actually means culture. All right. Let me give you a lineage wrench. Let me make you a moderator. Put a link for that. I want to read that. I never heard that before. Not saying you're wrong because I never heard it. I'm just saying I never heard it. So if you got a link where I can read into that, put it in the chat. But just because I never heard of it doesn't make it automatically incorrect. It just don't sound like it's correct. But I made you a mod. Put the link in the chat. Let's look at that. But black isn't a color either though. So let me just help you out a little bit. Black isn't a color specifically either.
Commit murder like that. That is a
So therefore we can be black because black is not necessarily a color. Peppermint Patty, peace. I know some people think that, but black is not necessarily a color, so we can be black. People say, hey, I can't be black because black is a color, and we can't be colors because that's an adjective. We're nouns. Nouns can't be adjectives. Adjectives can't be nouns. I get all that. But guess what? Black is also a noun. And people are nouns. Now black is a noun. So then therefore black equates to noun. Black equates to people and people equates to black because we're both nouns. We're not colors.
That's
a lie. Okay. And the black unemployment.
If that was the case, most black people would be in jail for murder. Black people are not in jail for murder for the most part. We're talking they're in there for nonviolent drug offenses.
Wait. So, okay, the idea.
Now, that's another great point Tariq just hit on, and he got to address that. He's not going to address that. If black folks commit all these murders, then why are we not in prison for murder, but we're in prison for non-violent crimes like drugs, marijuana? That's a great point. And Jared Taylor is gonna run from that. Let's see if he addresses it.
Yeah, the statistics that come out of overwhelmingly black cities that suggest a high murder rate are a lie, as is the statistics about the black.
He's not addressing what Tariq Nasheed just said. If we commit the most murders, then the most black prisoners should be in prison for murder, not non-violent crimes.
Unemployment rate, that too is a lie?
The black unemployment rate is high because
wait. You said
white supremacists control.
See the way Jared Taylor try to pin things on Tariq Nasheed to deal with. Tariq Nasheed needs to pin that on Jared Taylor. He'll do it later on. He got more aggressive, but it'd have been dope for him to say, wait, before I answer that, you said we do all these murders. Why are we not in jail for these murders? I think that'd be a valid question.
Control the job, so that's always going to be high.
What? But no, didn't you tell me that when Baked Alaska earlier said that the black unemployment rate is at a record low under Trump, you said that was a lie, right?
Yeah, because the black unemployment rate is high. It's always been high. The black unemployment rate has always been high.
Well, wait, but then are you or aren't you disputing Donald Trump's claim that it is lower now than when it was under Obama?
Not low. It's still high. What? It's high now. It's high. The unemployment rate is high. I mean, y'all can try to spin it any way you can,
but it's lower than it's ever been in history. I think is the point.
No, it's not. That's not true. That's more. I'm white and I say so. But Jared, why are black people so violent? Why are black people violent?
Okay, you want the answer to that question?
I do. I want to know the answer.
It's a combination of low average IQ and high serum testosterone combined with a lesser ability to defer gratification. Because the combination of low IQ and high testosterone, no matter what the race of.
He about to make up some white supremacy babble for you right now. Listen.
The person makes a man more likely to commit crimes, primarily of violence, but other crimes as well. Furthermore, an inability to defer gratification. And you can prove this if you take a group of white children, a group of black children, and you say to them, you have a choice of either 1 marshmallow now or 3 marshmallows a half an hour from now. Asian children are more likely to say, well, I'll wait and I'll get the 3 marshmallows. Then the Asian are the most likely, then comes whites, then comes blacks. Black children want that 1 marshmallow now, even if it means they don't get 3 marshmallows in a half an hour. That kind of mentality of being unwilling to sacrifice now for the future lends itself to a kind of smash and grab mentality that makes people more likely to commit crimes. So it's a combination of those three things. And you find
it doesn't have anything to do with being in a system where you're systematically deprived of things, because Black people are systematically deprived of resources in every area of activity.
Then why are the violent crime rates so high in African countries as well? Why are they high? Why are they high in Haiti?
That's a complete bald-faced lie.
Okay, another lie. All right, sorry.
A week or so ago, the crime rate there is damn near non-existent. In many African countries, the crime.
All right, so another point where Tariq Nasheed cooked on him. He's just cooking on him. Let me go back.
Rates are extremely low, so that's not true, sir. But
okay, sorry.
All right, hold on. So that was a great point. So where we at? Where we at with the argument? Oh, so Tariq Nasheed said, well, the smash and grab mentality, could that have something to do with our conditions, right? We're deprived resources, jobs, money, programs. Can that have something to do with the smash and grab mentality? And again, Jared Tiller just runs from that.
Yet another lie, yet another white supremacist lie.
There's a lot of lies going on here.
Yeah, a lot of lies going here.
So he said it was low IQ, which is, as you can see, has created from white supremacy, racial discrimination, trauma, oppression, bad nutrition. Like, so they love to create the condition. I mean, where it can be easily debunked if somebody just take the same things that they're using, right? So they create the condition, they get the results, and then they test you and say, "Oh, look, the IQ is low." It's like, yo, that makes y'all feel good. You create the condition, you get the result from the condition, then you give these guys a test, and then the test is piss poor. Oh, look, these guys are low IQ. See, but then Nigerians debunk that. Because we're like lab rats. Dr. Amos Wilson talks about the lab rat, the Skinnerian. I think he calls it Skinnerian. Or he don't call it that. That was the name of the test, Skinnerian. Dr. Amos Wilson. Okay, but the bottom line is that with those mice, they created condition. You know how they do with the mice test? They separate the mice, and then they create a condition with group A that's separate from group B. But group A will be, they'll create a scenario with these oppressed mice, and then they'll get an oppressed smash and grab result from those oppressed mice. But group B, who never experienced that oppression, wouldn't behave, wouldn't have that smash and grab mentality of the mice in group A. Okay, so we'll be the group A, the control mice in a certain area that created smash and grab mentality. But the Haitians will be group B, not Haitians, I'm sorry, Nigerians will be group B that never was confined in those areas that smash and grab oppressive area, because they're coming from a whole different country where they pretty much govern themselves. And then they'll come to America and take those same tests and score high and outperform white Americans, Asian Americans, and even Indian and whoever else, Chinese Americans, right? They outperform all of them. So they will constantly debunk that smash and grab mentality, because they don't come from those impoverished environments that's traumatized by racism. So, but these white supremacists know that, but even still, it'll make them feel good just to get the desired results. And they have the bullshit test, which they cherry pick, which we read in the history of immigration, that they did the same thing with their own people, with the Eastern and Southern Europeans. They'll cherry pick data in those results to make the Eastern and Europeans look more dumber than the Northern and Western Europeans, which justified the Immigration Restriction Act, where they had quotas for how many Southern and Eastern European people can come into the country based off cherry pick data. So this is what they're known to do. And look at this smile. This is I pause this perfectly. This is a devil right here.
Okay, well, shit.
What's that?
Okay, let me ask you.
Okay. Oh wait, before I move on, let Tariq go. So that claim is completely pseudoscientific and is racist. crime is driven by poverty, community disinvestment, policing policies, and structural opportunity gaps, not biology. That's what Tariq was making. That's the point he's making. But these guys, to debunk Tariq's counter rebuttal, they got to flat out deny, and this is a fact, family. They will flat out deny that poverty is linked, or crime. They'll deny that crime is linked to poverty, and vice versa. So rural white areas with poverty show high drug crime and suicide, disproving the testosterone myth, right? So all day long, this guy's getting cooked.
See, Jared, if Black people, if we do have a lower IQ and we can't defer gratification and health, you're making some very good points that the testosterone level has an effect on the brain based on the environment, and Black people are just genetically, we're just born violent. What should white people do to Black people?
To Black people? Well, I don't think white people should do anything to Black people. And I think that the races are better off living separately. And it sounds to me as though you would agree with that, insofar as white people are incurably white supremacist. Wouldn't you be better off with your own independent country, away from the influence of all these wicked white people?
Every time Black people do try to do that, the white supremacists come over there, take over the country, and drain the resources. So where are we going to go in a global system of white supremacy, Jared?
There's just no way out for you poor guys. Huh?
Where do we go? Where do we go that's not dominated by white supremacy?
Well, if you assume
come over there,
off with it as though you that
should white people do to Black people?
To Black people? Well, I don't think white people should do anything to Black people. And I think that the races are better off living separately. And it sounds to me as though you would agree with that, insofar as white people are incurably white supremacist. Wouldn't you be better off with your own independent country, away from the influence of all these wicked white people?
Okay, so I thought he said that. Oh, no, that's not going to work, buddy. You're not going to get 400 years of free and cheap labor to build up this country to become a superpower, and then kick us out to start from ground zero, and then to compete with you. And then you get to embargo and all sanction. No, that's not going to work, buddy. That is not going to work at all. No, sir. We are not tethers.
Every time Black people do try to do that, the white supremacists come over there, take over the country, and drain the resources. So where are we going to go in a global system of white supremacy, Jared?
There's just no way out for you poor guys.
You see,
where do we go?
Jared
Where do we go
rebuttals.
that's not dominated by white?
So Tariq Nasheed, like, he's gonna hold him later, but I wish he'd have held him early on these questions. But Tariq Nasheed did hold him to this one and a few questions going forward further. But he had other great questions earlier that he should have held Jared Taylor on to answer, and he let him off the hook a lot of times. But I get it, man. I get it.
White supremacy.
Well, if you assume that the entire world, including the North Pole and Antarctica, are dominated by white supremacy, then you're right. You're out of luck.
But I'm asking a serious question. Where do Black people go? If we're going to have an ethno-Black state and ethno-white state, where can Black people go to where we will not be dominated by white supremacy? Where?
Okay. If you then grant that it is theoretically possible for Blacks to have a country of their own, whether it's in North America or in Africa or in Haiti, then the proper solution would be to find some kind of division within the United States. And so Blacks should have their territory where they can.
There they go. Now watch this. Well, we had our little cities like Durham, North Carolina, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Homa, we had Rosewood, and you came in there and burnt it up. You guys just are obsessed with us, my boy. You're jealous. You won't let us be great. You're gonna come and terrorize. That's just gonna happen.
Whatever it is their destiny is to be.
But when
believe me.
When Black people try to do that, the white supremacists destroy it, Jared.
Wait. No. In the case of Liberia, white people were very happy for the Liberians to establish Liberia.
Okay, now y'all know the Liberian thing. There's certain things that will never. I think I'm probably the best at. Like the Marcus Garvey, the Liberian, the ACS, all these points right here where you guys know I know the top of my brain. I could be at the park pushing my son on the swings and I can debate Liberian, Marcus Garvey, things like that. Okay, so let me just cut in real fast. The Liberian movement was a nothing burger. They were shipping out free blacks from the country because they didn't want them to inspire other enslaved people to become free blacks. Right now, you guys watch Django when they see a uppity black that was kind of rich, and how the plantation slaves looked at him like, wow, he's free, he's able to move around. Yeah, so that's how they seen free blacks, and a lot of them were successful and rich, and they were inspiring others. Turn that down. And they were inspiring others to do the same. You feel me? And then on top of that, they were rich and prosperous, but they had no rights that a white man was bound to respect. So obviously, with all this rich and freedom, this riches and freedom, that they are now going to look for what? Protection. They're going to look for rights, civil rights. Here, hold it. They're going to look for civil rights now. You feel me? That's a common sense burger. So they try to get them out of the country where they can just be left with just enslaved blacks, no free blacks in the country at all. So all those ACS, those white abolitionists, those Quakers, and those slave plantation owners, they were all in one. They were all team white supremacy. None of them wanted to give us rights, and they were rather just so-called deport us or force migrate us out of the country before they give us any civil rights. Okay, so yeah, so the whole Liberian thing, that was not out of the kindness of white people's heart. It was a white supremacist move. You missed me with that.
They helped them go. They did their best to make it a success. It was the Liberians who ended up making it not work. And when Marcus Garvey wanted to send his people to Liberia, it was the Liberians who told him, no, we're not interested in you, Marcus. We have our own little place here. We don't want you coming to dominate us. There would have been plenty of white people who would have said, Marcus, take your...
Hey, now that's a fact. Marcus Garvey, and that's what makes him, see, but again, like this guy, he's just talking. With me, it'll be education all day long. It's like, well, why would Marcus Garvey even plan such a thing without first talking to Liberian government and, representatives? Why would he even plan such a trip and promise black folks something that cannot happen because he didn't speak to anybody from Liberia to make it happen? That's deception at its best. So that's a nothing burger.
Boys, and go.
Well, in Liberia, they just dropped off a bunch of people who had no connection with the land, and they didn't give them any resources. So that created a conflict. So you just can't drop off somewhere. They didn't have a connection with Liberia. You just drop people off who were born and raised here generation after generation and just drop them off into some random land and then say, okay, go at it. Of course there's going to be conflict. If you take white Americans, there's going to be a conflict.
No, I'm not talking about conflict. In fact, once the Liberians established themselves as top of the heap, there was a certain amount of conflict, but they established a country. And wait, what? And the white people were happy for them to go. The people
of course they were happy to go. I already explained that.
The white dominated Liberia. They dominated the economy there.
Well,
and they still do dominate the economy over there.
Of course, in your view, white people dominate the economy.
No. Okay, so he's lying again. I think Liberians got their independence, I think, in 1857. I believe they got it before the Civil War, if I'm not mistaken. I think 1857 is where Liberia got its independence. Yeah, it had to be because they wouldn't have left in the first place. Liberia Independence Day. Oh, 1847. I was 10 years earlier. I was 10 years later. Okay, so they got it 10 years earlier. All right, 1847. Interesting.
I'm just talking about facts, sir. They dominate the economy, the banking, all of the resources over there, all through West Africa. So I'm talking real talk here. Where can we go?
Well, if you believe, you must have.
See, so Tariq Nasheed eventually took the momentum. He stole the momentum, and he started to cook them. Now Jared Taylor is now his back against the wall. Okay, he's struggling because he tried to say Liberia, Tariq Nasheed cooked him. He said Marcus Garvey, Tariq Nasheed cooked him. So now, like you said, there's no way out. Like he's stuck now. Like, damn. Can we talk about global white supremacy? Now Jared Taylor would rather talk about global white supremacy, which is a nothing burger. We don't care about global white supremacy. Our concern is national white supremacy, and that's it.
A very, very high regard for white people. You must think white people are the cleverest, most accomplished manipulators in the history of the world.
And of course they are. So now he's gaslighting. So you see, look at his behavior. His behavior is similar to a Tether. So that tells you that Tethers borrow from these folks because they're the originators. So now it goes to gaslighting. You see, so now they always talk about Tariq Nasheed. He jokes a lot, he clowns a lot. Not this debate. He was the serious person. Jared Taylor was the one facetious, cynical, sarcastic, and was unserious. Oh, so white supremacy must be the most clever, diabolical devils ever. Yes, that's exactly what we believe.
White people are only about 15% of the population, and they dominate the world. They control everything.
Where should black people go?
Don't you guys have like an entire continent called Africa?
Yeah, sure. No. See, you see what I'm saying? You guys got an entire continent called Africa, brother. Nothing about me is African. Just like nothing about you is Italian or Irish or whatever else is out there. Armenian, dude. Knock it off.
Isn't that?
No, that's dominated. He just told us. That's completely under the thumb of the white man.
I mean, where are white people supposed to go? I think that's probably better.
Europe.
Europe.
Go back to Europe.
That's been flooded with refugees.
It's not that flooded. But the refugees are going there because you took the resources out of Africa over there. So where are we going to go? See, I want a solution. This is why this is white supremacy.
Yeah,
the
they
religion.
are the best deflectors.
There's this
because
religion.
It sounds good. It's like a smooth transition. Tethers are horrible.
Let's practice white supremacy into perpetuity, and let's pass the collection plate around. Because now we're talking about.
Is there such a thing as black supremacy? Is there Asian supremacy? Is it exclusive to white people?
You cannot have two supremes. That's a contradiction of terms. It's
He cooked on that fast.
I do have a question. You said that not.
Solution. What should be done with black people? I do not want to dance around that.
See, now finally Tariq Nasheed stuck to his guns. He let them guys Kai and Kiki and try to change it. Tariq keep coming back. No, what should be done? And they don't want to answer that question. He's not going to let them off the hook and let them go somewhere else. So I wish Tariq Nasheed would have done that with other great questions he had and other great rebuttals he had for Jared Taylor. This would have been over way sooner. But he's finally like calming down and sticking to his guns, and he's not letting Jared Taylor off the hook on this one. And Jared Taylor, he keeps trying to flee from this, but you're gonna see Tariq is not gonna let him out.
Because
I told you. I think.
Where? We talking logistics. See, we're throwing out these open-ended things. That's basically rhetoric, but there are no real logistics behind it. Like, just go back to Africa. That's rhetoric. No, where can we go? Seriously.
Well, I don't have a particular part of the United States that I think should be set aside for black people. But I think if we started talking about race in a serious way, we would recognize that blacks and whites have tried to live together for 400 years, and it's not working out. So if this were a matter, it would be.
You are empowered.
Please let me finish.
I just want an answer. I don't want to filibuster now because I really want a real answer.
Well, I don't have a particular place in mind, but if we were to agree that that is the solution, we could certainly work something out. It would be not difficult at all. What?
Let's work it out right now. What should we work out? Where should we go?
Oh, there might be parts of the South that should be exclusively black. There might be.
Let's work it out right now. Yeah, he's not gonna let this damn white supremacist off the hook. He said, no. We're not gonna have a part 2, and we talk 10 years from now. Let's work it out right now. Where should we go?
That would probably be the obvious place. I think the question of the details of where to go are less than that. What's that?
We've done that where black communities in the South and the white supremacists just go and destroy them. They just go and say, hey, a black person raped a white woman. Burn down. They've always done that, sir.
Wait. They have not always done that. They sent, black people were sent to Africa with the blessing of the whites.
No, they weren't.
Sierra Leone, let me finish, please. Sierra Leone was started by freed black people who were freed by the British in the slave trade with their blessing. And they said,
because the British were fighting, they were fighting for the British, and the British set it up for them. Let's talk.
No, they were not fighting for the British. If the British found any kind of slave trade going on, they had abolished slavery within the empire in 1835. And if they caught people who were in a slaver ship, they would take them to Sierra Leone and they would say, here you go, you guys are free, make the most of it.
Freetown.
White people have what? Yes, Freetown. That's exactly the name of the place.
Why was it called Freetown?
Because they were freed from the transatlantic, of course. And the point is, they were given the blessing of white people to go and do what you wish to do. The same for decolonization. Colonization in Africa lasted from maybe in the mid-1800s to 1960, maybe a century's time. And when black people said, look, we are tired of being colonized, get out. The British left. The French left. Eventually, the Portuguese left.
Okay, stop. African decolonization was resisted brutally. You can go to Mau Mau Rebellion, Algerian War, Congo's assassination of Lumumba. Stop it. And even after independence, most African nations became economically neo-colonized through debt traps, trade dependency, and IMF, World Bank structural adjustment policies. Knock it off.
They all said, okay, you want to run the show, you can run the show. White people are perfectly happy for black people to be where they are and run the show.
You're not. No, then that's not true. You drop them off, don't give them any resources after raping them for centuries. Don't give them resources, then control their economy. You're not letting them be themselves. Just like over in Zimbabwe, just like in Haiti, they have trade sanctions on all of these.
Trade sanctions. Look, there is an enormous amount of foreign aid to Haiti and to Africa. Is this? You think this is a big lie too? You think that the billions that have been
Haiti, they rape the oil and the gold out of Haiti and drop.
Family, if you ain't like just yet, please like the video. Please, that goes a long way. Yeah, like the video. That's the cheapest way you can donate. There's more expensive ways, which is Cash App and Super Chat, but liking the video is the cheapest way. It's free. And it's the most effective way to donate. Thank you and support.
A bag of rice. That's foreign trade. That's rape, sir. I know about Haiti. I was just over there. They're raping Haiti. They're not helping.
There is no gold. There is no oil in Haiti.
Okay.
Yeah, he looks like if you said, hey, give me a composite drawing of a white supremacist. That right there will come as a result of the drawing. Composite drawing.
If you were there and you found gold and oil, then you should be a rich man.
Sir.
Wait, why is there even, why is there even a penny of aid to any of these countries? Why would the white supremacists give even a penny of aid?
Because they took the resources out of them, especially Africa. In Africa, they drained the resources out of.
Wait. And they feel guilty? Why the aid?
Guilty 80, you put up a pretext of you doing something positive, but you're still raping the country.
But why would they even bother to pretend they're doing something good?
You take the resources and go in, you send the missionaries in and say, hey, look, I'm your friend, I'm bringing food. And the missionaries and the military, they always work hand in hand. You send them the missionaries first, and then once you get a foothold in there, here comes the military, taking the gold, the silver, the cobalt, the diamonds, and everything else. You will not allow black folks to have an ethno-black state because we're in a global system like supremacy, sir. So it's just circular rhetoric, Mr. Taylor, sir.
Wait. No, so look,
you're practicing the religion of white supremacy. It's the open-ended white supremacy, sir.
What's the solution to this open-ended white supremacy? What's the solution?
If I knew the solution, I would be putting it on billboards right now. Black people have not figured out how to not be dominated by white supremacy. The problem is, unfortunately, a lot of black folks don't even realize we're in a global system of white.
Hey, Ghost Rider back in the super chat again with more lineage love.
He says the dream team for reparation talks in front of U.S. Congress will be Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Claude Anderson, Dr. Randy Shorts, and Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. My fault. Sounds like powerful people there. That smile is saying you're right. Right. Visible to all users. Let me make you a moderator, give you a lineage rinse. And yo, all you guys that's getting your lineage rinse, go ahead and like the video, right? But I keep telling everybody like the video. As you see, when you like the video, more folks of our lineage pulls up. We rarely get an influx of tethers or white supremacists here. Like when we like the video, we usually attract like-minded people, and you would think that you would encourage that. Well, to encourage that is to like the video.
That's the sad thing. That's I kind of realize it, but I'm in the minority here, and this is why the white supremacists are so powerful.
Well, okay. Now you realize white people are probably only 15% of the population of the world.
No, they're less than that. You're 8% of the population of the world.
Okay, 8%. That's fine. And yet this 8% manages to dominate the entire globe.
Yes.
How come?
Because the white supremacists were smart enough to use deception in a way that has never been used before. Black people across the planet, they've been used to this honor system with dealing with each other, and they have not realized that because most people, well, not most, the whole planet was black at one point. If we
really?
It was.
North America, South America?
Yes, absolutely. Look at the old man.
So that's what he wants to argue. You see, when Tariq Nasheed brings up like some global stuff, Jared Taylor, he wants to argue that because that's a nothing burger. But I don't want to go there. I want to stick to America.
Statues down.
Let me have just done a set of DNA tests on.
They're going somewhere else.
Them black, but today's Egyptians have.
They went to Egyptians. It's a state of America.
These were black African.
Just stay in America.
Yaqub, did Yaqub cook them up?
I look at it from a scientific standpoint. The white supremacists came out during the Warmian Ice Age. This is when the people who are classified as white now were depigmented because they were in the Warmian Ice Age and they lost the melanin being stuck in the ice, and the nose became alkaline, the lips became thinner.
But you know, when you talk about Liberia, like I said, that's Cook City, and that's why I be cooking on Pan-Africanists as well, because they don't know much about Liberia and Pan-Africanism back then. Most of them don't, or the ones I talk to, and the ones that run their mouth online don't. But the ACS, the American Colonization Society, sent formerly enslaved blacks to Liberia with no land. Okay, these were free blacks. No infrastructure. They went there with no land, no infrastructure, and conflict with the native groups. They just dropped them off, like Tariq Nasheed said, and the natives were looking like, who you? Okay, so Liberia was a proxy colony meant to get rid of us, freedmen, not empower them. It wasn't to empower them. Okay, it's to get rid of them, as I explained earlier. So U.S. refused to recognize Liberia as an equal republic for decades. That's where they got the independence in 1847.
Alkaline,
to protect the neck because of the heat thing. So there's a scientific reason for it. Not to say anybody's inferior or superior. There's scientific adaptations to the body that causes people to become depigmented. So that's what.
Okay, so there were black people everywhere, but white people. Now, then, where did white people appear from?
Came from Europe. They came out of Europe during the Warmian Ice. After the Warmian Ice, the white skin people fairly. Even scientists say this. White-skinned people. The story came out today in a European publication saying that white-skinned people really is about 6,000 to 8,000 years old, relatively new.
Well, that could very well be. But so the point is, all of the people up until 6,000 years ago were basically black people.
Yeah,
and then this tiny number of whites appeared, but they were so clever, so diabolical that they now dominate the world.
The white supremacists were the ones who came down and intermixed with other people. They had to come up with a system of white supremacy in order to survive because they realized something. And really, white supremacy really started dominating 500 years ago. Because remember, when you guys were going through the Dark Ages in Europe, it was actually black people called the Moors who came in there and brought in civilization and ushered in the Renaissance era to save the Europeans from dying. You almost died out because of the plague. So it was the Moors who came in there and ushered in a new era. That's why they have a saying, thank heaven for 7-Eleven. That's because the Moors came in 7-Eleven. So the Moors helped create universities and all types of things there. But when they got the Moors out, this is when white supremacy started happening. So there's a great correlation between the Moors and white supremacy.
Okay, so until the Moors came, now the Moors came all the way up to Poitiers in France in 732, and they were beaten back there. They were stuck there. But hold on. But until they showed up, there was nothing on the order of a civilization, nothing like a university, and without them, there wouldn't have been any of that stuff. The Romans, for example, or the Greeks, for example, they were just penny ante folks who just didn't have any kind of civilization. Right?
You know, there was fall of Rome.
Okay, but let's look at it real quick. So I was talking about the Dillingham Commission in the early 1900s, right? It was created by Congress 1907, 1911 to study immigration, right? Now this immigration ain't the immigration today. This is the early 1900s. Tethers were not allowed. Okay, so it produced a massive 41-volume report on the fitness of immigrants, the fitness quotations. All right, the commission was very biased, like Jared Teller. It favored Northern and Western Europeans, British, German, Irish, Scandinavian, etc., and painted Southern and Eastern Europeans, Italians, Poles, Jews, Greeks, etc., as racially inferior. So, family, when I say I studied the history of immigration, and I ain't say I got a doctorate, but I look it over as a hobby. I forget some things. It's not a passion, but I had an interest in it. But I'm telling you that before a Tether was invited to this country, America was against their own people, Eastern Europeans and Southern Europeans. Okay, so they painted them as racially inferior. They did not see them as Anglo-Saxon. All right, so but here's the twist. The data itself revealed Northern and Western Europeans had high dependency rates in American cities, many relying on poor relief and charity welfare. Okay, so this fake high outlook on Northern and Western Europeans being so much superior than the Eastern and Southern Europeans. And again, the old immigrants, if you hear that language, that's the Northern and Western Europeans. If you hear new immigrants, that's the language for Southern and Eastern Europeans. Anyway, they believe all this racial superiority with the Northern and Western Europeans, and they were poor as shit, relying on welfare and things they try to say that we rely on today. Interesting. That's why, like, I would cook. That's why, like, the welfare debate thing. Y'all want me there to argue that one. What the data actually showed, the commission admitted Irish, Germans, and Scandinavians often dominated almshouses, early welfare institutions in the 19th century. Oh, okay. Let me see that. See, this is why I do what I do. Now I'm gonna research that. Almshouse. A house built originally by a charitable person or organization for people to live in. So this is the Section 8 houses before Section 8. Yeah, I'm gonna cook these tethers, man, and these white supremacists. All right, anyway. So the research showed that the Northern and Western Europeans, the Anglo-Saxons, they dominated the almshouses, early welfare institutions in the 19th century, not the inferior, quote unquote, Southern and Eastern Europeans. Irish immigrants in particular were overrepresented in poorhouses and orphanages due to famine, migration, and urban poverty. Many German and Scandinavian immigrants also sought poor relief as they adjusted to American life. So the stereotype of welfare dependence actually started with European immigrants, not foundation Black Americans. Okay, so watch this. The hypocrisy in racial narratives. Racists today push the false idea that foundation Black Americans are uniquely dependent on welfare, but the Dillingham data and later 20th century records prove that whites were the majority on welfare for most of U.S. history. I told you, fam, I said this at the beginning of the year. I said nobody been on welfare more
than white people in this country, simply because they were the majority population. In fact, the New Deal, 1930s, and the GI Bill, 1940s and 50s, disproportionately funneled welfare benefits, housing, education, unemployment insurance to white families. Foundation Black Americans were often excluded through local discrimination, redlining, segregated schools, and job restrictions. So why the hell are tethers of all backgrounds tethering on to things that were programs and monies that was set aside for us? So whites built their middle class on government support, while today the descendants of those same groups call Black Americans the welfare race. Told you, man. Like y'all need the right people debating why this matters for your argument. Uh-oh. Okay. The Dillingham Commission proves immigrant dependency was normalized and widespread among Europeans, but never racialized against them. When Foundation Black Americans gained access to welfare, mainly after the Civil Rights Movement in the 1960s, family, welfare had been around here for a long time. We didn't get it until legal discrimination was illegal, 1968. Now, that's why I say, family, stop taking on the conservative narrative that welfare is so terrible. Me and the Holy FBA Codex went on here and explained to y'all, stop going with the narrative that welfare broke up families. No, the hell it didn't. Because why these families ain't break up? Okay. Once we were able to gain access to something that they always had for hundreds of years, now all of a sudden welfare is stigmatized and racialized as no good. A handout is for losers. Family, don't buy into that. Welfare is for needy, poor people. If you have nothing, you're on rock bottom, you need welfare. Go get welfare. Now, to stay on it, no. Hey, don't do that. The goal is to use welfare as a stepping stone to be great. You're not supposed to sit there your whole entire life unless you need it. Like, unless, again, you're dealing with something, handicap, or, some people need it long term. You feel me? But other folks, stepping stone and then move on. Okay. So that's not an accident that they did it like that. It's political propaganda to demonize Black progress. So any progress that can head our way, they're going to demonize it. I talked about that with Soul City. But the Dillingham Commission itself shows that Northern and Western Europeans, the same groups as many races descend from today, were heavy users of welfare in U.S. cities. Welfare only became a Black issue once Black Americans got access to it in the 1960s. Now, all of a sudden, oh, the welfare queen, welfare is for lazy people. All right. Before then, it was just seen as the government helping hardworking white immigrants. So we're going to call anyone the welfare race. His history points straight back to Europeans and not the foundational Black Americans. I just want to get that off real quick.
Well, maybe they were all Black to begin with.
No. When the Romans were a fixed mulatto race, just like the Greeks. They were a fixed mulatto race. Well, this is why Greeks and Italians, they weren't considered white until fairly recently. There's a reason why.
Wait.
And Napoleon had a saying, Africa starts in Rome. So that meant that those are really mulatto people.
So we have statues of Greeks and Romans. They don't look the least bit mulatto to me. Am I cross-eyed, or what's my problem?
Those statues are built in the 1800s. You have statues at museums that don't have a scratch in them that's supposed to be 2,000 years old. That's ridiculous. Those are.
Yeah, this dude Jared Taylor is really too stupid to debate people who know history. Like, really, like, this is embarrassing at this point.
Those are forgeries. Many of them
forgeries. Oh, so the white supremacists came up with these forgeries to convince themselves that the Greeks and Romans were white?
Absolutely. I didn't say that. No. Didn't say that.
Okay. Why?
Now, you see he's not correcting Tariq and saying that's a lie. A, B, and C. Again, what he does is when he's caught with no rebuttal, he'll say, oh, okay, so white supremacists just want to do A, B, and C. That's for his audience. Okay, that's for his audience.
Why were they? Who forged them and why?
But multiple statues were repainted, right, white, or made during the neoclassical era to idolize whiteness. So Tariq's not wrong. Again, he's accurate on this.
Them up a little bit more. later on.
And
Now,
matter of fact, even European scholars of the 18th century acknowledged African contributions to Greece and Rome. So Tariq is not wrong.
because again, Greeks and Romans were not considered white until like the 1920s and 30s. They didn't consider them white for a long time.
Yeah, he's not wrong. They were considered the new immigrants. They were considered Southern and Eastern Europeans. We read it for ourselves with the history, the United States history of immigration. That's why I like to share my screen and read with you guys.
Okay. So
that's why they call them guineas. Let's go back to the guinea thing. That's why they would call Italians guineas.
We have a common question coming up in the chat again that I need to address. So they're asking if these industries that there's many industries that we see that are not dominated by white people, and people are giving the example of Hollywood is mostly run, the news media, by Jewish people.
Oh boy. When they can't win, they want to deflect and have you debate somebody else, attack somebody else. And that's what the tethers do. The tethers say, hey man, FBAs, you got me. But what about the white supremacists, right? Like that's their Jewish deflection. What about white supremacy? You don't see nothing about them and white supremacy when they're being cooked. They like to say, well, look at the Jews. No, hold your own. So one more time, let's as Tariq is kicking this dude butt left and right, let's play and rejoice the Coldest Leader song.
Reparations are lineage based, not your image or race. No different than CARICOM, so you could keep your African and run somewhere else with your marathon. Laugh now, cry later, cause we gonna laugh when you cry together. Alligator, Alcatraz, there's no soul leader. The code is the leader, there's no soul leader. The code is the leader. Subscribe to FBA News and Updates, yeah. Subscribe to FBA News and Updates, yeah. I heard tethers flock together, so if you hit one with a rock, then they'll drop together. Why cosplay? Accept your own and be yourself. When you're left alone, you can feed yourself. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. There's no soul leader. We gatekeeping the culture. From these gates seeking vultures. Dr. Color says someone gotta hold the line, and somebody gotta hold the signs. No coons, no tethers, no room for white supremacists. We fight, we got it. Mayweather, Mike Tyson. We fight, they take flight. They got spirit. Delta, U.S. Airlines, messed up airlines. Alligator, Alcatraz. There's no soul leader. There's no soul leader. Say it with me, family. There's no soul leader. There's no soul leader. Make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to like and subscribe. I heard tethers flock together. So if you hit one with a rock, then they'll drive together. Why cosplay? Accept your own and be yourself. When you're left alone, you can feed yourself. There's no soul leader. Code is the leader. 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 There's no soul leader. Say it with me, family. FBA News Updates. Subscribe. FBA News Updates.
All right, so now I gotta play. So that's the Coast Leader intro song, and with that, I have to play before I continue the debate with Tariq Nasheed. I gotta play the national anthem, the FBA national anthem. All right, family, it's only 2 minutes long. Then we're right back at the debate.
That show me subscribe. Make no mistake, we're the only black people in y'all that only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch. We built the foundation of innovations with groundbreaking. You ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking, with the linear in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Make no mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, We built the foundation of innovations with groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking, whittling the eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say.
Responding to emails takes time, but not with Grammarly. In a few clicks, Grammarly's
Talking about the NBA, you know, is mostly African American players and things like that. So how can you say that everything is white dominated when we see some industries like Hollywood or the NBA that are clearly not white dominated?
They are, because the Jews, the people you're saying that's Jewish, they're still white. Religion and race are two different things.
So, well, no, there is racially Jewish, like Ashkenazi is a
still white, still classified as white.
Well, so what all is classified as white? Because earlier you were saying, oh, the Irish might not be white, you know, other people, but you think the Jews are white?
There are white Jews. There are white Jews. Not the Jews are white. There are white Jews. Jewish is a religion. You got why